Good morning. It's a Tuesday that feels like a Monday because it was a holiday weekend. And with all things, we are back in court for the trial against Donna Adelson. But at the end of the day on Friday, the prosecution rested. So we are now in the defense case. But of course, on Friday, the judge was like, hey, are we making the motions that need to be made at the end of trial? You know, the Judgment of Acquittal or motion to dismiss, whatever you want to call it. The motion where the defense says, hey, we don't think there's enough evidence for a jury to find our client guilty. And the defense was like, I thought we were doing that on Tuesday. So the court was like, fine. And then the court said, how long will the defense case be? And the defense said, can we tell you on Tuesday? And the court said, fine. So now it's Tuesday. In pretrial motions, the prosecution said their case would be 5 to 7 days. They ran for 6 days. The defense said that they would be 3 to 4 days. I don't know what they're going to do for 3 to 4 days, but we'll see because they have not filed a witness list. So we'll hear about that, I expect, this morning. We are on trial day 7. That is counting starting with opening statements. But they had 4 days of jury selection. So we're really at the beginning of week 3. The court said 3 weeks. That's it. No more. No mas. 3 weeks. 3 is all you get. The court wants to be done with this case by Friday. Friday. The court wants to be done. So the defense is going to have to zoom through this case because I don't think they got 3 to 4 days of witnesses. I got to be honest. So we should see their motion this morning. And they said they had a witness coming in from California. And then I guess the big question for today is, Donna Adelson testifies after her jailhouse daughter and those informants testified after she wrote that script. What's she going to say? They told me to write it. They told me to tell them that Dr. Obed would write them illegal prescriptions. They told me to use the same defense that Charlie used in his trial that they didn't watch because they don't care. They said, I guess we'll see, won't we? So we're going to fly to Tallahassee. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I hope you're bopping along to the intro as well. I feel like I've owed you an EDB air for a minute. I think we're going to do it after they're done with motions. Is that fair? I think that's fair. I think we go to motions and then we zoom to EDB air. Let me know where you're coming in from, what you're drinking. I'm waiting for the court to bring the sound.
Solomon.
There we go. And I got a cappuccino.
Please approach.
The prosecution said, may we approach? This is the first time they've gone on the record and immediately approached. I feel like we're back in Massachusetts. This is the first time they've gone on the record to immediately approach. Emily, when you're getting ready for the morning, do you watch trial while trial's not happening? No. I listen to, well, today it was mostly Lincoln Park, old Lincoln Park, but I was listening to Lincoln Park and then making a cappuccino. No, I don't. I want to watch with you guys. They're immediately at sidebar. Also, if you hear my keyboard, all of a sudden there's banker's boxes and Sharpies and pens. Is that where the defense's cross-examinations have been this whole time? Have they been hiding back there? So if you hear a clicky-clacky, I got my clicky-clacky. Ms. Tonisha said, Emily, have you gotten any pumpkin spice Starbucks? Oh, yeah. I've also got myself a pumpkin spice Dunky donut because they're 10 out of 10. And I made myself a cappuccino this morning. But oh, yes, we have thoroughly, well, I'm not done pumpkin spicing, but we have pumpkin spiced.
Address one of the motions that I was going to make. With respect to the state's case, at this point in time, the defense moved for judgment of acquittal. The state's indicted Mrs. Adelson on 3 counts.
I thought that they called them judgment of acquittal in Florida. Look, a motion for judgment of acquittal is very, 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 very rarely going to work. It means, Your Honor, there is no evidence, none, zero, zip, zilch, not a none, that a reasonable jury can find proves that Donna Adelson is guilty of the charges against her. So they're going to go ahead and make their argument. Sure. He couldn't do this Friday? Apparently not. They're going to make their argument, and we're going to hear what will generally be their closing argument or similar to their closing argument.
First-degree murder, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, and solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
Those are the charges.
All three charges, obviously, of the indictment require that the state present evidence that Mrs. Adelson intended for Mr. Markel to be killed. However, as this court is aware,
they do need evidence.
Acquittal should rarely be granted on the issue of intent. However, the remaining issues are different.
They do need evidence. I agree, counsel. Evidence is key.
Whether the evidence lends itself to a finding that Donna Adelson was a principal to first-degree murder, whether she conspired for Mr. Markel to be killed, or she solicited another to kill.
Are they going to go with, she didn't mean for it to go that far?
Through this briefly, Your Honor. To prove the count
where we're
one,
going?
the state has to establish, obviously in the light most favorable to the state, the evidence would have to support a finding that Mr. Markel is dead. The death was caused by the criminal act of Mrs. Adelson, and there was a premeditated killing of Daniel Markel. Since
they drove to Tallahassee twice to kill him. It's whether or not she asked someone to do it and set things into motion and was part of that conspiratorial chain.
There's no evidence that Donna Adelson herself committed the crime.
She did not
you have to look at
pull the trigger.
Principal instruction. Principal instruction requires that in the light most favorable to the state at this stage of the trial,
he's just reading the jury instructions.
There's competent evidence that Donna Adelson helped somebody else or other persons commit the crime. Specifically that she intended the crime to occur, and I think we go back to the initial statement I made about intent, but also that she did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, or advise the other person or persons to actually commit the crime. And for this, I think it's important that we look at how that is defined. And the most recent case on the issue where it was discussed at length is Denise Williams. And the Williams case, the first DCA, focused on
I forgot.
What was done the day of. So in this case, it would be July 18th of 2014. And the site for
it could be leading up to it too.
314 Southern 3rd, 775. It's the first DCA from 21. It's our position, Your Honor, that there's no evidence that Donna Adelson did some act or said something that was intended to and that did incite, cause, encourage, assist, advise, or advise the other person or persons to commit the crime. And as Williams indicated, you have to focus on what Mrs. Adelson did on July 18th of 2014.
I don't agree with you, counsel. I need to read that case.
Williams' decision says proof of conspiracy alone is not enough.
That's an interesting decision.
In the light most favorable to the state, let's go through briefly what the evidence reflects.
The flippy flapping of the paper just breeds confidence, counsel.
Daniel Markel was killed by Sigfredo Garcia, who was driven to and from the scene by Luis Rivera on July 18th of 2014. Both of them were solicited by Catherine McBanowa to drive from South Florida to Tallahassee. Luis Rivera testified that they were hired by the Wendy lady to get her kids back.
No, he didn't say that. He said
Luis
Wendy
Rivera
wanted
testified that he saw that Sigfredo Garcia had a picture of Markel with some writing which he believed to be an address. They made 2 trips to Tallahassee.
Wendy's going to have her moment, huh?
According to Mr. Lacoste, Wendy Adelson acted extremely anxious and exhibited odd behavior. At the time of both those trips, Mr. Lacoste was scheduled to be heading out of town, and he drove a vehicle that looked similar to the ones rented by the shooter.
The argument is Wendy.
There's no evidence that my client ever spoke with Catherine McBanowa, Sigfredo Garcia, or Luis Rivera.
That's true. She talked
Your
to
client
Charlie.
did speak, however, with Charles Adelson in the chain of communications. I believe the state's wording was the train cars.
Train
Yes, sure.
cars.
I'm going to get to that.
Go
Train
ahead.
cars.
Thank you. The evidence, the undisputed evidence, is
The
that
judge.
Charlie Adelson kept stacks of stapled cash in his house.
Stacks of
There is no
damn
evidence that Donna
cash.
Adelson did the same. The evidence also reflects that Charlie Adelson had a safe the size of a refrigerator. There's no evidence that Donna Adelson had a similarly large safe. Before Mr. Markel was murdered.
I mean, how big of a safe do you need for stacks of cash? It doesn't need to be the size of a refrigerator.
Wendy Adelson told Jeff Lacoste that the only way she could leave Tallahassee is if something happened to Mr. Markel. There is no evidence that Donna Adelson was aware of this statement made by Wendy Adelson. And there is no evidence that she also agreed that there was no way that Wendy Adelson could leave Tallahassee unless something happened to Dan Markel. Before Mr. Markel was murdered, Wendy Adelson told Mr. Lacoste that Charlie looked into hiring a hitman in the summer of 2013 after relocation.
Chat, the jury's not present
There
yet.
is no statement.
This is before the jury comes in.
Whatsoever that Donna Adelson
Just before the
was
judge.
either aware of that, said or did anything to encourage that or incite that. There's also no evidence that had been admitted that Donna Adelson was aware of the claim, that Charlie Adelson had actually looked into that. And additionally, before Mr. Markel was murdered, whenever Charlie was on the phone with his mother, he would walk out of the house to speak with his mother on the phone when Catherine McBannel was there. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Catherine McBannel went to Charlie's house. Charlie, according to the evidence, in the light most favorable to the state, Charlie told her that his parents had just left. I rewatched her testimony over the weekend. During her testimony, she did not say that Charlie said anything at that point about his parents leaving money at the house. She testified that she woke up the next morning and Charlie said he had put the money in the trunk. She then left and tried to locate Sequestration Garcia.
They did talk about the money being wet because Donna washed it. But okay.
She testified that when she got the money back later that day or the following day, the money was stapled together. Her testimony was pretty clear.
Moist
She said a couple days
money.
later, I'm pretty sure I contacted him and asked him why the money was wet. She did not say that she did.
She said that they laughed about it being Donna.
Mr. Markel was murdered. Donna Adelson followed her daughter's instructions.
They
and
lolled
used the last name
about it.
Adelson for her grandchildren. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson conveyed the message from their family attorney, Weinstein, to Rob Adelson to not talk to the cops. After Mr. Markel was murdered, Donna Adelson wrote checks from Charlie Adelson's business account to Catherine McBannel at Charlie's instruction. The evidence that has been admitted reflects that that business belonged to Charlie from 2012 to 2020. As this court knows, being a manager of an LLC is not the same as being an employee. After Mr. Markel was murdered and the bump happened, Donna Adelson begged the undercover to go to the cops and tell them what he knew.
This is how we're feeling too, Your Honor.
After Mr. Markel was murdered,
Your Honor, your face
Charlie
is a
kept up the
vibe.
lie that he told Donna Adelson when discussing the arrest of Sequestration Garcia and Luis Rivera. Now, the only way, it is our position, the only way that the state overcomes counts 1 and 3 is by improper stacking of inferences. They have evidence that Donna Adelson.
He's focused on counts 1 and 3. Count 2 is the conspiracy. Count 1 is the murder. Count 3 is the solicitation, which means hiring someone for the murder. So he is attacking counts 1 and 3, which I think he'll do in closing too.
Allegedly hated Mr. Markel. The evidence is that Donna Adelson didn't like how Dan Markel treated Wendy. The evidence reflects that from 2012 to 2013, according to the emails from Donna Adelson, a non-negotiable was relocation. However, after July 31st of 2013, there has been no evidence admitted in this trial that Donna Adelson said or did anything to convey the message that she would do anything for Wendy and the children to move to South Florida. There's no mention.
As to the argument about inferences, however, inferences plus a confession, and you're saying the state has not met its burden.
Judge, I'm getting to that.
Well, there's that, Your Honor. the jailhouse informants did come in and say that she said she didn't want it to get that far, which maybe that's not a good argument for the judge. It might work for the jury, but I doubt it.
There's no evidence that she solicited anyone to murder Markel aside from these assumptions.
I mean,
The emails, the text messages, the testimony. No one has said that my client solicited anybody to commit murder. The evidence reflects that
Lizzie in the
Donna
chat said,
Adelson
"The judge,
vented to
be
Charlie
so fucking
Adelson
for
about
real."
how Markel treated Wendy. But as I said, there's no evidence aside from assumption that she went a step further. The state has submitted the July 17th, 2013
Look, he's arguing
email
what he's got,
to her
right?
parents' shared account, and one of her parents responded, "Wow." The evidence also reflects that had it been Donna Adelson that responded, all the other email correspondence that's been admitted reflects that she would have sent something much longer. But even if she did know it, the motion itself, and I would ask the court to take a look at the prayer
They
for
do have
relief
to make these
in that
motions to
grandmother
avoid
motion. It was not to prevent Donna Adelson
avoid
from spending time with
ineffective
the boys.
assistance. They have to
It
make
was
these
to spend,
motions.
or unsupervised, it was to prevent her from spending time with the boys in contravention of the right of first refusal, not to prohibit any unsupervised contact.
Counsel's
So
trying.
even if the court were to find that in the light most favorable to the state that my client was aware that the grandmother motion was filed, the
She was aware.
relief that the state believes was sought is not what was sought in the motion. As to the alleged confession, Your Honor, what the confession, as I heard it, was that she wrote the checks.
Nope.
She paid the money after.
I think we'll get the court reporter to read it if need be, but go ahead. Please finish.
The court's like, yeah, no.
What she did after the murder is not evidence of her intent prior to the murder. And that's what Williams talks about. What evidence is there in the light most favorable to the state that prior to the murder, Mrs. Adelson did something? I think that if we were before the court on a different charge and the statute of limitations had not expired on it, that the situation might be different. But we're here for principal to first degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation. Venting about how somebody's treating their daughter is not the same as
He has very much skipped over she said they did what she's charged with. She just didn't intend for it to go that far. That's what he's skipping over. He's like, no, the confession that they gave was that she wrote the checks. Your counsel, you're missing a substantial part of that though, bud.
asking somebody to have them killed. The evidence reflects that I know
I
that the
forgot my
state's
cardigan
argument
this
or
morning.
belief
I'm
is that
actually
the
kinda mad
birthday
about
gift is a murder.
A little chilly in my
The
home.
birthday gift, the evidence reflects, was the party and the caterer. You have to make an inference, on top of another inference, that the birthday gift was murder. So focusing on what evidence exists as to my client's statements and actions prior to the murder actually happening. According to Williams, judgment of acquittal is appropriate on count one.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams,
Yes.
I don't believe so.
There was consciousness of
In
guilt in this trial.
addition to any circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces,
Because the judge's mic doesn't seem to be turned on yet this morning, which is just rude. The judge has said, in the Williams case, just remind me, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt? No? Okay, so in this case, we have consciousness of guilt, a confession, and the attempt to suborn perjury. I'm just going to let the court just lay that out. If you're the prosecution, take notes. because the judge expects you to say this in your closing. I'm just going to back up what the judge had. The judge is like, no, ma'am, we're not doing this.
Concerning Williams specifically, was there evidence of consciousness of guilt admitted against the defendant in the same way it's been in this trial?
In Williams?
Yes.
I don't believe so.
So in addition to
his hopeful
any
eyebrows,
circumstantial evidence, any inference, we also have in this record the defendant allegedly making a confession, suborning perjury, and attempting to flee. As to those pieces of evidence linking up with the others, what is your argument?
Well, Your Honor, I think Williams speaks to the fact that there's even more evidence. Williams, you had the co-conspirator testifying directly that Miss Williams was involved in the planning, but she wasn't
Jury's
involved
not in
in
yet.
execution. All of those,
This is
the after the fact,
the
things,
Judgment
yes,
of
it might
Acquittal
be relevant to consciousness of guilt.
argument.
However, it doesn't
it's gonna get
overcome
denied.
the absence of evidence as to what Donna Adelson did on July 18th of 2014. That's what Williams speaks to.
And you are disputing that she dropped off any money to Charles Adelson on that date as payment to the trigger gun.
What I'm saying is that there's no evidence that she knew on July 18th. In the light most favorable to the state, obviously I disagree ultimately that that's what happened, but in the light most favorable to the state, which is the standard that we're applying here today,
Well, that's the standard for the motion.
there has to be that next step, that she knew what it was for. And there's no evidence that she did. As a result, Your Honor, we're asking that the court grant judgment of acquittal on counts 1 and count 3.
They didn't even try for count 2.
State.
I don't think I've ever seen them just not try for count 2. They didn't even try. Look, count 1 is their strongest argument. Count 1 is the first-degree murder. She is charged with first-degree murder. She is charged with the conspiracy to commit the murder and the solicitation of the murder. Count 1's their strongest argument because count 1, he's arguing principle, which means you have to be active before the fact. And if the jury's like, well, conspiracy maybe involved more after the fact, I don't know if after everything the jury is going to want to split hairs with him. But this is outside the presence of the jury. This motion happens at the end of the state's case in every trial, or it should. Sometimes a pro per might not make this argument, but some courts, their motion to dismiss, some judgment of acquittal. It just depends on jurisdiction. The defense is arguing for the court to dismiss the count, saying the prosecution has not proven it. That's not going to happen. Also, the sentence for all of the counts that she is charged with are life, period. So if she gets 3 of them, it's life. If she gets 1 of them, it's life. It's life. Okay, continuing on. The prosecution's going to respond, probably briefly, counsel, because the judge did a lot of the heavy lifting on that.
This JOA argument as to whether there is sufficient evidence for this defendant to be a principal to the charges. The state first wants to point out the emails in this case that detail the defendant's hate for Dan Markel and her motive. If he's out of the picture, then Wendy and the grandsons can come to Miami where she is. And she was the person who benefited most from this crime by them being able to do that. We also heard from Luis Rivera. He said that he and Garcia followed Dan Markel's car from his home to the daycare, to the gym the day of the murder, and had surveilled Dan Markel's comings and goings from the park outside of Trescott Drive in the month before and the weekend of the murder. We also saw on the defendant's planner where in 2014 she had the year, make, model of Dan Markel's car as well as his license plate. We also heard from Catherine McBanois. She said that Charles Adelson said that his parents had just been at his house the night of the murder when she arrived, and then also told her his mom had washed the money. This was the same money that was provided to the killers and that McBanois found was wet. That testimony was corroborated by phone evidence showing that the defendant stopped at Charlie Adelson's house the night of the murder. We saw the text message
I'm outside
from her saying she's outside his house, and that was during the short stretch of highway where she has 1 hour unaccounted for on her drive when the rest of her drive she was able to accomplish within the estimated time that the mapping software would think that she would have. We
Ma'am,
also
is
heard
it
from
a little
Rob
dry in the
Adelson
courtroom?
and heard that she told him not to talk to the
Lincoln,
FBI.
just a
and when
lot.
he let her know that he already had, she said, well, you don't know anything anyway. She also had a complete lack of curiosity about what happened, according to him, and said that, I don't know and I don't care what happened. It's not my concern. We saw from the evidence that this defendant had an access to a large amount of cash, kept her cash in a safe, and that it was very common for she and Charlie Adelson to transfer cash back and forth to each other. We saw that she signed 44 checks to Catherine McBanois from Adelson Institute over the course of 2 years. This is despite the fact that Charlie Adelson had signing authority there. He could have done it himself if it was just him acting alone here.
They didn't even get into Rob Adelson's
We also
testimony.
heard that in 2015, Harvey Adelson bought Adelson Institute back from Charlie Adelson, and we saw on the summary of the checks where roughly half the checks written to Catherine McBanois were written from fall of 2015 to spring of 2016, where Harvey Adelson would have been back as one of the primaries in the business. Donna Adelson, we also saw from the bump video, she was handed an article with Danny's picture about the murder. And she calls her son. He's the first call that she makes.
It's about the two of us?
She tells Charlie specifically that this involves the both of us and that it involves the two of us when she's talking about the article
you probably
that
know
she
what
was
it's
handed about Dan Markel's murder. So while there is a lot of circumstantial evidence and inferences in this case, there is also direct evidence, and the state argues that her admission that after being handed an article about the murder that it involves both of us and it involves the two of us to Charlie Adelson is direct evidence and an admission of guilt in this case.
Yeah.
And she also tells Charlie Adelson the TV costs $5, or this TV is about $5. And that's the same TV that's referenced that Charlie Adelson bought instead of hiring a hitman, and that Wendy's family, that her mother helped set up as part of her alibi and emailed Wendy about that day after the appointment was made by her father. When the wire took place, she and Charlie Adelson are overheard discussing the fact that they don't need to be talking on the phone, they don't need to be talking in an apartment. They go to great lengths to take a walk outside,
not great enough.
to sit down by the water where they can't be overheard, to sit by the pool where they believe they're not able to be heard by law enforcement. And on the wire, we see the same pattern of communication that was seen in the call detail records before the wire took place.
I'm sorry, counsel. That pattern on the wires is, Charlie, we can't talk anywhere. Don't talk inside. Don't talk on the phone. Donna, okay. Charlie proceeds to talk about fucking everything. Donna, yes, I think we should talk in person. Charlie, yes, but proceeds to talk about everything over and over and over again.
Donna to Charlie to Catherine to Garcia. And this is consistent with McBanois' testimony of how communication was relayed in this case.
Before you continue, Ms.
Yes, ma'am.
Dugan, specifically as to the argument of stacking inferences, what is the state's position?
The state's position is there are inferences in this case. There is circumstantial evidence in this case. However, there is also direct evidence.
Consciousness of guilt.
Even if there was only substantial circumstantial
Confession.
evidence, the Bush case from the Florida Supreme Court did away with excluding every reasonable hypothesis of innocence in circumstantial evidence cases. However, we have more than just that here. We have this defendant writing checks to the middleman of this murder. We have her admitting it involves the two of us. And we also have her suborning perjury by admitting to one of her friends in custody, Patricia Bird, that she did do what she was accused of. That's what Ms. Bird said on direct, and I clarified that with her on redirect. Was it that she told you that she just wrote checks, or did you specifically ask her, did you do what she's accused of, or did you do what they say you did? And she said that no. She said she did what she was accused of. And she's also offering to pay for false testimony from Bird and from Ms. Bernhardt. and even writing a
she
script
tried to
for Ms.
flee.
Bernhardt to come in and recite in trial. We also have Donna Adelson adopting Charlie Adelson's extortion defense during and after Charlie's trial through text messages. And on the other hand, we have texts between Donna Adelson and Charlie Adelson in 2016 where we see that Charlie Adelson is telling her that his attorney is meeting with Garcia's attorney, and we see her reaction to that, which is not consistent with someone who believed that they were being extorted by Garcia or by that group for the past 2 years. We also see the 2016 text messages where we see Donna Adelson's reaction to Charlie Adelson workshopping this other possible theory of Dan Markel's murder. And our argument is that reaction is not consistent to with somebody who believed that she was being extorted, according to Charlie Adelson, for the past 2 years. We also have evidence of consciousness of guilt in this case. We have her fleeing with an emergency fast-track visa she sought to obtain within hours of Charlie Adelson's
literally
verdict.
went,
And,
run away.
Within also hours of Charlie Adelson's verdict, sending a text that says, basically, you know I'm next, but that won't happen.
I'll
and
take care of it.
that.
Yep.
And then
Run away, run
going
away.
to board this flight to a non-extradition country a week later. So the state's argument is all of that circumstantial
flight doesn't
evidence
get much
combined
stronger
with
than the
direct
flight.
evidence in this case, in the light most favorable to the state, there has been competent substantial evidence that a reasonable trier of fact could find the existence of the elements of this crime beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yep. The court's going to deny this
The legal
motion.
standard the court must apply at this point is reviewing the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. I believe in Turner versus State 29 Southern 3rd 361. In moving for a judgment of acquittal, the defendant admits the facts and evidence in every conclusion favorable to the state that may be reasonably inferred.
This is the
from
standard
evidence.
for considering.
As to the direct evidence, the circumstantial evidence, and also the consciousness of guilt evidence taken together, I believe this is sufficient to overcome the matter that was raised in Williams versus State. The motion for judgment of acquittal will be denied at this time. Does the defense, as to counts 1 and 3 specifically of the indictment, does the defense have any other motions to raise?
Just a moment.
The judgment of acquittal or motion to dismiss at the end of the state's case is a normal procedural part of every case. It is very rare that it's denied or that it's granted. It is most often denied.
Judge,
The state would have to have no evidence, essentially, of a particular charge. So the standard here is if you take every piece of evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution, believe every witness, believe everything every witness says, no other inference, then they win that point. They generally don't get granted because if the prosecution gets to the end of their case in chief and like witnesses don't show up or they can't find them, then the prosecution will move to dismiss those counts that the witnesses would go to, which happens, that you would have those thrown out. But if the prosecution fails to meet their elements so thoroughly, they normally remove those charges on their own. But this is a standard motion made outside the presence of the jury. It was denied. That's not a surprise. The court asked the defense if they have any other motions. Let's see what they say.
there was an issue that Your Honor raised last week concerning advice of counsel. I don't know if we can approach to address that.
You may.
Okay, they're going to approach. Remember, we are starting in the defense case in chief this morning. So I'm going to zoom while they approach, which they approach for a minute. Like a minute. You know what the defense hasn't put on the record? How long they anticipate their case taking. The judge's sigh is everything. We had a 3-day weekend and the judge is like,
Please bring in the jurors.
oh, Chad, it's time.
Bring the jury.
It's time. All right. We are in the final countdown of this trial. I think it's time for us to fly to Tallahassee while they bring the jury. All right. I'm going to zoom while we are bringing the jury in. I want to know how many witnesses the defense has. We're going to zoom. Look at all this zoom room.
Mr. Zellman, you may call the defense's first witness.
Call Annie Cunningham.
Not Mr. Zellman. So the defense's first witness is Annie somebody.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You can adjust the microphone.
Oh my God. The background noise is freaking murdering my ears. All right. That's not your fault, Annie.
Good morning.
Just pull that microphone a little over closer to you. There you go.
Okay.
Make sure you speak into it so everyone
Yes,
can hear.
yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you could, tell us your name and then spell it for the court report.
My name
Defense
is Anne
witness
Elizabeth Cunningham.
1.
ANNE ELIZABETH. Cunningham CUNNINGHAM.
Thank you. Ms. Cunningham, you're aware why we're here today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Where, I don't want your address, but where do you live?
I live in Naples, Florida.
Okay.
And New Jersey.
Okay, so you spend some time in New Jersey during the year and
Snowbirded.
some time in the state of Florida.
That is correct.
All right. And tell us, what did you do? Are you retired?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and what did you do for your career?
I was a teacher, special education teacher.
Everything's well,
Okay.
ma'am. Thank
Do
you for
know
your
Donna
work.
Adelson?
Yes,
we
I
love
do.
our
And
special
how
ed
long
teachers.
have you known Ms. Adelson?
Since 2009.
Okay, and how is it that the two of you met?
Excuse me?
How did you meet?
We met when my life partner and I drove to Florida and arrived on Christmas Eve, and the only place that was open was a Chinese restaurant, and he bit into a spare rib and cracked his tooth.
Okay.
So he actually went to high school with Harvey, and Harvey was a practicing dentist at the time.
Okay, and what is his name?
I'm sorry. It's just something out of a Christmas story that this family becomes just fast friends and trust. I have gotten these calls with Dr. B's practice. Dr. B has gone into work on every holiday you can imagine because somebody broke a tooth. It's a thing, but it's Christmas Eve. They go to get some food and he breaks a tooth on a spare rib and went to high school with Harvey. And it's like, so Harvey, I broke a tooth. It's out of a movie. However, if they're going to start bringing in character witnesses, I imagine that not all her friends see the side of Donna that the jailhouse friends see.
Ronald Gutterson.
Okay, and so he cracked his tooth, and what happened?
And he called a mutual friend from high school also and said, who do we know in South Florida who can help me? And our friend mentioned Harvey's name, and we called him, and he came in the next day to treat Ronnie.
Okay, and when you said
He didn't come in that night? Harvey, come on.
they went to high school together, that wasn't in Florida, right?
No, it was in Manhattan, New York.
Okay, all right, very good. So he was able to take care of Ronald?
Yes, he made a special trip. It was Christmas Day to come in and care for him.
Okay, and then how did that lead to you meeting Mrs. Adelson?
When Ron returned, he said that he had re-met a former high school classmate of his, and that he was a very lovely man, and that he thought it would be very nice if maybe we had dinner together with his wife.
And did you do that?
We did.
Okay, and from there, did you develop a strong friendship?
We did. We all got along very well and developed a friendship.
Okay, and when you spent your time in Florida, was that Naples at that point?
No, it was in
Who
Southeast
cares?
Florida.
Okay.
Aventura.
All right, and was that closer to where the Adelsons were living at that time?
Yes, it was.
Okay, so did you spend quite a bit of time together?
We did.
Okay, socializing?
We did.
Did you travel together at all?
Quite often,
Okay. So you had a lot of contact over the years.
very much so.
Okay. Did you have the opportunity to speak to her on the telephone when you were away in New Jersey?
Absolutely.
Okay. Would you say you had regular contact throughout?
Regular contact.
Okay. I'm going to tell you, this nice young lady over here, she's typing every word that we're saying. And I have a bad habit of talking over people, and she will shoot me if I do that. So I'm going to try.
Counsel, there's a lot of ways to tell a witness to not talk over each other because it makes the court reporter's life difficult. But please not that she's gonna shoot me in a fucking murder case where the victim is shot. Counsel, please no. Counsel, just anything else. Hey, we don't want to make the court reporter's life difficult. So just let me finish the question. Hey, court reporters have a really hard job, and if we talk over each other, it just makes it harder. Anything is better than that, counsel. Anything.
A bad habit of speaking quickly.
So you and I are going to need to make sure we wait until the other person finishes before we start to speak, okay? So you had regular phone contact with Mrs. Adelson while you were in New Jersey each year?
Yes.
And then spending time together while you were in Florida?
Yes.
And you said it started out in Aventura, Florida, and that was close to where she lived. At some point, you got your home then in Naples, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay.
I don't
But
care about
still
her real
continued
estate
to
holdings, counsel.
Spend time with the Adelsons?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to meet her children?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I met two of her children.
And who were they?
I met Wendy,
Okay.
and I met Charlie.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity with the Adelsons to spend time with Wendy, her children, and Danny?
Yes.
Okay. And you never met Rob?
No.
Okay. All right. How would you best describe Donna Adelson and what you've come to know of her over these many
It's a
years?
character witness.
Sustained.
May we approach?
You may.
No.
Thank you.
Why are we getting into character? That's what they mean by 404. Tell us about Donna. It doesn't fucking matter if Donna was nice to her friendsies. You can't come in and be like, Donna would never hurt a fly. Or they're going to call Rob Adelson back and be like, yo, Rob. You think your mom? What do you think? Like, we're not speculating. All right, they're at sidebar on that 404 objection. We're going to just zoom. That's a long sidebar.
Objection is overruled on 404 grounds as to the relevance. Let's move to that, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge.
court is allowing
with
some
respect
404.
to Mrs. Adelson and your observations of her over
I don't
these,
think that's
I guess,
a good
15
strategy.
years, have you found her to be a hateful person?
Never.
Is she aggressive towards?
Ma'am, I do not believe for a second that Donna did not talk shit to you. We listened to Donna talking shit on Wendy. I do not believe for a second. I mean, maybe that doesn't categorize as hateful, but I do not believe for a moment that Donna didn't talk shit to you. You met in 2009? Then again, I don't know if this was an inner circle friend or if this was a everything's always beautiful friend. Is this the everything's always beautiful friend? Nothing's ever a problem. Everything's lovely. Everything's perfect. I'm curious.
Others?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten anyone?
Never.
Have you ever seen her harm anyone?
Never.
Have you ever heard her threaten to have somebody harmed?
No.
Did she ever make statements to you? Well, let me ask you this first. You were friends with her, obviously, when Wendy was going through her divorce.
Yes.
During that time period, through the divorce, and up to the time that Danny Markel was killed, you're aware that he was murdered?
Yes, I am.
Okay. At any time during that period, did she ever say she wanted to have Danny Markel killed?
Never.
Ever
Did
say
she
she wanted
seem
him to be harmed?
Concerned?
Never.
She got upset, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And how is it that she displayed her anger over that situation?
She would be frustrated, and then she would calm down, and she told me that she...
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what she said.
Yes, ma'am.
The reason it's hearsay is because it's being offered by the same party. The defense can't offer Donna's statements. The prosecution can. The defense can't offer Donna's statements. If the defense wants to offer Donna's statements, Donna's got to get up there and say them herself. It's not party opponent statements.
Okay. But during that time period, did she ever do anything other than vent to you about it?
Never.
Did she ever claim she was going to do anything about it?
Never.
Okay. Would you say that she is supportive of her children?
Very.
Okay.
How
And,
supportive? Like she would do anything?
She's Jewish. Are you as well?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Did you find her parenting consistent with the traditions of raising Jewish children?
Yes.
Okay. There's been some testimony that she kind of managed her kids' lives.
Did you go to Wendy's wedding? Because if I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to ask, do you go to Wendy's wedding? Yeah. Was it kosher? Because her groom was, and her groom's family was, and the rabbis were. Yeah, but I don't think the wedding was. So,
Did she give them advice?
Yes.
Did the children, as they were adults, make up their own minds about what they wanted to do?
Absolutely.
I think that's outside her knowledge.
Now, you indicated that you would talk on the phone with Miss Adelson. Did you use home phones to do that during some of the period of time?
Pardon me, I'm sorry?
Home phones, like landlines?
Sometimes.
Okay. Did you use cell phones?
Many times.
Okay. Did you travel with Harvey and Donna Adelson?
Many times.
Okay. And as part of your travel, did you go overseas?
Yes.
And in your travel overseas,
Did you buy one-way
ever
tickets?
use any of the applications that you can put on your phone?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall which applications you all used?
WhatsApp and Viber.
And what was the purpose of using those?
Because you didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? Where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free?
Yes.
Okay.
Bleeding. Which
Did you
apparently
use those
doesn't
apps with
matter
Mrs.
this trial.
Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
Okay.
She's not that kind of friend.
I want to
Counsel.
talk to you, I'll lead you forward to the date that Danny Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was
Hearsay.
called, and Donna was quite hysterical.
Okay?
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Please continue.
May we
It is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
Well, one of the things we have not had this trial is a lot of Zoom rooms. So, I mean, I'm glad for that. But also, something like WhatsApp can have multiple applications. It's not using WhatsApp that's a problem. It's not. WhatsApp's not the issue. The change of behavior after the bump operation is what the prosecution is getting at. If you always use WhatsApp, nobody can say it's weird for you. Also, there are no hearsay exceptions because it's not being offered by a party opponent. It's being offered by the same party. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what she said, why she said it. If Donna wants to talk about it, Donna can testify to it. So that's how it's going to have to be. So, but Donna and her travel friends aren't a part of this whole thing, which isn't unusual. So they are back from sidebar. I don't think they used WhatsApp when they weren't on vacay. Road trip, let's all go. Yeah, I don't think so. So the WhatsApp's not the issue. It's just like the Evite. The Evite's not the issue. The issue with it's not about the pasta. The issue with the Evite is that the Evite for Harvey's birthday party, it was his 70th birthday. The Evite for Harvey's birthday was on the party was July 5th. The Evite went out before that. So 2-3 weeks before Dan Markel was murdered. And the children were listed on the Evite by their first name and the last name Adelson, not Markel. So Donna had listed the children as Adelson prior to the murder of Dan Markel. That's why the Evite matters. Let's continue on.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson,
Her demeanor is
was it the
appropriate.
day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot. And barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was upset?
Yes.
Okay. And while she was upset, what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay. And
The court is allowing that in. They address this at sidebar. So the court is allowing this in. It's going to be offered in not for the truth of the matter asserted, but probably to rebut or negate state of mind, which means it will be crossed on. But with some of that leading, the prosecution did not object. And I suspect it's because the prosecution was trying to narrow down this witness to the point. So the witness did not wander all over the place into more hearsay that's not coming in.
She did not know who had shot him.
okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him?
Oh my
at the
gosh, she
hospital?
said all that.
I don't recall.
She said she was
Okay.
going to Tallahassee.
During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
I believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay. And did she tell you what had transpired at the memorial service?
She told me it was incredibly sad and painful and wrenching.
Okay. And at the time that she was telling you this, did she still
police-
be
the police wanted
was she
to
still
talk to her?
very upset about what had happened?
Yes.
Okay. I want to go forward just a little.
I'm glad I wore my
point
absolutely
in
not shirt
time.
today.
Did you continue
We're
to
getting
stay
to the
in contact with
absolutelies.
Mrs. Adelson and her husband from the time that Danny was murdered moving forward?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware at some point that her son, Charlie Adelson, who you said you had met, was arrested?
Yes, I was.
In the case, okay. And did you keep up with the case against Charlie in social media or news or anything?
It was no.
Okay.
I really don't do social media.
Okay.
And of course, it was on the news.
I mean, wise.
Did you watch it on the news?
As little as possible.
Okay.
Now she's like, I don't want to know.
There came a time that Charlie Adelson was on trial for the charges against him. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. At that time period, in speaking to Mr. and Mrs. Adelson, was it brought to your attention that
Sustained.
at some point did you allow Mr. and Mrs. Adelson to stay in your home in Naples
Yes, I did.
for the purpose of watching the trial?
Yes.
Okay. And
Why?
are you aware that they actually did stay there for a good portion of the trial?
Yes.
All right. And at some point,
Isn't
moving
Naples-
forward, did you become?
Isn't Naples still in South Florida? Like, do they not have their own TV? Why are they staying at your house when they have their own place? Because they're just watching it on the TV. Huh. Were they worried their place was bugged? That's strange.
I'm aware that Charlie Adelson was convicted.
Y'all are like,
of
it's on the west coast
offenses
of
with
Florida.
which he was charged.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, maybe she needed to go to the beach. The ocean calmed her nerves versus her beachfront property in Miami.
Were you aware?
Media
that-
being outside is a
well, you
good
knew
possibility,
their
Chad. That's fair.
grandchildren, both of their grandchildren from Danny, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware that there was a bar mitzvah planned for the younger one in January of 2023? 2024.
Yes.
Okay. And did you actually attend that?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you go to Wendy's wedding?
Did there come a point in time where, after the verdict, that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson about what in the world she was going to do?
Yes.
Okay, and did she discuss with you that she had planned?
The answer would call for hearsay. Do you have an exception to offer concerning this?
It's going to go to her state of mind, Judge.
You need to lay the foundation as to why this specifically would go to state of mind, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So could you explain to us the behavior, how Mrs. Adelson was acting at the time? Don't tell us what she said yet, but how was she portraying herself at that time? Was she upset?
Yes.
Okay. How did she express that to you, that she was upset? Not in words, just your observations, hearing her on the phone, etc.
She cried a lot.
Okay.
She was very concerned about Harvey,
Okay.
very concerned about Charlie,
Okay.
and just incredibly sad.
Okay. And during the time that she was sad and worried about Harvey and Charlie, now that he's going to prison for life, you knew
Yes.
that? Okay.
Yes.
All right. So during that, when she's having these emotions,
This defense attorney is going to mention prison for life as often as she can. She did it the last time that it came up. She's going to keep doing it.
did she tell you that she was planning on
Please approach.
Well, the pacing's definitely different today. All right, we're going to zoom past this sidebar as zoom as we can. But yeah. I don't know if Donna being sad is going to negate everything after they've heard the jailhouse informants talk about the fact that Donna was trying to pay for testimony. I don't know if Donna being sad is going to change their mind, because two things can be true. I bet Donna was sad when Charlie was convicted. But why was she sad? And what do you think the jury's going to think about why Donna was sad? Because Donna texted Wendy, "I know I'm next." So I bet she was concerned.
Members of the jury, we are going to take a brief break before we continue with the direct examination of this witness. The
I
bailiff
bet there
can
are
take
they.
you to the
What
jury.
are we going to do a voir dire of this witness? Jury out.
Ms. Cunningham, you may step down. Please step outside the doors.
Oh, no, they're gonna argue.
Testimony with any other person.
They're going to argue outside the presence of the jury what's going on with this witness. All right, here we go, everybody. It's real early for this, Your Honor, but if you take a break, I'm going to run and go get my cardigan in a second because I am getting cold.
Everyone can be seated. We'll
All right.
resume with the testimony. We'll try to at least within the next 5 minutes. We'll give the defense an opportunity to confer with the defendant. If anyone needs to use the restroom or stretch your legs, please do so now.
So the court said we're taking 5 minutes He's like, I got 5 on it. No, that's not what he said, Emily. He did not say I got 5 on it. The court's taking 5 minutes to allow the defense to confer with Donna about what areas they're stepping into. I just wonder if it's going to be opening some doors into things that perhaps the defense does not want, or that the defense needs to consult with their client about, so their client is aware that these doors might be opened. So the defense is going to confer with their client. I'm going to go grab grab a hoodie or something because I am just cold. I will be back as soon as humanly possible, and then we will zoom through this. So I'm going to put on our shortest of short breaks because we are going to take just the tiniest bit of a break, and I'm going to run to the other room, grab probably a hoodie. I think I'm going to go grab a hoodie. I don't think I can cardigan during this trial. I feel like the cardigan has been tainted. So hoodie it is. I will be right back. We're gonna have to do a zip up because otherwise the bun is gonna get devastated. All right, chat. Grab a snack. It's gonna be a zoomy type of day. I'll be right back. Are you ready, chat? Me too. Court definitely took more than 5 minutes, so we are catching up. I had to go get a hoodie. Look, I am cold, and yes, the things in my closet are all slowly transitioning to being Cavalier green. Look, now I'm like, hey, Trav, I know that college is like fully your decision and stuff, but like green, I have a lot of Cavalier green stuff now.
Everyone can
So if we could just coordinate colors.
Objection is sustained. You may continue with your examination of this witness.
The objection is sustained, and we are continuing on with the, But yeah, it's a little chilly in Tennessee this morning, and it just got a little chilly in my office. So by the middle of the day with all the lights on, it'll be warm again. Well, it's fine. All right, we're continuing on with Donna's friend.
As to any other matters.
Thank you. Mrs. Cunningham, we were talking about the fact that you were speaking to Mrs. Adelson after the verdict came out about her son being convicted, correct?
Yes.
Was she upset about that?
Yes.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was
Yeah,
she?
I bet she was upset.
Did she appear to be distraught?
Doesn't
about
mean
the
she's not
circumstances?
involved.
Yes.
Was her actions and her words to you when she was discussing this with you, was she in a calm state or an excited state?
Very excited.
Okay. And during the course of her conversation with you in that state, did it become to your attention that Mrs. Adelson was considering an option about her life because all of this had just happened?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
She was considering taking her own life.
Okay.
I don't know if that helps, though.
And if you know, and if you don't, just say you don't, but if you know from those same conversations
The defense
with her
thinks it
in
helps.
in that state of mind that she had, did she ever discuss with you a potential plan to just get away to clear her head?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, she needs to clear her head in a non-extradition country. I mean, isn't
just
there
a
a
moment?
Ritz-Carlton in Florida? Is there not somewhere with like a lazy river, a spa? Like, she wasn't just going to clear her head. You're not going to convince me of that. But yes, her collar's popped. I love the popped collar. But, the friend, she's just like, I'm just a friend.
One last subject I wanted to ask you about. As a Jewish mother and grandmother, are the traditions of bar mitzvahs and bat mitzvahs, are those important to you all?
Very important.
Okay, based on your relationship with Mrs. Adelson, was the bar mitzvah that was upcoming for her younger grandson from Mr. Markel, was that something that she was participating in?
Yes.
Was she excited about attending?
Very.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
I might be a little more persuaded by that testimony if Donna wasn't trying to manipulate her daughter with a text saying, "Bury me in the dress I bought for your child's bar mitzvah." I might have been more persuaded.
Are you familiar with the defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought?
No, I'm not.
Because if she was going to be buried in that dress,
That's where I was. That's what I was thinking. Counsel, that's exactly what I was. That's what I was thinking. Counsel, took the words right out of my mouth, Georgia.
she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
Oh, I gotta back this up. Oh, this is a whole different type of questioning. Look at the sass coming through. Just the disdain. It's respectful, but it is a changing questioning for this prosecutor, isn't it? Ma'am. Yeah, she said bury me in that dress. She probably wasn't planning on going to the bar mitzvah. Oh, I'm living.
Defendant's statement that she could be buried in the bar mitzvah dress that she bought.
No, I'm not.
I guess if she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't, at least at the time she made that statement, going to be making it to the bar mitzvah. Would you agree?
No. She was always going to be making it to the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her? After Charlie's verdict?
Yes.
Okay. You were best friends with her.
Yes,
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
Vent.
sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Never called him
Did she
gibbers?
share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans?
That was a real fast, I don't recall, wasn't it? That wasn't a, no, I don't remember anything about that. That was immediately a, I don't recall. That was an, I'm not answering that. That was not a, I don't recall at all. That was, I'm not saying that. Mm-mm. Interesting demeanor shift on Cross.
Not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong-arm Mr. Markel?
Boy.
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said, that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
Oh, it was foolish. Like she was being a fool. Perhaps. Because I know those weren't Catherine McBanawaz's words. So Donna's the one who uses the word foolish.
I don't know whether we were together or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
During Charlie's
We were on
trial.
a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips. I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No,
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
No.
she didn't know what. Are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to the people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
She was. I'm confusing that with the bump. I believe that Charlie was being extorted by.
What do you know about the bump, ma'am? Which trial were you watching? Your answers have gotten all over the place, Anne.
Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
No, I believe it was afterwards.
After the bump, you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm not sure of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine, you learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
And when
I'm going to start singing Alien Ant
the
Farm in a
phone
minute
call
here.
was made to you, you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very upset and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number.
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me digits if you
Okay, last
1655.
four. Yeah, I was muting it just in case.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
She said no.
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes!
It's a long time ago.
Text.
Approach. Show you those. I'm gonna just draw your
Of course she has the text messages.
view here, but you're
Sure.
free to look.
I take my readers with me too, ma'am. We're all there.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You can show if that's the same messages you're referring to.
Text. I'm not zooming just because I wanted to see counsel's face.
So you did keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son?
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
yes,
You think the jury got it wrong, didn't you?
yes.
And that was out of loyalty to your friend, right?
No, I thought they got it wrong.
They
How do
got
you
it
know?
wrong. Okay.
You didn't watch
And
the
you,
evidence.
in fact, said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all, right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent,
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
Okay.
Just some randos going
when
up
she
to
went to-
Tallahassee?
Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay. She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were
tickets to
staying
paradise.
or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her.
I'm hoping to make it on time. She was hoping to the airplane would be on time. Annie, do not play with me. Do not play with me. Girl.
Clear her head
I had to
with a
back it
one-way
up
ticket
because I was
to go
hollering.
do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying or where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her. You aware of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Remember Mrs. Adelson texting you,
have you and Donna been talking since she was in custody? Does she have, some land and some veneers for you too? I got questions. I got questions. I hope those are the last questions.
after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called.
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
Please show me the front.
I don't think Annie's helping anybody with this. I really don't.
Which one?
Bottom one.
Yes.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just
She's being so evasive. She does not want to answer these questions at all.
see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
Anne!
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
You want to help your friend.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
I understand that you probably don't believe your friend could do this, ma'am, but you trying to couch what she said to you just makes it look like you're hiding shit. What
What type of work does your husband do, or did he do before
My
he
late husband?
retired?
My
I'm
late-
sorry, I thought you had, maybe it's not your husband, partner?
Partner.
Is that Mr. Gutterson?
Yes.
What type of work does he do, or what's his background?
He owned a computer consulting business.
Does he also do anything with real estate?
He did it with his ex-wife. They flipped apartments a lot. They moved a lot.
Okay.
Made a lot of money in real estate.
Did anyone ask that? No, nobody
No
asked
further
that.
questions.
Redirect examination.
All right, redirect. Remember, this is defense witness 1. Donna's got a
Make
much
sure I understand your testimony
different
correctly.
expression
Donna
than this
didn't
morning.
tell you at the time she was writing checks that she was writing checks, correct?
No.
And when you spoke about extortion, you were talking about Charlie being extorted?
Yes.
Donna, did she ever say she was actually being extorted or
No.
how? Okay.
No.
Okay. Now, you were asked questions by the state, which implied that Ms. Adelson was going to a non-extradition country. She wasn't returning, right?
That's what I was told.
Just now, while you were
Yes,
testifying?
yes.
You didn't hear that before?
No,
Did Donna ever tell you she wasn't coming back?
never.
In fact, she told you she was coming back, didn't she?
Definitely.
And she was coming back without a doubt to go to what?
Lincoln's bar mitzvah.
Okay.
Ma'am, you're trying to sell it too much. We need to tamp down the selling of the story.
I don't have anything further.
You may step down. Will this witness be recalled by the defense or the state potentially in rebuttal? Will this witness be recalled by the defense?
No, Judge, I'm sorry.
You are released, Ms. Cunningham.
Excuse me?
You are released.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Bye,
Please
ma'am.
call your next witness.
In our defense, the next witness would be Ron Gutterson.
Oh, the life partner. Ron Gutterson? The broke his tooth on a rib. That one. We're gonna zoom.
Mr. Gutterson, please raise your right hand to be sworn.
This is defense
Do you
witness
swear
number
or
2.
affirm the testimony you will offer will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly so the jurors can hear you.
Hello, Ron.
Good morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court reporter?
My name is Ron Gutterson, Gutterson.
And how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I know her through her husband, Harvey Adelson, whom I went to high school with.
High school where?
New York City,
And where was that?
Stuyvesant High School.
Okay. Did you keep in touch with him over the years?
Initially, I would see Harvey yes.
Initially, yes. At some point, did you grow apart? You lived in
Au contraire. After graduation, I saw Harvey next 25 years later at our high school reunion. And then we had one every 5 years thereafter, which I saw him. And then in
contraire.
around 2008 or 9, something like that, I was in Florida for Christmas, and
We've heard.
this is funny. I was in Florida for Christmas. We get to Florida, Miami, Christmas Eve. Everything is closed. We're hungry. What do you eat? Chinese food. So we order Chinese food. I bite into the spare rib. I crack my front tooth. I call a friend of mine who's a dentist in New York who also went to high school.
The last witness is sitting in the courtroom because she's already been dismissed, because she's been released from her subpoena. She can sit in the courtroom and watch. Now, his story probably would have hit different if she hadn't already told the story, but it is what it is. So that is why she is sitting in the courtroom watching the testimony. I don't know if that's a strong defense strategy, because if she's sitting there looking pleased as punch that he's saying the exact same thing she said, it could come across to the jury as if it's, I don't know, rehearsed to protect their friend. They've already heard testimony. The jury has that Donna was trying to pay for testimony from others, so it might not go well.
With us. And I said to him, who do we know in Florida? I need a dentist. He gave me a choice of names, one of which was Harvey. The other fellows were academics teaching at the university. Harvey I knew from high school. I called him on Christmas.
Yo,
He saw me
Harvey,
the next day and we reconnected.
you won't
We became
believe it. I
friendly,
cracked
and
my
then
tooth.
He and Donna and Annie and I would travel together and we really bonded. The chemistry was there.
Can you describe their relationship, Donna and Harvey?
Once again,
Can
Relevance.
you describe their relationship, Donna and
a very
Harvey?
loving couple, very together, very warm.
Were you aware that their son Charlie was arrested in this investigation?
Sure, they were aware.
Yes.
During Charlie's trial, can you describe Donna and
Chat,
Harvey's
they're
state
travel
of mind,
friends.
how they were feeling?
Chat. They're just travel friends. Just the travel friends, chat.
To put it mildly, extremely upset, off the wall, like most caring parents would be.
Sir, with the exposition.
Did there come a time, now your life partner is Annie Cunningham?
Cunningham?
Okay. And when you first reconnected in 2008 or 2009, did you all have a place in Miami or in South Florida?
Yes. Annie had a place in Aventura.
Chat, they
And at
don't
some
live in the
point
villages.
Later, did you purchase a house on the west coast of Florida?
In 2015,
And where was that?
Naples, Florida.
At some point during the trial, did you and Annie offer to allow Donna and Harvey to stay at your place in Naples?
Yes.
Why was that?
We were not using the place. We're snowbirds. They, during the trial, were, for lack of a better word, pestered by bloggers and reporters. And they just,
Apparently, every trial has a blogger, just like every rose has its thorn. But chat, you called it. You said they were hiding out there from the media. So fair enough.
wanted to avoid that. We live in a gated community. We offered them the use of our home, especially since we weren't there. And they availed themselves of this opportunity.
After the verdict was rendered in Charlie's case, did you speak with Harvey and Donna?
Several days later, and Annie spoke to Donna, and obviously they were distraught, and Harvey was off the wall.
What do you mean when you say off the wall?
He was devastated. His son was convicted.
Donna, your face.
Now, I want to back up a little bit. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and education?
I have
Why is it
an
relevant?
undergraduate degree in economics. I have a master's and MBA in finance. I have several credits towards my doctorate in economics.
Any prior military experience?
I was in the Army Reserve Military Intelligence Division.
Well, thank you for your
When was
service,
that?
sir, but I don't know why we're appealing to authority with this.
1966 to 1971.
After the conviction, did you become aware that Harvey and Donna were trying to travel to clear their heads?
Yes.
Did
needed
you
to
know
clear their head, Chad.
whether or not that was a permanent move or was it temporary?
It was, to the best of my knowledge, a temporary move. It was approximately November, and they were coming back in January or February for their youngest grandchild's bar mitzvah.
So, although they were traveling, they made it clear that they'd be back for the bar mitzvah?
Yes, Donna had told Annie that she purchased
Just a
dress.
temporary move.
Can't say what somebody else said, just you
Yes,
were,
I was aware they were going to return.
under
mean,
any set of circumstances,
they could tell
would
their
they
friends
not have
that.
returned?
Yep.
I don't know. Under normal circumstances, they would move heaven and earth to be there for that traditional occasion.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So they would move heaven and earth for what they wanted? Is what you're saying? I'm not zooming because I want to see what the interactions are.
Mr. Gutterson, while Donna and Harvey were traveling, were you asked to assist with the rental property business?
Yes.
In what way?
The handyman, Jared, was given my phone number. I was given his phone number. And I was asked to do Harvey a favor, that if Jared had any problems like purchasing a new air conditioner, a new refrigerator, he would call me for my approval.
And then,
So he was in charge of the rental properties.
but it was clear to you, clear to Jared, that this was a temporary arrangement while Harvey and Donna were traveling.
Until he returned during his absence.
I mean, temporary
Your Honor.
till when? Temporary.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-exam.
I imagine we'll see cross a lot like the last cross.
Under normal circumstances, they were going to make every effort to return to attend that bar mitzvah, right?
Yes.
Obviously, normal circumstances would not include a warrant being issued for their arrest for first-degree murder. That would be an abnormal
I
circumstance.
am not aware of that.
But you would agree that would be an abnormal circumstance that might
Yes.
prevent them from
By the
coming
same
back.
token, at the time, there was no warrant out for her arrest when they left.
Right, right, but might cause them to not come back, wouldn't it?
Once again,
It might cause them to not
it
come back.
might, you'd have to think twice.
Sure. And when the verdict came down on Charlie Adelson's case, do you recall Mrs. Adelson reaching out to the two of you saying maybe she might want you to come to where she was? Do you remember that?
To Vietnam?
No, sir, she wasn't in Vietnam. I don't know exactly where she was, but she said.
You mean in Florida, in the state of Florida?
Yes, sir. Can't say exactly why, but we may need you guys to come here. Remember that?
Yeah, for moral support.
Okay. And where were you located at the time that those text messages were sent?
Were you in Jersey or
To the
Florida?
best of my knowledge, in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Okay. And she says that Wendy's not responding to them, so she has some issues she may need your help with. Do you remember that?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And those were the issues regarding your assistance with
If the answer is yes, you don't need to say to the best of my knowledge. You don't need to couch it. You can just answer.
managing the rental properties.
No, just overall moral support.
Okay, well, she says specifically Ron may have some work to do here. What is that reference? Is that the moral support?
That and helping with Jared, but I was never spoken to by Donna about this matter. This was between Harvey and myself.
Okay, but you understood that you may be needed to come down.
My
to Florida to
services
do
may
some
be
help.
needed as a friend to assist.
Right. And you were happy to do that, right?
That's what friends are for.
In fact, the response is whenever, whatever you need, we're there.
Words to that effect, yes.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Redirect.
Is there any redirect?
No question, Your Honor.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Is Mr. Gutterson released from the trial?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
Is the
right.
state planning to recall him for any purpose?
Released from
Have a good day, Mr.
subpoenas?
Gutterson, you are released.
Pharmacist
call your next
Cariope says
witness.
Shakira has
Our
entered the
next
chat.
witness is Kelsey, Guay, and we might need a few minutes to set up the
Whenever.
presentation.
Whenever.
It's fine.
Next wit.
Members of the jury, the bailiff will take you to the jury room. We will at that time hear from the next witness.
Well, I am just thankful as can be for the Zoom room today. All right, we're going to zoom before we get to defense witness number 3. I'm going to see if the court puts anything on the record.
Everyone can be seated.
Chat, do you think Donna's friends are going to be
Please bring in the
persuasive?
witness so they can get their computer or other matters set up.
Did those witnesses do anything other than make it seem like Donna was just pulling her friends in to try to help her? I don't think that that helps at all, but I also think that's a client-directed decision. All right, the next witness is coming in. We're going to zoom past the break. Jury's walking back in. I love our Zoom room today. We actually get to use it. We haven't used Zoom room in 7 days of testimony.
Everyone seated. Ms. Guay, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. You speak loudly and clearly for the jurors.
All right, witness number 3.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kelsey Guay, and I'm a senior digital forensic examiner.
Okay. And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by Roloff Digital Forensics, which is a small private company based out of Spokane, Washington.
And tell us a little bit about your background and training in the area of digital forensics.
Sure. So, starting at the beginning, I graduated from Portland State University.
very good place to
with
start.
my Master's of Criminal Justice in 2016. During that time, when I was in grad school, I worked for the Clackamas County Sheriff's Office in their Family Justice Center, which is a domestic violence clinic. After graduating grad school, I became employed with the Portland Police Bureau, which is in Portland, Oregon. I was employed as an investigative crime analyst. So for about 3 years, I supported the entire detective division, and I worked
Doing
on
digital
anything
forensics?
from call detail records, mapping cell site location, developing frequency analysis, looking at pattern of life. I would also help them review search warrant returns. So things like when they get data back from Google,
I gotta be honest, I'm
Facebook,
distracted
Twitter,
by the
Instagram,
glowing logo.
Snapchat, and I would do some open source, just looking at people's profiles online.
Chat, I'm
help
also
an active
very curious about
investigation.
what she has to say.
After that, I was the ICAC analyst, and ICAC stands for Internet
we know.
Crimes Against Children. So during that time, I performed phone extractions. I went on scene to search warrants where there was an internet crimes against person suspect. I would do RAM captures and router examinations. I would also review every single cyber tip and any search warrant returns that came back for those cyber tips. After that, I was the digital forensics lab manager. They civilianized the unit. I was a civilian employee my entire time with the police bureau. And so for about the last a little under 2 years, I managed the digital forensics lab where I would perform extractions, and I led a team of 5 examiners in doing digital forensic extractions and analysis.
Can you tell us approximately how many hours of training have you had specific to the review and analysis and interpretation of call detail records and cell
Probably
site
quite a
location
lot.
information?
I have a general 400 hours of training just related to all kinds of things, digital forensics, CSLI, cybersecurity. If I had to guess, I would say maybe 100 hours dedicated to cell site location information.
That's not
And with
quite as
respect
many as
to
the
call detail
prosecution's
records
expert.
and cell site location information, how many sets over the course of your career of call detail records have you reviewed for casework?
Like actual files, I don't have an exact number. I would say, close to 1,000, if not over. Some of the cases I work on can have, 10 and more phone numbers. So each case can get quite expansive pretty fast. So I would say, maybe roughly 1,000 different sets of records.
And with respect to mapping of call detail records, can you tell the jury approximately how many times you've had to map cell site location information from call detail records?
Sure. I would say maybe about half. When I was working in law enforcement, they don't always get location information for a call detail record. Sometimes
not
they just
a
get
lot.
records without mappable location information, and they want like a frequency analysis, looking at patterns before event of interest. So I would say probably half of the records I've reviewed.
Have you previously offered testimony in court concerning this subject matter?
I have.
And have you previously been qualified as an expert in digital forensics, specific as to cell site location and call detail records?
In Oregon, it's a little bit different, but in at least one, they did provide me as an expert.
One?
Most of it was my employment at the police bureau.
Once?
At this point, Your Honor, I would tender the witness.
State wish to voir dire the witness as to her training or experience. Is there any objection to her ability to provide an opinion in the field of digital forensics? Members of the jury, while this witness testifies, she will be
Okay.
permitted.
She is
to
testifying as an
provide you with
expert
opinion
in call
in the
detail
field
records
of
and cell
digital
site
forensics.
location.
May continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Guay, in this case, did you review call detail records that were provided or obtained by law enforcement?
I did.
Okay, and specific, can you tell the jury what records you reviewed?
So when I started working on this case, I was given a lot of different data.
I mean, there's a lot of
just
records,
that
that's fair.
I could see everything that had been obtained by law enforcement. However, my focus was on
I had to gain that down a
Donna's
little
cell
bit.
phone records. So that's where I kept most of my focus, was on her records. However, I reviewed all of the data. So essentially there's a lot of AT&T records encompassing various time periods. Some of them, duplicate of the same time period. There were also Sprint records. I think there was also some Verizon and T-Mobile records. So there was a lot.
Okay. Now, we did not provide you with the tower dumps. We
JC, she does look
provided you
like
specific with
Parvati.
the records of the individuals
She does look a bit
that
like
were
Parvati.
obtained by law enforcement, correct?
Correct, from like a company like AT&T, T-Mobile, related to a specific phone number.
Did you also review any testimony that has been provided in the past by Sergeant Corbett?
Yes.
Specifically, what sets of testimony did you review?
There was, I guess from this trial, 2 PDFs that I was given discussing testimony from this trial. I think there was also potentially other testimony from previous events that I skimmed because it wasn't necessarily relevant to what I was asked to look at.
Were you provided, the information, were you provided call detail records that included cell site location for
Skimmed?
Harvey Adelson?
I was.
And specifically for Donna Adelson
I was.
and Charlie Adelson?
I was.
Were you also provided with a PDF of a PowerPoint that was prepared by Sergeant Corbett?
I was.
Okay. What were you asked to review related to this PowerPoint?
So to just look through all of it, there was about 350 slides, so I, kind of went through it slide by side, but my specific focus was on slides 26 and 28, which were charts of a frequency analysis.
Would it be helpful to the jury to see specifically what you reviewed and the work that you performed?
Sure.
I believe you guys have probably seen this already, but yeah, it might be helpful to have a visual.
I'm here for the visual. I agree with you, Chad. I do find the color changing logo to be distracting.
Do you want me to do the present?
Yes, please. If you go back a couple slides, please.
To the beginning?
I'm sorry?
To the beginning?
Yes.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here?
So this is a screenshot of the folder that contained the document that I focused my analysis on, because this document was related to Donna's cell phone number, her record.
I was going to say, camera, go back to the PowerPoint slide. And ma'am, I know you are young, but for those of us that are not, next PowerPoint, can we please make the font bigger? Just expert. Can we please make the font bigger for everyone? We would all appreciate larger font. Okay. This is her showing you what folders she's taking a look at.
In this document, after reviewing all of the different ones, I realized that this document contained the most data. I believe the record started January 1 of 2014, and they went through May of 2017. So it contained both time sets that were seen on slides 26. Additionally, this data contained seconds in the timestamp. And so me as an analyst, when I'm looking at CDR documents, I always prefer to get the document that has the most information, and in this case, to have a timestamp that includes seconds.
Why is that important?
We for sure want the most information.
I mean, it's important for different reasons depending on the case. If you are very interested in building like a chronological timeline, having seconds, right? Because we have 60 seconds.
More info is better.
Minute. So if your call detail records only show you the minute and not the second, things could be coming in showing the same minute, but you don't actually know which happened first without the second timestamp. So different reasons why it can be important.
And in that same note, I think your next slide shows.
Chad,
what
if she
you
mentions the
obtain
drift of the
or what
clocks,
you
I'm
see
going to
when
lose
you
my
open up
mind.
This file.
Correct.
I don't
Can you
think it
show that
matters
to
in
the
this case.
I can.
But we'll see.
So you might have also seen something similar to this earlier in this trial. But this is what that document looks like when you open it up. This is just the first 3 rows because this document, like I said, goes through 2017. There are a lot of rows in this document. So it's just a glimpse of what it looks like.
My eyes aren't going to recover from
when you
that.
open it up in a text document, which is the native format. This is not very easy to work with as an analyst. You could take this and you could put it into an analytical program and run some calculations on it. However, when I looked at this in a little bit more detail, and there are slides, I realized this data was kind of messy. And by messy, I mean I wouldn't necessarily just trust putting it into a program and trusting the numbers that came out. So I took this document
tell me more about
and,
it being messy.
put it into Excel.
The programs that
I want to know more about it being messy.
This data could be put into, are those referred to as tools?
Yes.
Okay. And so since this was messy, how did you import this into Excel?
So when you open up Excel, I don't know how many of you are familiar with Excel. I live in Excel, so I'm very familiar with it. But one of the options when you open Excel is there's a data option and you can import data. There's a little tool that helps you bring in text files into Excel. And this one is a great one to bring in Excel because it might be hard to see, but there are commas between each of these values. So this is what's known as a comma separated, type file. So it translates very nicely into Excel.
And can you show the jury how that looks when you put it into Excel, please?
I can.
Sure.
So this is that exact same first 3 rows, and this is what it looks like in Excel.
Show us what it looks like in Excel.
Does Excel know how to separate that?
Counsel, she explained
those
there's
3
commas.
lines into making this correctly?
So essentially there's like a little walkthrough tool when you import data into Excel from a text file, and it will show you a preview. Is this what your data should look like? And you can say, yep, it's using a comma, it's displaying correctly.
Is there anything that you have to do with the times to adjust them for Eastern time?
Yes, so this
How do you
specific
know?
file, it's, again, probably very small, but in column 2, or B, the header says connect date, or con date time UTC. So this is very common for call detail records to come in UTC, and if they explicitly say UTC, you know it's UTC. So for these records, the
that
times
explains
of
how you know.
interest were in the summer, so I knew that this would be in Eastern time. So I was able to add a column in Excel. Again, very easy to do this in Excel. Add a
Chad, I'll
column,
try,
write
but
a
I don't
quick
know if I can
formula,
get the-
do that time conversion so that I can make sure that, because if you have a call that's in
Yeah, that's
UTC,
worse.
it might be showing on a different day, but if it kind of happens within that, plus or minus 4 window of when days change, I wanted to make sure I was looking at the right dates for Eastern time.
Okay. And then
times.
and you did this for what data?
I did this for Donna's records, the file that we had identified on that very first slide.
Okay. And then did you also do a similar analysis for Charlie's call records?
I looked at his phone records. I did not go quite in depth as what I did with Donna's, but I did
Why?
look at his in Excel as well.
And I believe the next slide is that frequency chart.
No, the next slide is essentially an example of kind of the messiness that I was referring to earlier.
If you could show the jury that, please.
Yes, of course. Would you like me to explain?
Yes, please. What are we looking at now?
What confuses me is that when the defense is saying, did you do that same thing with Charlie's? The answer is no, I didn't. Shouldn't defense know that before we get here?
So this is that exact same document. Now, instead of just looking at the first 3 rows, we're looking at rows 1 through 9. And this is at the very top of the document. So as I open up any kind of call detail records, I want to get an idea of what the data contains. So in this example, that red box is just showing 3 unique rows of data. But when I look at these 3 unique rows, I see a couple things that indicate to me that these 3 unique rows might all be referring to the same one call event. And by call event, I mean like an incoming or outgoing call. So if a program takes this, it might see this as potentially 3 different call events. Whereas me as a human, I can realize, oh, there's indicators that tell me that this is one call event.
This is going to go to the frequency
zoom
reports.
in on that a little bit.
Not in the presentation mode.
Okay, if you could back out of the presentation mode and zoom in so that the jury can see what you're talking about, please.
It sounds like the slides
Do
are
my
small, but we have
best.
not seen them yet because they did not,
I don't know if this is getting any better or worse.
they're not showing the screen.
Okay, so the top line that we're looking at there on line 6, what does the data from that line of call detail records tell you?
So essentially, when I look at row 6, I see the connect date time.
I agree with you. I would love to
which
see
is when the call
the
was
presentation the
initiated,
jury's
whether it's an
seeing.
incoming or outgoing call. I see a few things. I see the seizure time, which is the time it takes for the network to set up the call. The elapsed time, which is ET. That's how long the phones would have quote unquote connected. I see the originating and terminating number. So, oops, a little too far. There we go. Originating number, so the call that it was started on, terminating the call, the phone number that the call was ending on. And then because this is a screenshot of Donna's phone records ending in 0997, we also see the IMEI and IMSI. Those are just the, it's like a VIN number for a phone, is an IMEI, International Mobile Equipment Identifier. And then the IMSI is the International Mobile Subscriber Identity. And that's how the network can tell that you are allowed to be on their network, right? And make calls on the AT&T network.
The defense did not
We also see the
start.
call type, CT, mobile
The
terminating.
defense started with just getting into the records. The defense did not start with, from the records, can you tell this? From the records, can you tell that? So we don't know exactly where they're going with the testimony because of the way the defense is questioning the witness. The witness has to answer. The defense has to frame the questions so that everyone knows what she's talking about. Right now, we're just walking through slides of data. I think they're going to go to call frequency and location, but we're going to have to wait and see. It would be helpful if the defense attorney had said, from records, can you determine this, this, this? Now, walk us through how you determined that. So you start with the conclusion, go through it, and then get to the conclusion again. But we're in the weeds with not a lot of explanation about where we're going.
Is what that MT stands for.
So that's the
again,
questioning
it
on the
reinforces
defense.
The fact that we see Donna's phone number in the terminating column, and then it's reinforced by that MT. In the feature, this is unique to AT&T records. So this is some random, they look like maybe what might be random letters, but they all have meanings. And there's a record key that if you're not super familiar with what those letters means, you can go and look at that record key. But essentially what this is saying in human speak is that the number calling, there was number identity present, that's that NIOP. There's the CFNA, which is call forwarding. It wasn't available, that it couldn't reach the other party.
Okay, but
And then
does
you
it,
see
I don't
that
know if it matters
VM,
about the
which
call
just means
forwarding.
voicemail was involved in this transaction.
So the next line, so the features, what does that tell us about this call?
It tells me that there was an incoming call to Donna's phone, and it was sent to voicemail.
Okay. What does the subsequent 2 lines indicate?
What's the
So
date?
the next 2 lines are related to this initial call event. So
What's
I
the-
can see that this next one has voicemail. I also can see that this is the forwarding number, which is
Date?
to forward it to the voicemail box. And then if
But
I
the
go
d-
all the way back, the SO and the ST are service originating and service terminating. So these are not human generated, these are network generated logs.
Chad, I
That's what
feel
the
you.
SO and ST
When we
stand
move on to the
for.
next witness, I'll send you a
And then if
message
I
in the
go back
Loner
and I
app.
look at the times, the
Don't
thing
worry.
I notice is that for those following 2 service calls, the timestamps are the same. And all of this, so while the connection time is that what would be 2:52 p.m., that's when the call would have, come into her phone and gone to voicemail. And those second 2 was
Don't
with
worry.
the identical
If you need to
timestamps
answer some
are
emails,
essentially just
it's fine.
multiple legs
We'll
of that
summarize
activity.
the point when we
So,
get to
As
it.
a human, I can see that these 3 lines are all related to one event, an incoming call that was routed to voicemail.
She keeps saying as a human.
Okay, if you can go back to the presentation mode.
I can only imagine that
And then let's look at
the defense is going to get to, okay, so the prosecution didn't, because this was on their cross, the prosecution witness didn't eliminate the multiple lines to the call frequency. Maybe. But yes, y'all, I'll send an app notification when we change witnesses. Don't worry.
the next slide.
We also don't have the slides to look at, which makes it a little hard to follow. Pretty Mama Bear in the chat, this is a 10 out of 10
This is
joke.
slide 26 that I referenced at the beginning of my testimony. So this was one of the things that they had asked me to specifically review.
And the number that's highlighted, whose
My
number
desk
is
and my
that?
chair are fighting.
I believe that is Donna's phone number.
Ma'am,
According to
we would like you to
the
know.
States slide 26, how many times, well, what's the time period of these records, of this chart?
So each phone number has a slightly different time period, but for this particular phone number, the date range was May 2nd, 2014 through July 20th, 2014.
And
Well, there's a date
according
range.
to the tool that was used by Sergeant Corbett, how many times did Charlie Adelson's device attempt to communicate with Donna Adelson's
Well, these are
device?
call frequencies.
So it's my understanding that this would contain both, right, both directions. Charlie calling Donna, Donna calling Charlie, and both connected and attempted, right? So if it's a voicemail or if it actually, like, there was an elapsed time of, let's just say a minute.
That's not my understanding of how Sergeant Corbett did his analysis, because it was call frequency from Charlie to Donna was my understanding, but it'll be interesting to see if that comes up on cross.
Right? So this would theoretically contain all of that activity.
She's saying it's
so based on this chart,
calls initiated
it
both
appears that
way.
this tool said that there were 417 unique communication events.
Did you take any steps to verify the accuracy of this number?
Yes. So because this slide particularly was focused or created using Charlie's phone records, I went through all of those files that we had described earlier and tried to see if I could find any one particular file for Charlie's phone records that contained this entire time span, May 2014 through, or May 2nd, 2014 through July 2014. Again, going back, there were a lot of different records for this case. I couldn't find one specific file that encompassed this entire time frame. I did find 3 different files for his cell phone number, So essentially, I had to take 3 different files to try to recreate this. And when I was doing that, I noticed that at least between 2 of the files, there were a few dates that overlapped, right? So when law enforcement gets a call detail record return, they'll ask for specific dates. So for example, you might ask for May 1 through June 20, and that would be one return. And then on another date, you do another warrant or a subpoena, and you ask for June 18th through July 18th, right? A month's worth of data. So when I found these 3 files, I noticed that there were at least 2 files that had some dates overlapping.
Did you remove the overlap when you conducted this manual examination?
I did. And the other thing I noticed was that out of the 3 files, 2 of them were in local time, so Eastern time, and then one of them is in UTC. So again, I had to, try to see if I could make this a continuous May 2nd through July 20th, taking out any overlapping dates and making sure, again, that the dates were all correct by seeing everything in Eastern time.
Okay, so you converted
What did you do
from
did you try to recreate
UTC to Eastern?
this chart that Sergeant Corbett prepared?
The chart they're showing of Sergeant Corbett is the call frequency and how much Donna and Charlie are communicating. I don't know why the defense brought in an expert for this, because I thought the defense made a good point in cross with Corbett saying, well, is this any different call frequency between Donna and Charlie than their other call frequencies? And Corbett said, no, it doesn't seem to be. They seem to be in frequent contact for the entire duration of the phone records. So I think I would just be like, they talked all the time. Donna and Charlie talked all the time, and it didn't change. It didn't increase or decrease. They just talked all the time. I thought it was a good point on cross, but we'll see what they try to do with this.
I did try to recreate it by how I just explained.
And were you able to?
I wasn't able to come up with 417.
Can you explain to the jury what you did beyond what you've already described and what number you got to?
So I did 2 different steps. I did the one that I just explained where I converted everything to Eastern time, ensured that there were no dates overlapping, and so that it was essentially just showing me, May 1 through July 20. And I think when I did that and I took out these extra overlapping dates, and then I filtered to just only look at the incoming and outgoing calls. I did not deduplicate at all. That what I just explained, right, where I said that three for potentially one event, did not deduplicate. I just put a filter for Charlie and Donna's cell phone numbers. And at that point for these dates, I think I got
So she did not
unique call
deduplicate.
events.
They are talking about
and that
call.
was, again, taking out.
The witness is talking about call frequency. It's supposed to tell us that she disagrees with the call frequency between Donna and Charlie. And if the call frequency in Corbett's slide is correct. So
The overlapping dates. The second step I did was I
and there were
thought,
some
well,
overlapping
maybe
dates.
The tool didn't do that, and it just took everything and it didn't deduplicate the dates. So I tried it again, and I got 393 when I did not take out any extra dates. So, and these were just calls. I was only looking at calls.
And these were,
I don't think
did you do anything to determine whether
she said she's only looking at calls. I don't think Corbett limited his inquiry to calls. I think it was all contact for
or not
frequency.
these
But
events went to voicemail?
I did not.
Okay. Did you take this a step further to determine
also, if the
what,
pool camera can't focus on the witnesses' faces,
whether or not there were actual communications
on day 7
versus actual or attempted?
Sorry, could you?
Sorry, it was a poorly worded question. So the 393 that you identified is both connected and attempted.
Correct.
Is there a way to determine whether or not something is attempted versus connected, aside from the voicemail flags that we talked about a few moments ago?
So the voicemail flags are going to be the best indicator of if somebody didn't connect, because AT&T is telling you that the phone call went to voicemail. So as an analyst, that's, to me, the best indicator. Another indicator that you can use, I think different people have different thoughts on this, but if it's a very short duration, like let's say under 10 seconds,
Is it a butt
could
dial?
the phones have connected and there's just actually no communication, or it may be, you know, you answer but you don't hear anything, so you hang up. So different analysts will use different amount of elapsed time to determine, like, you know, I think some people will say, I think everything over 30 seconds indicates there was, you know, actual communication. So people have different thoughts on it, but I like to see, you know, if it's 2 seconds to 0 seconds, there probably wasn't any actual communication.
Now, when reviewing specific to this, to Charlie's records, did you then go back and dedupe everything to determine the actual and attempted calls?
I did not for Charlie's records.
Okay. Well, let's talk about Donna's phone records. If
Counsel,
we can advance to that,
If
please.
the witness calls it
this is
deduplicating,
slide
don't
28.
shorten it to
Okay,
dedupe.
and according to this,
it's just going to confuse
what
the
was
jury.
The time period of this.
They already don't know what
chart?
you're talking
So
about.
this chart is focused on, would have been created using Donna's call detail records, and the contact at the top that's highlighted is Charlie's cell phone number and the date range that was used.
Also, the big difference I've seen with this witness is that Sergeant Corbett, for Charlie's call frequency, used Charlie's records. And she is saying that she is using Donna's records as to Donna and Charlie's call frequency, which is not the same, because Charlie's records might have calls that didn't connect or what have you. And that might account for a difference. But we'll wait till cross.
To generate these records was June 23rd, 2014 through July 22nd, 2014.
These are Donna's records.
Again, I did the same process like I did with Charlie's. I went to go look through all the data to see if I could find a file that would cover this date range and only this date range. And I was able to find a file that covered this date range.
And when you went through the process that you've already explained, manually going through the records, were you able to determine how many unique call events took place during this time between Donna and Charlie?
Unique. So for this one, I took the original file that I mentioned and I just looked at the filters between Charlie and Donna's phone number, and I was able to recreate the 80 when I just look at the, you know, the totality of the data.
So you got the same number.
Taking a step back, all the way back to that slide 1, I mentioned that record for Donna contains data from 2014 through 2017. So that particular document covered both of the time frames. It covered this one, which is June 23 through July 22, 2014, and it covered what was in Charlie's records, which was May 2nd through July 20th. So I used that document that I showed you guys at the very beginning to dedupe. So I went through that document. I put the filters for Charlie and Donna's phone numbers, and then I went through each line during those time frames to determine, like, is this a voicemail activity? Is this just AT&T duplication? Is this an actual unique call event? So that was the document that I used, focusing on these two parties' phone numbers. And I went through each line by line, and removed manually any rows that I believed to be referencing the same call event. So when I did that, I got, for this time frame, deduplicated, and this would be attempted and connected, right? So it's including the voicemail. It's just noting that there's only one line for that voicemail, not potentially 3. I got 69 unique call events that would be connected and attempted.
So the failure to manually go through these records resulted in an overinflated report in these frequency reports.
That's their point.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to this data,
That's the defense's point. The failure to manually go through the reports and say, if there are 3 lines, that those are not 3 separate events. She is saying that you need to manually remove or combine some of those. So instead of there being 80 events, there are 69 events. Does anyone think that Donna and Charlie weren't in frequent contact, though? This isn't going to change the opinion that Donna and Charlie were in frequent contact, because the frequency reports were vis-a-vis other witnesses and how much they were communicating with each other. So,
And I don't think we have any more slides.
No, we do not.
Okay, so
Seth, that was pointed out during the prosecution's testimony,
Unplug it.
because they were talking about the frequency reports being relative to the other frequency reports. So all the frequency reports were treated the same.
in addition to this part of the data, did you also review cell site location information for Donna Adelson's phone?
And now we're moving on to
specifically
cell
on
site.
July 18th of 2014.
I did.
Okay. And did you identify the cell phone towers that likely provided coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014? The towers that he could have been connected to from his residence.
So I was not provided with like an AT&T master cell site list, but I mapped the record.
Counsel, did you not prepare your expert? Because this isn't criticism of the expert. The questions are counsel not being prepared to ask the right question for the information that she had prepared. That's on the attorney. So the attorney's asking bad questions that does not set her up for smooth flowing testimony. That's on him. Because that's a terrible question. He's just like, so cell sites. And she's trying to fix it, but counsel.
For July 18th that are available in the AT&T document.
Who has access to the master records?
Law enforcement.
So presumably law enforcement would have gotten those records and taken a look at what cell site,
If law enforcement got those records, they have to turn them over to you, defense.
what towers and sectors would correspond to Charlie Edison's residence.
Correct.
Okay. And in your review of the records, the call detail records that were provided to you, obtained by law enforcement, did Donna Adelson's handset ever connect to a tower that could provide coverage to Charlie Adelson's home on July 18th of 2014?
No.
With
And that's the point on the cell site. Did Donna's handset ever connect to a cell site tower that could have provided cell coverage to Charlie Adelson's home? No. However, that's not exactly what the prosecution's map said. The prosecution's map showed Donna's handset connecting on the way towards Charlie's house, and then a text saying, "I'm outside," and then cell tower connection beyond Charlie's house and all the way up. So, no, the prosecution did not show in their chart that Donna's phone connected to a tower that was also servicing the area of Charlie's house. It connected below and above. And then there was a text. So, okay. That's not new information. It's just phrased a different way. And that's where the defense is going with that.
those same records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
And then that second question, did Donna, the night of the murder, did Donna's phone and Charlie's phone ever connect to the same tower at the same time? I'm going to...
Of 2014.
No.
So those
With
are their two
those
big
same
questions.
records, was there any instance on July 18th of 2014 where Charlie Adelson's handset and Donna Adelson's handset were connecting to the same tower?
No.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Okay.
Disagree?
So, chat, what was the point of this testimony? Well, the defense has to go with something. And what they went with was Donna's phone never connected to a cell tower that would have served Charlie's home. Donna's phone and Charlie's phone the night of the murder never connected to the same tower. And the call frequency records in Sergeant Corbett's slides were overinflated. Those were the defense's words. Those were their 3 points for this witness. And now we are moving into cross-examination.
Any of the mapping?
I stepped on the beginning of counsel's questions. So now we're moving into cross.
Do you disagree with any of the mapping of the cell site locations from Sergeant Corbett's presentation?
No.
No. We saw on the section of his report where it shows a travel analysis of Donna Adelson the night of Dan Markel's murder. Do you remember that?
The ones where there's like projected travel paths.
Correct.
I do remember that.
Okay. And you don't disagree with the fact that her phone was communicating with the cell site in North Miami at 8:35 p.m. and you don't disagree with that site or sector that he mapped there, right?
Correct.
And you don't disagree with on the
So his
following
work is
slide
correct?
that the next time she has location in her cell records is at 10:57, and you don't disagree with that cell site or sector that he mapped, right?
So I think the 1053
I'm sorry, 10:53. Thank you.
was actually Harvey's cell phone.
Okay.
But if they're presumably in the same vehicle, the tower and sector is correct.
They're presumably in the same
So for the
vehicle.
location south of Charlie's residence and the location north of Charlie's residence that we have location for, you do not disagree with that?
No.
Okay. And the iMessage where she says outside your house, would you expect to
Right.
have location for iMessages?
If it's from an iCloud return, no, I would not expect there to be location information from iCloud.
Okay, so I just want to be clear. It's not that we do have location for outside your house and it's not consistent with Charlie's house. It's just that we don't have
There's no
location at
location.
all for outside your house.
Correct. There is no location.
But Donna Adelson says her location in that message, right?
There's the text message from the iCloud, correct?
Where she says outside your house.
Correct, that's the contents.
Okay.
Right. There's that. I think she just
When you look at Donna
scooted to look over at
Adelson's
defense
records,
table. It's just the
Were
truth,
there-
counsel. The data
was
is the
there a phone
data.
call between Donna Adelson?
Look, there's a lot of ways to parse data. Her phone never hit a tower near Charlie's house. No. Okay, but there's this iCloud message, and that wouldn't be returned with data on it, though, right? Right. And she says I'm outside, right? That's the contents.
And Annie Cunningham.
And he
on
says,
the evening or
"Be there
night
in
of
10."
July 18th, 2014.
He was there in 10.
I'm not familiar with that name.
You're not familiar with the name Annie Cunningham?
No.
Okay. What if I gave you her number? Would you be able to look and see?
I don't have the call details memorized, so
You don't have
Do
them
you
in your
them with
computer?
you?
the original documents I do.
Laptop? Okay.
Yeah.
Would you be able to look and see?
I'm going to object this beyond the scope of direct.
Please approach.
So she's asking about witness number 1. Hey, can you look and tell us where Annie Cunningham was? Was she around? The court said, please approach. All right, they're approaching. I'm going to zoom while they're approaching. Look, the witness can only do so much with the questions that are asked. I don't think the questions were great. That's not this witness's fault. It seems that this witness did what they were asked to do. The defense doesn't have a lot of facts to work with, which means the witness doesn't have a lot to work with. But Donna's phone didn't connect to a tower
Is overruled.
that served Charlie's house.
If you need the question repeated
The objection's overruled.
for you, Ms. Dugan will do so.
Of course.
I'm curious now. Are you now invested? Like Annie, where was your phone? Annie, what were you doing? Annie, you okay? Are you okay, Annie? I can't. Emily, stop. We can't. Because now I want to know.
Let me know when you're ready and I'll give you the number.
It's a fairly large file, so it'll take a second to load.
If it needs time to load, I can ask some other questions and come back to this.
Back to cell phone loads.
I was just asking if we're going to provide the phone number that we not do it so that it can be published in the media.
Agreed.
That's fine. Mr. Dugan, please handle your questioning on this matter discreetly, so her phone.
Oh, 100% Alien Ant Farm version.
Thank you, Your Honor.
100%.
I'm just going to filter to that.
Anne still seems to be in the courtroom.
You're the first witness to show her anything that she may need to read concerning this matter.
I appreciate the defense's, not an objection there, but a request. The defense's request was, can you please just give her the number without reading it out loud? And they confirmed the last four of Annie's number when she was on the stand, which I thought was interesting that they confirmed the last four of her number. But the prosecution knew what was coming. A lot of you were like, is the jury even listening? At this point, aren't you? Aren't you like, was Annie there? Where was Annie? Now I want to know. Now I'm curious. A lot of you said,
Am I
did
showing you
they leave with?
contact with
Oh, they might have both
Cunningham?
left.
Correct.
Okay, and you don't need to say the number out loud, but is there a number next to it that begins with 845?
Correct.
Okay, 845 being the area code?
Yes.
Okay, that's the number we're looking for.
Okay.
And my question was there a phone call between Donna Adelson and Annie Cunningham the evening PM on the 18th of July, evening or night?
The prosecution was a little hard to hear, but the prosecution asked, can you tell me if there's a call between these two numbers, between Donna and Annie on the 18th, July 18th, 2014? And we're going
And to reiterate, it started with 845, correct?
Show you.
Please show it to her.
can you just write it down on a Post-it, Counsel?
Okay, yeah. I see the number and I looked at the records for the evening of the 18th and I do not see a call to that number.
Weird.
And that would be like in the afternoon, evening, or night that night? Of July 18th of 2014?
So starting
Oh, and
from noon to noon on the 18th through midnight on the 18th, I don't see a call to that phone number.
Okay, thank you.
Anne testified 2 witnesses ago saying she and Donna were chatting on the phone. Donna was distraught. Donna was upset. But Donna was in the car going to Charlie's.
All right, so we saw your presentation where one slide was kind of showing us what the raw records looked like, right?
Correct.
And the next slide was showing us an example of how a duplicate event looks. It can look like 3 entries, but it's actually one event, right?
Correct.
And then we saw the Sergeant Corbett's frequency reports for Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson, right?
Correct.
Okay. What is the purpose of a frequency report?
There's a lot of different purposes. So when I worked in law enforcement, I would do them for lots of different things. One of the things that you can do is just see who's the #1 caller for a particular person. Sometimes that's a significant other or family member. So that's one reason you can do a frequency analysis. Another is just to do more of a pattern of life and look at activity over matter of days, months, years.
Is another reason like to show a relationship between 2 parties, whether there is one at all, and if there is one, how often they talk
Yeah, that's definitely a reason.
in comparison to the other people they talk to?
Correct.
Do the frequency reports in Sergeant Corbett's presentation that we saw in your presentation, do those accurately reflect the call detail records?
They represent the raw data accurately, correct?
Right. They represent the raw data of the records accurately.
Correct.
And do they accurately reflect that Charlie Adelson is Donna Adelson's most frequent contact?
For that particular time span of June 23 through July, I think it's 22?
Yes, ma'am.
Correct.
Okay. It's just that in Corbett's frequency reports, those are the raw records without duplicates taken out, right?
Correct.
When you reviewed his, and well, let me show you this. I'm going to show you from 73A, slide 20.
She didn't really want to say that the data was accurate, but what she said was, yes, it accurately reflects the raw data at the end of the day.
Are you familiar with this slide of the presentation?
Me moving, like I'll be able to see the presentation.
I might have
We won't.
seen it at some point.
Okay. Would this be a representation in Sergeant Corbett's presentation of 3 entries that are actually one event, like a duplicate event?
Potentially. I mean, I would like to see the feature flags or the call flags, but yes, based on the timestamps, the minutes, there's no seconds in this, but it does appear that this looks like a phone number is calling a phone number. It's being routed to what I know to be like an AT&T voicemail routing number, and then I see the first 2 numbers replicated. Again, I don't see the call type or the feature flags, but it does appear to be a 3-in-1 incident.
Okay. And when you reviewed Sergeant Corbett's testimony from this trial, did you review a portion where he explained that call we just saw, what a duplicate is, and that his frequency reports did contain duplicates?
Yes, there was some testimony that I reviewed that he did say that there was like voicemail routing events that could show us more than one line.
Okay. When we see throughout that presentation, when we see the call detail records for a particular day, let's just say the day of the murder in this case, July 18th, 2014, those summaries, the duplicates have been taken out, right?
Are you talking about like the slides that have
talking
just
about the
like
dailies.
the different rows?
Yes, for significant events in the
Correct.
case. Okay.
Yes.
And if you were to go through that frequency report and you only took out the duplicates for Donna's records for Charlie and Donna communicating, right?
Correct.
If you were to go through that frequency report though and take out all the duplicates across the board, it would reduce the total amount of communications for each contact, right?
Correct.
Okay. But it wouldn't change the frequency ranking of each contact.
I'm not entirely sure about that because, as I mentioned, the first one, when I was trying to recreate Charlie's, there were 3 different documents, and at least 2 of the documents had like dates that overlap. So I'm not sure if you would, because you would have to also take out like the extra for those dates, so that might change the numbers slightly.
If it did, it would be slight though.
Yeah.
Okay. And your testimony was that for Donna Adelson's frequency analysis, just with Charlie Adelson, instead of 80 events,
She said
she actually
69.
had 69 when you take out the duplicates.
Connected and attempted.
Connected and attempted, okay. What do you think that shows that's helpful to the defense in this case?
I think it just goes to, when I look at records, I like to be precise with my numbers.
Okay. And when Sergeant Corbett testified, he did let the jury know that this contains duplicates though, right? For the frequency report?
I think he said that it does include voicemail forwarding events.
Okay. So what I'm trying to say is he didn't say anything that was unreliable or inaccurate with that.
I think that being able to see exactly how many can be important.
Because it's 69 and not 80 when duplicates are taken out, Does that mean that Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson don't have a relationship?
No,
And you still agreed that Charlie Adelson is still Donna Adelson's most frequent contact, right?
for that time period.
When we looked at Donna Adelson's frequency report,
You can only
your
do what you can do with bad
presentation and in
facts.
Corbett's presentation, this one, right? Number 2 on that list is not an actual person, right?
I'd have to pull it up I don't have it memorized.
Okay, you want to pull yours up?
Sure.
Okay.
Attorney Dugan is just not in a hurry at all. Sarah's just like methodically going through it and is like, it is what it is, isn't
Is
it?
the second ranking on that list her voicemail, AT&T voicemail routing number?
Correct.
Okay. So, and then third place on that list of most frequent contacts is Harvey Adelson, her husband, with the 9032 number?
Correct.
Okay.
So Donna's frequencies,
So,
Donna's frequent contacts are Charlie, her own voicemail, Harvey.
so Charlie Adelson would still be first, followed by the number of calls routed to voicemail.
Correct.
Where did you fly her from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay. And how long did that take?
Oh, how much are you getting
6-ish
paid?
hours.
And was that paid for by you or paid for by the defense?
Paid for by the defense.
And how much are you charging for your work in this case?
The Roloff charges $300 an hour.
And does that include the work that you did that we saw here in court prior to coming to court today?
Correct.
Okay, and does that include your travel?
Correct.
As far as $300 an hour during the time that you're spent traveling?
Correct. It's the company's policy.
Okay, and waiting to testify and testifying, is it that same amount?
Correct.
Do you know the total amount
That you've
the
billed?
defense has paid for your testimony here today?
I don't. The company does, but
Do you know about the amount of hours that you spent on this case, including travel?
the amount of hours on the total case, no. On travel, they just do a flat rate of 10 hours if I work over 10 hours. So for yesterday, so the trip for the trial would have been about 30 hours, so about $10,000.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
In every defense expert ever, they are going to point out, so you got paid to be here, you got paid to travel, you got paid to do all of this. Do you know how much you've billed? I don't know. The company does it. Every expert, the company does it. The company bills it. Every defense expert, this is what the company does. This is what the company does. Blah, 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 blah. Her company gets paid $300 an hour. How much of that she gets paid, I don't know. But every defense expert is going to get paid to be there. That's not shocking. I think what's more telling for her testimony is that, Donna keeps trying to be just your regular down-home grandma, and the prosecution is not really taking swipes at this expert and what she's charging. It's that Donna's paying it. That's really the bigger point. And that she didn't really disagree with the reports. She said, well, I would have taken the duplicates out. They didn't. Okay. I mean, it's all of you are pointing out that's way less than Aperture was paid. Yes. Yes, it is. So the fact that Donna's paying it is the point. And for the defense, the point is Donna didn't connect to a tower near Charlie's house, so you can't really know she was at Charlie's house. I think that point's going to fall kind of flat. And look, the frequency wasn't as frequent. If you don't count voicemails, it was 69 phone connects instead of 80. Okay. Sure. Fine.
Squad, did you prepare a written report that you...
I was much more interested by the fact that there's no recorded phone call between Ann and Donna, even though Ann testified that Donna called her and confirmed her number and said, yeah, it would be in the phone records. She didn't say Donna called me through WhatsApp. She didn't say Donna FaceTimed me. She said, yeah, Donna called me. This is my number. I mean, Are we surprised that Donna's friend would come in and be like, she was distraught, we talked on the phone? No.
Provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones. Or phone, with the frequency
I'm sorry,
analysis.
counsel. I was too excited about checking on Annie to see if she was okay, and I forgot the first part of your question already. Sorry, I had to back up.
Ms. Guay, did you prepare a written report that you provided to my office concerning the manual review of Charlie Adelson's phones? Or phone, with the frequency analysis for his contact with Donna Adelson?
Using Donna's records?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And using those records, you indicated that it reflected about 393. Would it be helpful to see?
Counsel and this witness do not seem well prepared. In other cases, we have seen a lot of experts, and the expert and the attorney that calls them generally seem like they're on the same page. This expert seems like she's not quite sure what the defense is about to ask her or if it's accurate. And that goes to preparation, because she's like, are you asking me about reviewing Charlie's records, or are you asking me about reviewing Donna's records for connections with Charlie? And I think Zellman keeps getting it backward from what the witness did, because the witness is saying, look, as to Donna's records, I reviewed this. And Zellman's like, but did you evaluate Charlie's records? And she's like, Donna's records. They are crossing wires on this.
Your report for what your numbers were for unique call events from May 2nd to July 20th?
For using Donna's records to deduplicate between that time period,
Keeps trying to redirect him.
211 deduplicated.
So 211 rather than 417?
From the May 2nd through.
The 417 came from an analysis of Charlie's records, not Donna's records. She's talking about Donna's records. You are comparing the wrong cell phone records.
July 20th.
Now, you indicated
this witness is much better prepared than the
you did not
witnesses.
locate a call between Annie Cunningham and Donna Adelson on July 18th of 2014, correct?
I did not see one.
Okay. Now, the records that are collected by call detour records, those are for communication events that are through the carrier.
Correct.
And so any communication event that took place through a third-party app would not be collected there.
Correct.
So, for example, are you familiar with the apps WhatsApp and Viper?
Oh, don't insult her.
Yes.
Okay. How did those show up on call detail records?
So
He's trying to fix it.
applications, anything third party.
He's trying to fix it as to Annie, but I don't know if he can. But he's trying to fix it as to Annie.
Really, even FaceTime audio or FaceTime video is technically not, through the AT&T network. All of that activity would be a data transaction. So when you look at AT&T records for a data transaction, it's not going to show you individual items, for example, that you got an email and that was so many bytes sent on the network. It's just going to show you a time that the data session was open and how many bytes were received and how many bytes were sent from the handset to and from the network. So AT&T does show data transactions, but it's not going to show like a FaceTime audio or, an email.
So in other words, when you are using FaceTime audio or FaceTime or one of these apps, it's not going to, the number that you dial is not going to show up on the call detail records.
Correct.
It's going to show up on the data session.
Chat
that
at some point
AT&T
today.
Records report.
I'm going to
It
take
would
a
be
poll.
lumped
I'm
into
going to
the
ask you all a
data session. You aren't
question.
going to see like what was being used for the data session.
And these data sessions, do they typically have like a certain time period that they last?
There, a lot of times on an AT&T record, you'll see a data session that can run up to about 60 minutes. You can have ones that run less than that, but AT&T data is kind of all over the board.
Now, with these data sessions, the way that our phones work, if you have your phone constantly having alerts pushed or emails pushed to your phone, those are going to show up how?
Again, if it's like, you know, let's say you have your email and you have it set to like give me a notification every time I get an email.
Sorry, Chad, I have to look at my
that means
keyboard
that
because I switched
your
keyboards
phone
and
has to be
the layout's
communicating with
new to me.
Google servers, Gmail servers, right? So that it knows when you get an email. So that's going to be lumped into these data sessions.
In the call detail records that you reviewed for Donna Adelson, specific as to July 18th of 2014, did those records reflect that Mrs. Adelson's phone was engaged in data sessions?
On the 18th, it was.
Was it consistent throughout the evening and night of July 18th,
question.
2014, that Mrs. Adelson's device was engaged in data sessions?
There were data sessions throughout the day, including the evening.
So the entire time that she was driving with her husband on July 18th of 2014, her phone was connected.
Driving where, Counsel? Where was she driving? Counsel, where was she driving? Charlie's house. She was driving to Charlie's house. That's right. Charlie's house.
To some tower engaged in a data session.
So the records don't give you like minute by minute, second by second. So when I look at data transmissions, data records, I look at the time when that data transmission was initiated, because in order for a data transmission to be initiated, the phone would have to be on and connected to the network, right? Your phone, if it's, you know, in airplane mode or, you know, off, it's not going to be able to reach the network. So the time when that data begins, the phone would have had to be on. When I see these things like 60 minutes, do I know with 100% certainty based on these records that the phone was on for the entire 60 minutes? I can't say that, but I do know at least at the beginning that phone was on and connected to the network. And I did see
If
that
you told me that AT&T rounds up their data records, I wouldn't fight with you, ma'am. I wouldn't. I would be like, I don't know if that's true or not. But if she testified to, well, we don't really know if in a 1 hour data session, if the phone's on the entirety of the time, what's AT&T? What you up to? I have questions.
transmissions
Lot of
throughout the
questions.
day and the evening where the connected time was, you know, kind of throughout the day.
And so those data sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 20?
Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Viber, not Viper. It's not a call sign from Top Gun, Counsel. It's an app. Ugh. But he's trying to get to the point. The point being, could Donna have been on a WhatsApp call with Anne? That's what he's asking about.
Sessions, would those be consistent with Donna Adelson having a phone call with Annie Cunningham on either WhatsApp or Viper the night of July 18th of 2014?
It could be. I can't say if it was or wasn't.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Right, it could be. Though I think I like the name Viper for the app better. Maybe.
Nothing further from Ms. Guay.
Oh,
Can I
yeah.
step down?
Oh, they're asking for a recross regarding
Witness
that.
is only here for today under the defense subpoena.
They're asking for a recross. The court said, is this witness only here for today? This court has not allowed recrosses.
Yes, Your Honor. She flies out this evening.
Do not permit recross, please approach.
I do not permit recross. Please approach. I appreciate that he's making them approach. He's like, what is so important? Because we know it's going to be about Anne, right? We know it's about Anne. What is so important that you need to ask one more question?
Ask. I will permit the recross on the one question. Ms. Dugan, you may ask.
The court's allowing Sarah Dugan one question.
Defense asked, well, could there be a call to Annie Cunningham on WhatsApp or some app that you're not able to show? Was Donna Adelson the afternoon, evening, night of July 18th, 2014, was she using her phone to make voice calls and answer voice calls to and from people that night? Like, and when I say voice call, I mean like if I picked up my phone and called your phone, an ordinary voice call, was she using her?
Yeah, do her phone records show that she's on the phone regularly? Because switching to WhatsApp would be maybe unusual for her behavior at that time.
Her phone in that manner with other people that night?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The defense need to redirect on that one point.
Donna was making calls.
One question, and I'll keep it at one. Ms. Guay,
All right, we're on redirect.
can you pull up the phone records?
That's not one
for
question.
Ms. Adelson on the night of July 18th of 2014?
That's going to be a two-part question.
No, that was preparatory.
The court said that wasn't your one question, was it? And he said, no, it was peremptory. Your Honor, it's part A. I appreciate that the court was teasing counsel with that.
All right.
Can you tell us how many calls from 8:30 p.m. until 1 a.m. you see in Mrs. Adelson's records?
3.
Nothing further.
Why you may step down.
That's a really narrow and specific time frame. This witness is done.
Is there a brief witness the defense can call before the lunch break?
Just a moment, Your Honor. I want to see if Ms. Cunningham is back.
We'll see if Miss Cunningham is back. Or is the defense running down the hallway trying to go find Anne? Because Anne was dismissed. Are they just like, Anne, we need you to come back and say that you were on WhatsApp? Yeah, it looks like counsel was running to go find Anne. We need to see if Miss Cunningham is back. They're trying to get her back to the courthouse. She was released.
Being able to predict how long the state's cross is going to be of our next two witnesses, I can't say with any degree of certainty how long it will take.
We'll take our lunch break then at this point. Is Ms. Cunningham available?
She's supposed to be returning from the airport, Judge.
Okay. Members of the jury, at this time we will take our lunch break for today. Please do not discuss this case with each other or any other person.
Damn.
Do not seek out any additional information about this matter that has not been discussed in court as well. We
Anne was
will
already at the
resume
airport.
with our case at 12:45. Enjoy your lunch break.
All right, they're on lunch.
Please report at 12:45.
That's Eastern. I'm glad we gave us some Zoom room today because they should be back in about 10 minutes. Anne's coming back from the airport. Run, Anne, run! Anne was released. They really are making a dealio out of this
Everyone can be seated.
phone call with Anne. I want to hear
Please
what.
report back by 12:40. We will await the jurors, and we will resume with the testimony and the defense's case in chief.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, oh boy. Anne was heading straight to the airport. and she's returning from the airport. I don't know how far the airport is from this courthouse. I've never been to Tallahassee, but we'll find out. All right, I put up a poll. Let's do a quick summary, and then we'll go back and take a look at that testimony, shall we? Because 77% of you were like, yes, immediately. So we are at the lunch break of day 7 of Donna Adelson's trial. The defense has gone through their first 3 witnesses. 2 of them were friends of the Adelson couple and 1 tech expert. The point of the tech expert was essentially that the prosecution expert did not deduplicate some of the phone records, or all of the phone records, when looking at the call frequency. My takeaway from the call frequency evaluation was that Donna's most frequent contact was Charlie and then Harvey. And so if that is 5 duplicate messages or records, it wasn't really substantial. And she said, well, when I deduplicated the calls between Donna and Charlie, it was 69 instead of 80. It's not a massive difference to me. I think the defense made an excellent point, so I was surprised they were fighting with this, but I think the defense made an excellent point on cross-examination, and it stuck out to me because there were a lot of crosses where I'm like, you're doing what now? But this point resonated with me. I'm going to make sure court's muted before I zoom. But it resonated with me that they asked the tech expert for the state, is the frequency of contact between Donna and Charlie different? In all the records you have, is it different? And they said, no, from all the records we've looked at, the frequency of contact, that high frequency of contact, is consistent. It's not like they didn't talk much or talked once a week or once every other week and all of a sudden they're on the phone 5 times a day. It's the behavior changes that law enforcement was really looking for. You're talking on the phone all the time, then all of a sudden you go to WhatsApp consistently. That's a change. If you're always talking on WhatsApp, fine. If a bank account's being overdrawn every 3 days and then all of a sudden there's cash for days, that's a different. If that account always has cash for days, that's not a change. So I'm not sure if the tech expert really accomplished much for them other than to muddy the waters, because now we're in the muddy water. The other point they tried to make was that Donna Adelson's phone did not connect to a cell tower a cell tower that serviced Charlie Adelson's home. But what she did do was text, I'm outside. And then Charlie's return text was, I'm 10 minutes away. And then that return text hit a tower that was 10 minutes away from his home. So I don't think the defense made much headway by saying that Donna's phone didn't connect to a tower near Charlie's house when she was messaging him. But the water getting muddy is all the conversation about that friend, Ann Cunningham, and did Ann and Donna have a phone call that night? Because the phone records don't show that Ann and Donna had a call, which the prosecution would have known because they asked the tech expert, you got your laptop there, can you just clickety clack clack and pull it up and tell me if there's a call between Donna and Ann July 18th, 2014 in the evening. Is there a call between the two? Here's the number. No call. And then the defense said, well, was Donna's phone using data? Could that be consistent with using WhatsApp or Viber? Though counsel kept saying Viper, which actually sounds like a pretty cool name for an app. But as we get to the lunch break, the court asked, do we have a quick witness? And the defense said, no, we're trying to get Ann Cunningham back. She's coming back from the airport. So I guess they're going to ask her if they were on WhatsApp. So I feel like the only responsible thing for us to do before we take a quick break for lunch and answer a few questions is to just go back in time to Ann's cross-examination where those questions were being asked, because at that point I'm like, well, Ann is saying her friend's hysterical and they were talking that night, and it didn't, as things so often happen in trial, it doesn't hit the same way until you get to the fact that the phone records don't show that they were on the phone. And then you're like, oh, that's why. So let's go back in time and take a look. I'm curious. You're curious. We're curious. Law nerds, I've got questions. You've got questions. We've got questions. So let's get to Ann's cross-examination where the prosecution is asking her about her phone number. I think we have found the cross-examination. Let's take a look real quick and see if we're in the right part of the testimony on cross. Because Ann was real clear on direct. But on cross, Ann was just like, I just do not recall. So let's see if we have jumped into the right part of testimony real quick.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before
Did Donna say she was hoping to make it out? So that's where we're at. Uh-oh. I've gone too far and I've spinny wheeled.
Okay, and you in fact said to Mrs. Adelson, I know you are all innocent, all caps, all.
All right, I'm going to let some of this play because I'm not sure exactly where in the testimony the phone records were. I'm going to take a look at my notes and see if I can find it.
Right?
Yes,
Meaning Charlie's innocent.
yes,
Wendy's innocent.
definitely.
No Adelson had anything to do with the murder of Dan Markel. Isn't that what you think?
Yes,
And when she went to Vietnam, or was trying to go to Vietnam to clear her head, she was going to clear her head in a non-extradition country. Can you agree with that?
I wasn't aware it was non-extradition.
Okay.
Okay, but
She was going to clear her head with a one-way ticket to go do the head clearing.
She had no idea how long they were staying.
to go do the head
or
clearing.
where they would go.
Are you familiar with her statement that she's hoping to make it out of the airport on time?
Yes.
Hoping to make it out before what?
No, she meant the plane was on time.
No, ma'am. I'm referring to hoping to make it out before law enforcement apprehended her.
Yeah, it's got to be right around
You aware
here.
of that?
No,
She didn't say that statement to you.
I don't recall really.
Okay. Do you remember Mrs. Adelson texting you after the verdict and complaining that Wendy had not even called?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to review that message?
Fine.
All right, I'm going to put this up at 1.25. A number of you in the chat are asking, and I saw Joyce ask this, could Anne have declined to return because she was released? She could. She's not going to do that, though. She's here to help her friend. She could say, I'm at the airport. She's not going to do that. We know she's here to help her friend. So I'm going to put this at 1.25.
That's the bottom message on this page I'm handing you.
They're looking at the text messages. She still doesn't want to answer it. Even when shown the text, she still doesn't want to say what the text says.
Does that refresh your memory?
I remember Harvey.
When witnesses filter what they think looks bad or what they don't think looks bad, you can tell. Like, she's filtering it. When witnesses say shit, even though they know it looks bad, you can tell. They're just like, yeah, it is what it is. You can tell that she's filtering.
Her describing Harvey being on the floor and crying like a baby.
Harvey's on the floor crying like a baby, and Wendy hasn't even called, right? Isn't
If
that
she
what
wrote
it
that.
says? If she wrote that, didn't you just see where she wrote that?
I did. She wrote that.
You're right. Right. Right.
And you offered to come and be with her during that difficult time, didn't you?
I believe we did.
One moment, please, Your Honor.
Are they almost done? Did I need to go back more?
Sorry, I thought you had her husband do, or did he do before?
My
Oh, this
Partner?
is her
Partner,
Is that Mr.
the computer consulting
real
business.
estate.
Ex-wife. They flipped apartment.
All right. Made a lot of money. I think that's the end.
No further questions.
All right. We're going to have to back up further then to the cross because apparently we didn't go back far enough. Chat, I was so excited, but nope. Oh, we are going to get spinny wheeled. All right, hold on. Let me refresh. As feeds get long, it can get a little bit harder to find where you want to be. Don't worry. Live court is still at lunch. We're going to get to the point of Anne's cross that we are looking for. Because, you know, live trials. Trials are dynamic. Trials are dynamic. I bet Anne is like, what in the
Of
world?
course, it was on the news.
Okay. Did you watch it?
This is still direct. We're going to zoom through direct with my new clicky clacky keyboard. So if you can hear it, that's why. I'm just trying to get us to cross-examination. Donna was upset. Donna was worried. They talked to Donna. They took a recess. That's right. And then came back, I think, for cross. Let's see.
And if you know,
Oh, this is still direct. All right, direct. Now we're on cross.
If she was going to be buried in that dress, she probably wasn't.
That's exactly where we thought cross was going.
When you spoke with her?
All right, when did you talk to Donna?
Into the bar mitzvah, as far as I knew.
Even if she was dead and buried, she was going to make it.
I never heard that.
Okay. Was she suicidal when you spoke with her? After Charlie's verdict?
Yes.
Okay. You were best friends with her.
Yes.
Okay. And she would call and vent to you about Danny Markel.
Sometimes.
All right. And did she ever call him names?
Not to my knowledge, not to me.
Did she share with you that she was planning to offer a bribe to Mr. Markel to facilitate relocation?
I don't recall.
Did she talk to you about plans to threaten or to convert the children to Christianity in order to strong-arm Mr. Markel?
She mentioned that she had said that, and she said that was so foolish of me.
When did she say that?
Foolish is a word
we were
she
together
uses.
or on a phone call. I'm not sure.
Did she ever tell you that she was being extorted in reference to Mr. Markel's murder?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, and when you say eventually, when did she tell you that?
We were on a trip to Japan together.
Okay, when was the trip to Japan?
We took so many trips, I'm not exactly sure of the year.
Was it between the murder and the first arrests?
I don't recall.
And when she told you that she was being extorted, then naturally you learned that she knew who had killed Dan Markel.
No.
Obviously, it's the people that are extorting her, right?
She didn't know what, are you talking about? Yeah, I guess. I don't know.
She was forced to make payments to
A lot of you have mentioned that WhatsApp didn't have calling until 2015. I don't know if they are going to be able to get into that, but I'm sure the prosecution's going to be Googling.
people that killed
Yes,
Dan Markel.
yes.
That's what the checks were all about, right?
I don't know about the checks.
Well, when she told you she was being extorted, if it wasn't about the checks, how was she being extorted?
I'm confusing that with the bump, I believe.
How'd you know about the bump, though?
Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
Prior to the bump, you knew that Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
I'm going to put this
No,
up
I
at
believe it was
1.25 till we get
After
to
the
the
bump,
calling
you
the night of the
learned that
murder.
Charlie was being extorted by Catherine.
That's
I'm
not
not
what I
sure
need.
of the timeline.
Okay. And when you learned that Charlie was being
I'm
extorted
speeding
by
this up till we
Catherine,
find what we're looking
you
for.
learned that your friend, your best friend, Donna Adelson, was also being forced to write these checks as payment to the killers that were extorting.
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to get to the night of the murder.
And when the phone call was made to you,
There we are. I think there we are. We are, for those of you just jumping in, court's on lunch break. We are backing up because whether or not Donna and Annie were on the phone has become a central part of the defense's case in chief. So we're going to find out. I didn't remember what she said about this point on cross, so I was curious. And guess what? We can jump back. We can jump back in time and ask if Annie is okay. And Annie's coming back from the airport, so let's see what the cross about the call that night is about, because the prosecution strategically asks Anne about her phone number and if that would be in call records. That's all I remember, though.
you were saying, I guess it was the night of the verdict, you got the phone call and she was very
wrong
upset
call.
and suicidal and so forth. What was your phone number at that time?
I believe my cell number,
Okay, what's your cell number? Just give me the last four digits if you want to put it.
1655.
I appreciate that the pool camera, I started muting it on my end the first time we watched it. The pool camera was already starting to mute it, and the prosecution said, just give me the last four.
And did you watch the trial of Charlie Adelson?
At the very end.
Okay, and during the trial of Charlie Adelson, were you in regular communication with your best friend Donna Adelson?
Yes, but we didn't really discuss the trial.
Well, Would it refresh your recollection to review your text messages during the trial?
Yes, it's a long time ago.
An approach. Show you those, and I'm gonna just draw your attention to, I've circled a few here.
And Chad, if we need to go back to
Show
direct, we'll go back to direct.
you look at as many as you need to for context.
Oh, yes, this part I do recall.
You do recall that, thank you.
You can show that's the same.
And I think this is where we picked up with the questions about Donna
You did
texting.
keep some tabs on your friend during the trial of her son.
Yes.
Okay, and she was watching the trial of her son, as we learned, at your residence, right?
Yes,
Okay. And when Charlie Adelson was convicted, you disagreed with the verdict, right?
All right, we've
Yes.
seen that part. I'm going to go back to the direct and see if I can find where they were asking about being on the phone the night of the homicide. Let me see if I can find that real quick. I'm just looking at my notes to see if it was before that break, and it looks like it would have been before the break in timing, but I didn't make a specific note of it. So we're going to jump back into direct to see if we can get to, oh, look at that. The closed captioning says we're in the right spot. The closed captioning says, okay, and she said to me, Danny's been shot. It looks like we're in right about the right spot on the July 18th, 2014. So let's take a look at direct. Once the spinning wheel catches up.
Hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
no.
Okay. This is about her and Donna calling each other and using WhatsApp when they travel.
You didn't get charged, for, and also to keep in communication. If we were on a cruise or on a land trip, where are you? Where are you? When are we meeting? Because they were free.
Okay.
It was easy.
So while you were overseas, instead of having to pay increased rates on your cellular plan from the United States, you could use this app for free?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so we
Did
should
you
be here.
use those apps with Mrs. Adelson to hide any information from law enforcement, like encrypted, so that they wouldn't know what was going on?
No.
Okay. I want to talk to you.
I'm just curious what
lead
she
you
said
forward
now.
to the date that Danny Markel was murdered. That was July the 18th of 2014. Do you recall speaking to Mrs. Adelson on that date?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you explain to us how you were contacted and the nature of the conversation?
I was called, and Donna was quite
Donna called her. I was called. Donna was upset.
hysterical.
Okay.
And she said to me, Danny's been shot.
Sustained.
Goes
Do
to-
not speak to what anyone said out of court, ma'am.
Your Honor.
Please continue.
May
It
we
is
approach,
strict.
please?
Please approach.
And then they approach. We're going to zoom past them approaching. This gets overruled. But I was called. Okay. It'll be interesting if she gets recalled to clarify why it's not in the phone records. Chat, you're all asking, does it matter? I don't know, man. I guess, because the defense wants to call her back. If the prosecution wanted to call her back, they really couldn't. They could call and ask and be like, ma'am, do you mind coming back? And she could say, no, fuck off. I mean, she would never say that. She would say, no, how foolish of you. But it does go to her credibility. But again, the jury can make that determination. The defense wants her to come back and clarify it.
Thank you, Judge. Before we talk about what she might have said to you, at the time that you spoke to Mrs. Adelson, was it the day that Danny was murdered?
When he was shot, yes.
Okay. And yeah, I use murdered because obviously he didn't pass away until the next day, but
Yes.
he was shot and barely surviving on the 18th. So that's when I refer to that. That's why I say that
Yes.
date. Okay. So when you spoke to her, did she call you or did you call her? Do you recall?
She called me.
Okay. And when she called you, did she appear to be upset?
Very.
Was she crying?
Yes.
Was her tone of voice, based on your knowledge of her for the 15 years, did she seem to be upset?
Very.
Okay. Did she seem to be at a point in time where she had just learned what had occurred?
Yes.
Did she indicate to you whether she had just learned that this had happened?
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
I'm sorry?
Yes, she did.
And the reason the phone records were asked about afternoon is because we know that Donna was told by Wendy when Wendy was in the police interview, and that was well after 12.
Did.
Okay. And during the course of your discussion with her about what had transpired, did she continue with this state of mind that she was
Anne can
upset?
refuse to come
Yes.
back.
Okay. And
She's
while
not going
she was
to,
upset,
but she could.
what did she indicate to you?
She told me that Danny had been shot and that they were going to Tallahassee and that she was very concerned and worried about Wendy and the boys, whether they were in danger.
Okay.
Because she did not know who had shot him.
Okay. And did she indicate whether she was concerned about Danny and him being in the hospital?
Absolutely.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had plans to go to see him at the hospital?
I don't recall.
She said she was going to Tallahassee.
During the time that you had this conversation with her, was this the only time that you spoke to her that evening?
Ding, ding,
I
ding.
believe so. Maybe one more time.
Okay. And is it your understanding from later discussions with her that she and her husband Harvey actually did come to Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to speak with her later on while she was in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Okay. And did she provide any information to you
The lawyer's the one who said that evening, not even the witness.
about a memorial service that took place?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
It was the lawyer who said that evening, and she said Donna called me, and they were talking that evening. We know that Donna was on the road in the evening. We'll see. Will they try to argue it was a landline? Will they try to argue that it was something other than a landline? I don't know, but court is at sidebar. So I'm going to take 5 minutes to run to the restroom and grab some snacks. And we're gonna move. We've had so much Zoom room. If we need to take another short break in a little bit, we'll just do that. I'm gonna grab some snackies. I'm gonna refill my water and run to the restroom. Like 5 minutes chat. Court is just coming back from lunch and they're at sidebar, so we can't even see anything on the record. We'll see if Anne comes back. I mean, that's the big question after lunch. Will Anne be back to clarify why she's talking about Donna calling her that night? And the phone records don't indicate that they were chatting. Interesting, right? I guess we'll see. All right, we are going to take a very, very quick break. Y'all grab snackies, grab some hydration, and let's see where we go. They took a lunch break early, so they've got to take an afternoon break. And if we need more food, we'll just grab it. It's going to be fine. Very quick break. Court is just coming back from lunch. I am taking 5 to run to the restroom. I suggest you do the same. We will be right back. Mods, don't forget to take a minute. Hydrate, snacks. Is Donna going to testify today? Or is that going to be tomorrow? I can't imagine the defense has that many more witnesses. Can you? All right, I'll see you in 5. Let's go. I didn't do that well. One more time. Hey Law Nerd, court is still on break, but don't forget to download the Law Nerd app so you know exactly when we're back from break, and you can get a notification from us when witnesses take the stand that you've been waiting for, when something unexpected happens in court, and during verdict watch. The Law Nerd app has all of your live court notifications to keep you in the loop. LawNerdApp.com, free for iOS and Android. And while we're on break, don't forget to hydrate, get up and stretch, and take care of yourself. Trial days are long days. trying to stay in the loop with this trial? I know sometimes it's hard if you miss a day. That's why I've got daily case briefs dropping over on the Emily Show YouTube channel and the Emily Show audio feed on your favorite podcast app, so you can stay in the loop even when things get busy. All right, chat, are we ready to get back to court? They go to a sidebar right away, which we saw as I was taking a break to go grab some snackies and a shake. We will see how it turns out. I have not tasted it yet, so if I start making faces on screen, that's completely my fault. I have done that to myself. All right, let's get back to court and see if we have any idea what the sidebar is about. I'm hoping the court puts something on the record before they go to sidebar, but we'll see. I'm optimistic.
Mr. Zellman, were you able to obtain Miss Cunningham, or was she able to return?
Did you obtain her? She's back. Annie is back. Anne Cunningham
Judge, can we approach on scheduling matters?
is going to get recalled. They're approaching as to scheduling. The court is like, I need us to be ready to go. Like, I'm ready for us to be done. What are we doing? So they're approaching as to scheduling. I wonder what that means. Speculation. My speculation, I wonder if they are trying to schedule Donna's testimony and how long it's going to take. Maybe. We'll see. But they're talking about scheduling. We're going to zoom. What do you need to explain to the judge, counsel, that couldn't have been done earlier? Dawn in the chat asks, where is Charlie? In custody, but I don't know if Charlie is going to be testifying. Remember, the prosecution has the opportunity to call rebuttal witnesses. I don't know if they need to. It's not definite that Donna is going to testify, but in all the pretrial motions, the defense said that Donna would be testifying. So the defense is speaking to the court about whatever they've got going on. I'm going to keep zooming. Because if they're not ready with their witnesses, the court's going to be like, we need to go. Like, we need to move. Oh, the prosecutor's making a face. Hold on. What did he say that made Georgia go, that's not great. That's a this isn't my problem face. Oh, I love it when we can see the sidebars. You learn so much even though there's no volume. But the defense is talking about scheduling with the court. Damn it. With the court. They're now back behind the pole and we don't get to see them. Boo. All right. Jury's not back in. Court's back on the record.
You can bring in the jurors at this point.
Jurors are coming in now. The prosecution was just like, okay. Well, I guess we'll figure out down the road what that was about. All right, jury is coming back in. I'm going to zoom while they're doing that. Gallery, turn off your phones. Fine.
Defense's case in chief.
We're
Defense,
continuing.
you may call your next witness.
The defense immediately recalls Ann Cunningham. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. This is because the phone records didn't show that Ann and Donna had a call. So witness number 1 is being recalled after witness number 3.
From being previously sworn.
Sure.
You are to tell the truth in this
Sure.
matter. You may be seated, and at this point, you'll be examined. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you. If you could pull that microphone down, Ms. Cunningham.
Oh, sure.
Let's see what you have to say.
I have a question about your use of cell phone service, and we touched briefly on things like WhatsApp, and what was the other one you said you use?
Viber.
Okay, Viber. When you communicated with Mrs. Adelson, did you routinely use one of those apps?
Quite often, yes.
Which app did you use mostly?
WhatsApp or Viber.
Okay, all right. And as opposed to picking up and using the cell phone service, you would use those instead?
Yes.
Okay, I don't have anything further.
Cross-examination.
So you had gone to the airport after your last testimony, right?
That is correct.
And returned to the courthouse?
Yes.
To tell us what, that you used Viber or WhatsApp to make
Yes.
that phone call?
Yes.
So it wasn't a regular phone call?
Correct.
Okay, so you misspoke earlier, or it just wasn't clear?
No, I said she called me.
Okay, and she called you and made a regular phone call on June 23rd, the month before the murder, right?
I don't recall many. She made many phone calls.
And she called you on a regular line on July 20th, just 2 days after the murder. Do you recall that?
If you say so.
Okay, and July 21st.
The objection.
Yeah, the witness is not being shown the evidence that she's being confronted with.
She's being asked about it.
She is not
Wasn't
asked,
you.
or she is not asked to recall, or, let me clear this up. Ms. Cunningham, do you need to see?
Did you see what the defense's objection was? Objection, she's not being shown the exhibit. That's not a legal objection. And the prosecution was like, she didn't ask. And the judge is like,
The items that the state is referring to refresh your recollection.
Do I?
Would
Yes,
you like
if
to see them?
if I spoke with her, I spoke with her.
right.
Okay, so you have no reason to.
What the prosecution is saying is, ma'am, the phone records show you had calls over the cell wires on all these days. But then on the 18th, she switched to another one? Sure.
Contest that you spoke with her via regular phone call June 23rd, July 20th, and July 21st.
If it's in the record, yes.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th.
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh?
Y'all were waiting to see if the prosecutor was gonna ask. She was in the car. Her cell phone is beep bopping down the road in the car. She was in the car. She wasn't in the car till after 8 p.m., so the cell records would show that they were talking. WhatsApp didn't have calls, ma'am. Must have been Viber. The prosecution just like, doop, 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 doop. Ma'am, you would say whatever for your friend, right? That's where we're at. I'm going to back that up because all of you wanted her to ask. Chat, you channeled where the prosecution was going. All of you wanted the prosecutor to ask, and she did.
But you're saying it was a WhatsApp or a Viber on the 18th?
Yes, they were in the car, and they often called on those apps in the car.
Would it surprise you to learn that WhatsApp didn't offer voice calls until March of 2015?
Then it was on Viber.
Must have been Viber, huh? Nothing further.
Redirect examination for the witness. You may step down, Ms. Cunningham. All right. We are certain she's good to leave at this point. Have a safe travel.
The point
Please call your
is
next witness.
witness credibility.
That's call Richard Chagrin.
Next witness is Richard somebody. Did it say Chagrin? Chagrin? Oh, is it the name that was in the text messages? Wait, was it the name that was at her? She was talking about him. All of you are asking, where's the witness flying to? Well, the witness is either going to be in New Jersey or Florida, so I'm not going to follow her travels more than that. All right. Witness number 4 for the defense. I'm going to ask you, Chad, did recalling Anne make her seem more believable or less believable? You let me know. Okay, why is it taking so long for this witness to get to the stand? Oh, sorry, Mr. Chagrin. I did not know. Mobility's a fair reason. Honestly, sir, I was just going to blame the defense. I was snarking at them, not you. That's fair.
Good afternoon, sir.
They're never prepared.
Yes, sir.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
I do.
You may take.
Was he there during the
Use the
jail
microphone
call?
as you need to.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Richard Chagrin.
Chagrin. Thank you,
Chagrin,
sir.
how do you know my client, Donna Adelson?
I met them 38 years ago. They're best friends. The wife was the president and CEO of a nonprofit. I was chairman of the board.
And you grew close with Donna and her husband, Harvey Adelson?
When I first met my wife 36 years ago, we formed a gourmet club, and they were part of the gourmet club. And we met probably every 2 to 3 months. And then as the years progressed, we became friendlier and went on a number of vacations with them.
Okay, you say gourmet club. Is it?
Gourmet dinners at people's houses.
They had a dinner club. They had a supper club. It's lovely.
Now, are you married,
Here's the thing,
sir?
though. It seemed that they had a friend group. They had a friend group. They had a supper club. They got together. They traveled together. They had a friend group. And with all the friend group and with all the things they had in their life, this crime is what needed to happen? Really? It's just so confounding that they had what seems like a life that seemed very full. But their grandchildren living across the state is something they couldn't manage at all. And at some point, by all accounts, the victim was looking to go to different schools. It's so frustrating. It's just so frustrating.
Him,
Okay, and what does your wife do for a living?
she's an attorney.
What kind of attorney?
Specialty is real estate, corporate, and bankruptcy.
Estate, you say?
Estate planning?
Yes,
Estate, you say?
Now, did you speak with Donna or Harvey on the day that Charlie was convicted?
No.
How about the next day?
Yes.
Without telling us what they said, did you and your wife go to their residence in Miami?
Yes.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe Donna for us?
She was distraught.
And what about Harvey?
Harley was like in shock.
So they were on that open line call. They were talking to Donna in the background.
Now, prior to this, you indicated that you had traveled with my client and her husband. Did you travel extensively on your own?
Well, we went on cruises, and then we did there was 13 of us, did I guess 2 weeks in Israel.
It's a big group to travel with.
Were you somewhat savvier than they when it comes to booking travel?
Oh yeah, I've been to 75 countries around the world.
Okay.
Sir,
And
can we just do an aside for your best tips and tricks? Which airline has your favorite first class? I have questions. I have some. Which air is it? Emirates that uses Diptyque? Sir, I have questions.
were you asked to assist them in any way on November 7th of 2023?
Yes.
And specifically, what were you asked to do?
Initially, I helped Donna with the visa. And then when we were done applying for the visa, Donna took Susan to show her the dress that she bought for Lincoln's bar mitzvah. And then she asked Harvey to sit down with me and make plane reservations.
Okay. When you sat down to assist with the reservations, what did you discover?
The ironic thing was that the round trip was a fraction more than one way, and I suggested, since you don't know when you're coming back until sometime in January, book a one-way. And I remember commenting to Harvey, I said, I'd be willing to bet it's cheaper to fly from Vietnam to the United States than it is from the United States to Vietnam.
Now, let's back up a little bit. Let's talk about the visa. Were there options that were given when selecting which visa to apply for?
To my recollection, there was only two options, a 30-day or a 90-day.
Do you know why the 90-day was selected?
Well, I said they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
And do you remember if the visa that was applied for only allowed them to come into the country once, or did it allow them to come into the country multiple times?
I'm not aware.
His answers are succinct. And he hasn't added a ton of information to them. I'm interested to see how Cross goes, but so far his answers have been helpfully succinct.
Now, you indicated that they were coming back for their grandson's bar mitzvah?
Yes.
Okay.
Where did I put my... Hold on.
Why, if you know, why were they wanting to get out of town?
I know.
Well, unfortunately, they were
Had to get away.
barraged by the media. Unfortunately, live in a condo, so they didn't let them in. And they were afraid to leave the building.
I thought they were hiding out at Ann's
To your
house.
knowledge, had the Adelsons been to Vietnam in the past?
Yes.
And they found it to be relaxing?
Objection, calls for
To my knowledge,
speculation.
I was there. I thought it was a great country, great people, great food.
Oh, he was with them. Fair. Oh, it's Qatar that uses Diptyque. Thank you, chat. Answering the important questions. My international travel is woefully lacking.
You are the one
Though
that...
I will say, I did have a lovely time in Fort Wayne, Indiana this summer, and went through a whole bunch of states I had not been to before, and found that most of them have kuras, and it was delightful. International travel, not so much. Kids have band competitions? Yep, quite a lot.
that suggested the one-way ticket. Who booked the flight?
Harvey.
To your knowledge, were they free to travel?
They told us when we got there that their attorney said they had no restrictions in traveling.
Madison, Wisconsin was also lovely this summer. It was nice and cool. Great food.
Can you describe
Harvey said they had no
type
restrictions.
of mother and grandmother that you observed
This is all character
Donna to be?
involved.
Well, Donna was the ultimate Jewish mother, not unlike my wife, that was very involved in their children and grandchildren's lives. I think Donna maybe was a little more involved in her grandchildren because of the situation of grandsons losing their father, Wendy working, and also they live close by, Donna and Harvey in South Beach.
Sir, did you go to the wedding?
So, am I hearing you correctly? You would describe
The
Donna as a
wedding?
typical Jewish grandmother
More than typical,
and
The
a typical
wedding.
Jewish mother?
yes.
But the wedding. He said not unlike my wife.
At the time
So-
that you were assisting them on November 7th of 2023 with the travel, had they decided when they were coming back from Vietnam?
They were undecided, other than the fact that they were going to, whether it was prior to the bar mitzvah or just before the bar mitzvah, they didn't know how long they were going to be gone.
But they were coming back for the bar mitzvah.
Oh, definitely. They wouldn't miss it for the world.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
I 100% believe Donna would have missed that bar mitzvah if she thought she was going to get arrested. That's just me. But I don't have very fond feelings towards Donna. But then again, I've met lots of very lovely Jewish mothers, as he would categorize them. And you know what? I've never thought of any of them. Hey, I wonder if they would conspire to kill their son-in-law. That's not really come up for me. So I just don't know if the jury is going to see this as more than that. A number of you have asked, Emily, what's up with the wedding? Well, based on everything I've read about this case, it seems that the wedding was, well, the victim was told it was going to be a kosher wedding because his family and his friends and the rabbis were kosher, and Donna and her family arranged for all the food, and it was not, in fact, kosher. So I just wonder, because it seems aggressive to promise someone that the wedding would accommodate their beliefs. And then it didn't, which is why I'm just curious if the friends were at the wedding and whether it will come up. Maybe that's just me. But the wedding has not come up yet, which is why I keep wondering if it will, because the jury doesn't know that. It's one of the few things I think I know that the jury does not know. We'll see.
Sir, at the time that the travel was booked, the bar mitzvah was less than 90 days away, right?
It was in January.
Do you recall giving a deposition? It was by Zoom, but I was present, August 29th, 2024.
Vaguely.
And in that deposition, weren't you asked, so did you make any of the decisions when to travel or how to travel, or were you just the conduit to the technology? And your answer was the conduit for the technology.
Yes.
But today you're...
I don't think that's necessarily impeaching, in that he's like, I didn't make the decisions. I just made a recommendation. I said, maybe just do this. But in the direct examination, no, in the prosecutor's case in chief and cross, it came up about whether it would be easier for the boys to have a Jewish schooling in South Florida, whether there were more synagogues in South Florida, whether there was more kosher food in South Florida. So they had talked about it quite a lot, about whether or not South Florida would be a better place than Tallahassee. So it has come up on and off, but the wedding has not come up. Continuing on.
You're saying you're the one that suggested that they fly one way.
Objection, Your Honor, improper impeachment.
Overruled.
Isn't that right?
Well, to me, that's part of being the conduit, just suggesting.
Right, I don't.
You were there because
Also, the protein shake turned out
you were more
okay.
computer savvy
I'm not mad at
than
it.
Harvey or Donna, right?
I was there that day.
Yes, sir. To help with the computer is what you said in the deposition.
Well, once we got there, I was there because my wife had done estate planning for them.
Okay, but what
Did they need emergency estate planning before they went on vacation?
you did in reference to the travel planning was help with the computer,
Yes,
because you were more computer savvy than these two.
correct.
Bar mitzvahs
But
are for 13-year-olds.
Today, you're saying you
those of asking in
suggested
the
the
chat.
one-way flight, right?
I just offered my suggestion.
Okay. And you said that Donna Adelson is a typical Jewish grandmother. Does a typical Jewish
boy.
grandmother suggest dressing her grandchildren up in Nazi uniforms?
Oh boy.
Not to my knowledge.
No further questions.
He wasn't fazed by that at all. His testimony came across much less selling and much more telling. And again, in a deposition, he's saying, I'm just there to help with the technology. Him saying, maybe take the one way. If you don't know when you're coming back, it's probably going to be cheaper. It doesn't seem incongruous to me. I'm not surprised she went there. But also, he wasn't rattled by that question. He's like, that doesn't seem right. Because they don't know. But his testimony came off much more credible than the other friend witnesses. Less selling, more telling.
Right, examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I like that he's like, I did what I did, I said what I said, I helped with what I helped with.
Would you say that you are more travel savvy than Donna and Harvey Adelson?
I would say yes.
And when you were deposed on August 29th of 2024, did Ms. Kappelman ask you if you made any suggestions
Yeah, I don't think this is
about
a
a
huge
one-way
serve.
ticket or a round-trip ticket?
I don't remember.
Would it be helpful if I showed you a copy of
I
your
don't think
deposition
this
transcript?
matters.
Surely.
He does. He
I
looks
show
a little
page
like,
11,
ma'am, what?
lines 12 through 17.
I don't think... I don't know if this helps. I don't think his answer was impeached
Which one?
because it's not
Just
the exact
read,
same answer.
Page 11, which is where you're on, lines 12 through 17.
12, question, okay.
To yourself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He comes across more sincere.
Did Ms. Kappelman ask if you made any decisions?
No,
Well, she asked if you made decisions, but you did not make decisions.
He is
did you?
confused by counsel's
No.
questions.
You made suggestions.
yes.
Okay.
Nothing further.
Yeah, I don't think he was impeached. I
Does
just,
this witness need to be retained or is he released?
He's released, Your Honor.
for real, for real.
Have a good day, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Also, making
Please call your
suggestions,
next witness.
making decisions, I think are distinguishable.
The defense would call Tehronna Khan.
All right. Next witness for the defense. I liked that witness. Did he indicate he's going to go sit next to Harvey for a minute? He did. So he's going to sit next to Harvey for a minute. All right. I'm going to zoom. If they don't get to Donna today, y'all, it's got to be tomorrow after lunch. Okay. Next witness. What are we on? 4? 5? Witness number 5.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give today will be the truth?
Wait, where'd she go?
You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly for the jurors. You can adjust the microphone.
Oh, ma'am. I dig the fit. I wonder if she's their investigator. She's got
Thank you, Your
a
Honor. Good
investigator
afternoon. Can you
like
please
file.
introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Tehronna Khan. Last name is Khan.
Tehronna, where did you get your pants? I really
And
like
Ms.
them.
Khan, how are you employed? Currently.
I'm a mitigation specialist / paralegal for the Federal Defenders of the Middle District of Georgia.
And what is that what do those job responsibilities entail?
What I do is I go down 3 different, the male side and the the maternal and paternal side of the families, and I investigate all of the issues. I don't do effect investigation, and I also do the mental
Mediation.
evaluations as far, not the evaluations, but I go back, doing all the records and get all the things together, present it to the courts, so we can try to get a lesser sentence for our clients.
Okay. And that's with a habeas unit?
Not right now, I'm just with the Middle District of Georgia. But I was doing that with the habeas here in Tallahassee.
Okay. And how long have you been in your current role in the Middle District of Georgia?
1 year in Georgia.
Okay. Prior to that...
I wonder if she worked on the family law case.
Did you work for the Federal Defender's Office here in the Northern District of Florida?
I did, the Capital Habeas Unit.
And can you tell us what you did there, please?
Yes, I did investigation, went to talk to clients, all their families. It was more of a fact investigation at that point.
Okay. And so that entailed you going out at the direction of the attorneys that you worked with, interviewing individuals?
Correct.
Gathering records?
Yes.
And that included individuals that were in custody, correct?
Correct.
She's saying the
And
habeas, the
preparing
capital habeas unit for appeals for federal capital crimes.
reports?
Correct.
And presenting that to whom?
The attorneys.
Okay. Did it also bring you to have occasion to testify in court ever?
No.
No.
So
now,
she would,
how long were you employed?
if it was like a death penalty case, like we saw in the Koberger case, when they talked about the mitigation and aggravation part of the sentencing in capital cases, they had investigators. We heard about this a lot in the Koberger case about the investigators that worked with the public defender's office that would go help find the different mitigation. The investigator that would go interview in the Koberger case, like teachers, family members, all the rest of that stuff. So at one point, she had worked in the federal habeas capital mitigation unit. I'm curious how it connects to this case and if it connects to Rivera or Garcia or Katie. So I'm curious. Yeah, I'm curious to see how she connects to this case.
With the Northern District of Florida Federal Defender's Office.
From 2016 until July 2022.
And can you tell us a little bit about your educational background?
Yes, I have an associate's in paralegal, a bachelor's in legal studies, and I've studied sociology, and I've earned a certificate in that.
Okay. And when did you complete your bachelor's?
In around 2014, maybe?
Okay. Now, in between working for the Federal Defender's Office in the Northern District of Florida and the Federal Defender's Office in the Middle District of Georgia, did you work as a licensed private investigator in Florida?
Ding, ding,
After
ding,
I
ding,
left
ding.
the
There it is.
Federal Defender's Office in Tallahassee, yes.
Okay. And how long did you do that for?
Since 2022.
She had an investigator file. She walked up with the investigator file. So working at, ma'am, that was a rude pause. I'm sorry.
I guess stopped. I just took the job for the Federal Middle District of Georgia and left.
Okay.
So with the work that she was doing in the mitigation unit, it is going to be very much investigating someone's past, going into finding things that might mitigate the death penalty in front of a jury. So you are digging into all of people's past to try to find that information. After she left that, she started working as a as a private investigator. And we know that the defense had a female PI that met with some of those in the jailhouse. So she had worked as a PI, and I imagine that's how she is connected here. Because, well, I imagine she also spoke to the jailhouse informants. I'm very curious to see where this goes.
And as a licensed private investigator, were you retained by my office to interview an individual by the name of Patricia Byrd.
Ding, ding,
Yes.
ding.
And where was she located?
In the Leon County Jail,
So
How
this
many
is to
times
impeach
did you meet with
Patricia.
Ms. Byrd?
once,
And that was at the Leon County Jail?
yes.
And do you remember when that was?
I want to say January, can I look?
If it'll help refresh your memory,
Okay.
sure.
Oh. Ms. Byrd was on January 24th.
2025?
Correct, sorry.
And when you interviewed Ms. Byrd, did you tell Ms. Byrd that Mrs. Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No,
Specifically, did you tell Ms. Byrd that Donna Adelson was going to buy?
Chat. Did Miss Byrd ever insinuate that the PI told her that? Or that Donna told her that? Because I think Miss Byrd said Donna told her that, not the PI. Like, it's not even proper impeachment. But this witness is a vibe, so I'm curious to see where it goes.
Buy her piece of land?
no,
What about a trailer?
no.
What about veneers for her teeth?
I'm going to back up. Maybe I misunderstood his question. Maybe he is asking, did Miss Byrd tell you that Donna offered her that? I'm going to listen one more time.
Oh. Ms. Byrd was on January 24th.
Maybe that's what he's asking.
2025?
Correct, sorry.
And when you interviewed Ms. Byrd, did you tell Ms. Byrd that Mrs.
Nope.
Adelson was going to pay her for her testimony?
No,
Specifically,
Nope.
did you tell Ms. Byrd that Donna Adelson was going to buy her a piece of land?
no,
What about a trailer?
no,
What about veneers for her teeth?
no,
What about a small vehicle for her and her children?
no,
Okay. Did Ms. Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson had offered those items to her?
no,
That was the question I was curious about. Did Byrd tell you Donna offered her that?
Did Ms. Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to any portion of the crimes with which Mrs. Adelson is charged in this case?
Did she tell you that, I'm sorry, can you repeat that
Did
for me?
Ms. Byrd tell you that Mrs. Adelson confessed to her?
No,
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay. This is for impeachment. So she's being called to impeach Byrd's testimony. So she's
Ms.
coming.
Kahn, prior to interviewing
She's coming
Ms.
in here to
Byrd
say
on
Miss Byrd never said that in our interview.
January 24th, 2025, did you meet with or speak with Donna Adelson?
no,
Have you ever met with or spoken with Donna Adelson?
no.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
So, did Miss Byrd tell you these things when you interviewed her?
Why
No.
did you interview Miss Byrd?
Okay. On to cross.
I was given a list of names to interview.
By defense counsel?
Correct.
Okay.
Was it recorded?
And she was not a state witness at that time, right?
I wouldn't know.
Wouldn't know. Would it refresh your memory to see a copy of the state's amended discovery when we did list her as a witness?
I didn't see that. I would never seen that.
Okay, so that wouldn't help you to know when she was amended as a witness in the case.
I wouldn't have known it.
She doesn't know that.
So you were not asked to go there because she was a state's witness. I'll just put it
No,
that way.
No.
All right.
the prosecution's getting at, so the defense wanted you to interview her so that she could tell you Donna's story, the story that Donna gave her. So you were interviewing her so you could turn it over to the prosecution as a defense witness. Before Miss Bird was ever on the prosecution list, before the prosecution knew who Miss Bird was, the defense sent an investigator to go interview her. Why? Because Donna told her attorneys, my friend Patricia will say, right? The defense knew that Bird was a witness because Donna told them, my friends will say. And then Donna burned her friends in one way or another, and her friends came in and went, fuck that. Let me tell you what the tea is. So I'm not surprised that Bird's interview with her was Donna's story. I hope Miss Duggan, ask her, what did Miss Bird tell you? If we're here for impeachment, tell me everything.
And did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
No.
Boo. We want a recorded interview.
The SAO investigators were able to record their interview with her. Why didn't you when you interviewed her?
I wasn't asked to do that.
Asked by who?
The attorneys.
So they didn't ask you to do it?
They didn't ask me to record it, no.
Okay. Could you have taken a recorder and recorded it, though?
Had I requested it for the jail to permit me to take a recorder in there?
The jail does allow that.
I don't know, I didn't ask.
Okay. If you get permission in your experience, is it typical
Correct,
for
yes.
jails to allow you to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Just a second.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
That's the judge typing. So I'm inspired by his clacky keyboard. And yes, for all of you that are like, she has the coolest job. Yes, she is the tea finder. For sure.
Ms. Collins, since you didn't ask for permission to take a recording device into the jail when you met with Miss Bird, how did you take accurate notes?
As I was speaking with them, I wrote everything down that they said, that they were saying to me.
Okay.
So I did pen and paper.
Pen to paper.
It's a great way to do it.
And had the state requested those through the discovery process, you would have been able to produce those.
Correct.
Nothing further.
You would have objected that they were
Will this witness need to be
protected, but
recalled
that's
or retained
fine.
for any reason?
We retain her, but she's free to go on about her business.
You may step down, Ms. Khan. If you are recalled by the attorneys, they will let you know. Do not discuss your testimony with any other person.
Chad, did that witness do anything for you?
Please call your next witness.
Eddie Varnes?
The defense is getting to witness number 6. All of you are like, not really. I mean, that witness did her job. She did what she was asked to do. They said, can you go interview this witness? And she went and interviewed that witness. That's exactly what she was asked to do. I think it's because Donna was trying to set up a defense that sad tromboned its way out of court because, well...
Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious.
Yeah, Donna wrote that script. So that script just kind of blew up in Donna's face. We're going to zoom while the next witness comes in. Also has an investigatory looking binder. Sir, I'm trying not to judge your yellow shirt, but
Do
you have a
swear
very
or affirm the testimony you're
PI
about to give will be
bindery vibe going
Take
on.
your seat.
So witness number
Please
6.
adjust the microphone as you need to.
We'll do it. Okay.
You know the PI,
Good
sir?
afternoon, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Eddie Varnes. Excuse me, Eddie. Last name V as in Victor, Arnes.
How are you employed, sir?
I'm a private investigator.
Ding, ding,
How long have
ding.
you been a private investigator?
I've been a private investigator on my own for 10 years. Prior to that, total 27 years.
27 years as a private investigator?
Yes, 27 years as an investigator. The last,
That's what he said.
yes.
Pen ran out of ink.
Thank you for the commentary, counsel. Counsel said my pen ran out of ink. I mean, if you weren't planning things on the fly, you wouldn't need to write so much, but that's just me being
What type of casework do you handle?
snarky.
Mostly criminal at this point in time. I also do insurance, civil stuff and insurance, but I've been exclusively pretty much criminal for about the last 10 years.
How do you get your work?
Defense attorneys call me.
I market. I have my own company. I try to market and get work, and that's how you do it. That's all I can say.
Were you retained as a private investigator by Mrs. Adelson's original attorneys?
Yes, sir.
And when was that?
Okay.
May of 2024.
Now, I want to specifically direct you to...
Real quick note, Donna Adelson was originally supposed to go to trial in September of 2024. And through much wildness, all of her attorneys got yeeted off the case for a conflict that everybody could see coming from a fucking mile away. But anyway, Dan Rashbaum, the original attorney, hired this PI. He's going to want the PR, but he's a PI.
To when you were asked to speak with an individual by the name of Patricia Bird.
Yes, sir.
Do you remember when that was?
That was August 30th, 2024.
And what did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Yes, sir. I received a call from...
You're telling me, sir, that Donna had her first lawyers out knocking to chat with Miss Bird back in August of 2024, less than a month before she went to trial? I wonder if she told you Donna's version of the story, because I bet she did. I bet she told you Donna's version of the story.
Prior defense counsel saying there may be a witness, there may be a person that has information on the case. He gave me the name, so at that point I had traveled to Leon County Jail, got there about 11 o'clock, and then was able to meet with Miss Bird.
Now, there are different kinds of visits that you can do at the jail. How did you meet with her?
I met with her in an attorney booth.
Okay, so you don't need to schedule an appointment for that?
No, sir.
And just normal business hours?
Yes, sir.
And tell us, without telling us what was said, how did the conversation go?
Basically, I met her and I introduced myself and explained to her who I was. And I said, you understand you might have some information on the case.
Tell me what you know.
And she said yes.
And she might have some information on Donna Adelson's case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What did she have information about?
Donna.
She told me she had some information about what Katie McBanawa had stated to her back in 2021 when they were incarcerated together.
It is a very interesting strategy that the defense is bringing in the PIs who are going to share that Patricia Bird told them the story that Donna wanted her to tell them. I don't think that impeaches Miss Bird. I think it shows that Miss Bird was going along with Donna's version of events until she wasn't. I don't know if this strategy is helpful. But yes, Chad, in so much as it confirms Miss Bird saying Donna told me she wanted me to tell them this, she did in fact do that. And then the state came knocking and they were like, hey man, we got some questions for you. She's like, Donna offered to buy me land. Donna was going to fix my teeth. She wanted me to talk about Katie McBanawa. I talked about Katie McBanawa. I said what I said. Katie is manipulative, but she didn't tell me all that. Bold, interesting choice. I just have to wonder if Donna is sitting there going, you are going to call these investigators. I don't know if this is going to help. He spoke with Patricia. Patricia said she talked to Katie.
That Donna Adelson offered her any sort of compensation to testify in her case?
No, sir.
Okay. Specifically, did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a piece of land?
No, sir.
No, she told him Donna's story.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna Adelson offered to buy her a trailer for that piece of land?
No, sir.
Did Miss Bird tell you Miss Adelson offered...
I'm sorry, you're telling me that the inmate that was getting packages from Donna, that was being promised money and the rest of it, told Donna's defense investigator exactly what Donna wanted her to say? I'm so shook. Insert sarcasm.
Offered to buy her a vehicle?
No, sir.
What about veneers for her teeth?
No, sir.
So she didn't tell you any of those things that Donna Adelson, that she is saying Donna Adelson offered?
Absolutely not.
Did she tell you that Donna Adelson confessed to her?
Absolutely not.
Did you record your interview with Miss Bird?
I was instructed by prior defense counsel
not
to not record the interview.
Correct.
That wasn't unusual because we spoke to I spoke to several prior inmates throughout those 2 or 3 months. So to answer your question, no, sir, I did not record the interview.
You spoke to numerous inmates? So Donna was saying, hey, talk to this person, talk to this person, talk to that person. Donna was really getting after it, huh? No wonder Donna was buying so much commissary. Donna was really trying to make that work out, it seems. I mean, that's how I take this testimony, but maybe that's just me.
Now, did Miss Bird talk extensively about Miss McBanawa?
Yes, she did.
Did she say that Donna Adelson told her to say those things?
No, absolutely not.
Did Miss Bird know who Donna Adelson was prior to meeting Miss Adelson?
No, she did not.
Had she heard the name Donna Adelson?
No, she didn't. She actually told me when she met her.
When
in the jail, like she never heard of Donna's name. At that, she met her like maybe 4 weeks earlier inside the jail at that point in time.
Now, when Miss Bird is telling you about Miss McBanawa, did you caution her in any way about her cooperating on Donna's behalf?
Yes, sir, I did. She told me what she told me, and then I said, Miss Bird, the state's going to, if you're a potential witness in this case, you're going to be put on the stand. They're going to say you were given something to say this. Our client told you to say this. And she said, absolutely not. They can say that all they want. That's the truth.
Did Miss Bird tell you that Donna told her to say anything other than what was true?
No.
This is not the witness Donna wrote a script for. But it doesn't surprise me that he looked at her and said, ma'am, Now, the state's going to say that Donna told you to say all of this. Sir, did it seem because her statements seem prepared, scripted, untrue? Is that why you warned her, sir? The state is going to say all of this. Did you tell Miss Bird to do the right thing? I have so many questions.
Was it your understanding that she was waiting for a plea offer in her own case?
She made mention to me that I asked her about her charges. I wanted to get to know her a little bit. So she told me why she was in. And we discussed that a little bit, and then she said, I'm expecting an offer soon.
That was what she said, expecting an offer soon?
I'm expecting an offer from the state soon.
And that was just over a year ago?
Yes, sir. That was August 30th, 2024.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
And she got an offer before the state ever knew she was a witness in this case, is my understanding. Then she violated probation and ended up back in. The defense is going...
Nothing further at this time?
The defense is going to say she had incentive to lie because of her probation violation, I guess. So now we're getting to the state's cross-examination. Joe Jersey makes an excellent point in the chat. Never met an inmate who wasn't waiting on an offer or waiting on their lawyer. Facts.
So, Mr. Varnes, you said that you interviewed Miss Bird because Donna Adelson's prior defense counsel said that this may be a person who has information.
That's correct.
But that was prior to July 25 when the state listed Patricia Bird as a possible witness for the state, right?
That was August 30th, 2024.
Okay. So in August of 24, the defense, for some reason, would have thought this person may have information and gone to you to interview them.
Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about this, but you said you did not record your interview with her?
No.
You were
Okay.
told not to?
You could have taken a recorder, like a pocket recorder, into the jail and recorded it, right?
I
If
could
they'd
have,
asked
but I
you
was
to.
instructed not to record the statement.
Yes, sir. Now, after hearing this statement about how Magbanwa basically lied on the Adelsons, killed Dan Markel just to extort them for their money, is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay. Can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay. I spoke Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case.
Oh, he's just going to read it.
Bird quoted the following, that McBanno had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the...
This is this investigator reading his notes from his conversation with Patricia Bird about what she said that Katie McBanawa supposedly said to her when they were in custody. So this is him reading those notes into the record.
That McBanno had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to...
No one's calling it extortion ever. No one in custody is ever calling it extortion. Never, ever, ever, ever. Also, this doesn't even track with crime logic. Do you know what crime logic is? Hey, they offered that guy $1 million to move. Hey, Katie, where's he keep the safe? One night while you're home with him, will you just leave the safe unlocked? We'll put on masks. We'll just come in while you're there with Charlie and we'll just rob him. Can you just make sure the safe's unlocked and the door's unlocked? so it won't be a problem. Make sure he's had a lot to drink so he doesn't like pull a gun on us, okay? Make sure he's like asleep. Maybe give him a Xanax. And then pretend you don't know anything about it. And then we'll just come take the money out of his safe. That is crime logic. Crime logic is not, oh, we'll go kill the guy and then hope they pay us. No. They got cash like that. They got cash like that. They got cash like that. We should rob them. That is the logic. None of this makes any sense. This is not how anybody thinks. And this is not how it would go down. And the extort is a complete tell. Because no one in custody is saying extort unless Donna says, don't forget to say that's extortion, underline. No. If this was a real conversation in custody, somebody would look at Katie McBanoa and be like, girl, you are so dumb. Robbery's like 15 years. Murder is life, period. What are you doing? You're already in that man's bed. What the hell are you doing? If he's got cash, just go take it. Stop it. This is not a real conversation. But we know that this is not a real conversation. Don't play. I have listened to too many jail calls. Also, Rivera came in and testified. Well, if we knew they had cash like that, we would have just robbed them. Exactly, you would have. That's exactly what you would have done. Because everybody knows that the sentence for robbery is going to be way less, especially if nobody gets hurt. Way less. This witness was fed the entire script that Donna fed Bird about Katie. And I love that the prosecution is like, tell us the whole thing again. Tell me the whole thing again. I'm going to back this up a little bit because I've gone on a tangent, but this is not how this works. This is not how this works. But I want to hear the entire story again.
Is that right?
That's not exactly right, but you're in the
Tell me again.
ballpark, but that's not exactly what she told me.
Okay, can you tell me again exactly what she told you?
Yeah, I'm going to refer back to my report a little bit, if that's okay.
This is all Donna's
I spoke,
script.
Patricia, and she said that they were sitting at a table talking about the case, and then Bird quoted the following that McBanoa had told her, and that was, after we had him killed, we tried to get the money because we knew her boyfriend and family had a lot of money. We knew that they had money because the family offered the man $1 million apiece to move to South Florida. So at that time, Patricia and Katie, said, why not kill him and get the money ourselves? So then Bird replied with, girl, that's crazy as hell. That's extortion. And Katie replied to her and said, my kid's got to be raised and go to college as well.
So I have a question about that. So according to what you say Bird told you,
yes,
Bird used the word extortion. That's the word Patricia Bird used.
Yes, ma'am.
That McBanoa used.
No, McBanoa didn't use the word extortion. Patricia Bird responded to McBanoa saying, girl, that's crazy. That's extortion. That's not what Patricia Bird is saying. If this was a real conversation, it's not. This is a Donna scripted conversation. And the reason the prosecution's pointing out the extortion part is because, as we heard with the other witnesses, Donna was laying this groundwork following Charlie's defense, which is why they had the investigator come back and talk about what Charlie's defense was at trial. He doesn't even believe what he's saying. He does not believe this is a legit jail conversation. He's like, okay, Patricia, sure.
Correct.
Okay.
Katie's like, my kid's got to go to college. Katie's not saying that either.
Now, when you heard this story, that would be very helpful, right, to Donna Adelson's case. Did you call her prior defense counsel and say, listen to what this lady's telling me? I gotta Can I have permission to record this? Can I do a recorded interview with her? This is going to be very important. You didn't do that, did you?
I did call them immediately when I left the jail, and I sent them an email with my summary within an hour.
Okay. Did you ask to go then do a recorded interview with her so you would have evidence of that?
That's not his decision.
I didn't ask.
Yeah, that's not his decision.
And did they ask you to?
They didn't ask me. No, I told them what they told me, and if they have any additional instructions for me, I'll gladly go do what they asked me to do.
All right. Now, if
Mr. Rashbaum, I have some questions for you, counsel. I need to know how this call went down with Donna. Oh my God, you're not going to believe it. We were just having the nicest chat over commissary, and one of my cellies said that she knew Katie McBanawa, and Katie's a big fat liar. What a fool. Okay, counsel.
if Miss Bird, after all that, do you know why the defense never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I do.
I don't know the specific reason. I'm not the attorneys on the case. That's
Do
their
you know
job.
why these attorneys never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
State allow the witness to answer the question before cutting off, please.
Dugan, please wait for him to finish the answer.
Just repeat, please.
Do you know why either defense counsel never listed Patricia Bird as a witness?
I have no idea.
I do. Chat does.
You were hired by prior defense counsel, you said?
That's correct.
We all
Okay,
know.
and you did charge for your services.
I did charge for my services, yes, ma'am.
That's all, thank you.
Redirect examination.
Oh, I don't think he's lying. I think he knows what he was told was a whole bunch of bullshit. And he's like, look, this is just what I was told. I'm just doing my job. I was hired to go take a statement. I took a statement. I'm not making any judgment about that statement. I just do what I'm asked. He's just like, I'm not looking into it any deeper than that. He knows it's all bullshit. But the witness said what the witness said. He told the lawyers what the witness said. He's like, I'm not asking any other questions. This is what she said. That's it. Back to redirect. This was a really interesting choice of a witness for the defense. Even Donna was Googling the difference between blackmail and extortion. This guy's like, look, I'm just doing my job. I get asked to go take a statement. I went and took a statement. The end. The thing is, Donna's script said extort, underlined.
Yes, sir.
The state just asked you, according to what you say Bird said to you, isn't that, in fact, what Miss Bird said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry.
I 100% believe that that is what Patricia Bird said to him. I do not believe it was the truth when Patricia Bird said it to him, but I believe Patricia said that to him. Right? It's almost like laundering testimony. Counsel, my cellie wants to testify. And then they send a witness to take a statement, and the witness goes, oh my God, there's a statement. The lawyers go, oh my God, there's a statement. And then the lawyers decide if they're going to put that forward at trial or not.
For how many years?
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
No, they didn't. Okay, that's a speaking objection. The state didn't attack his credibility. The state left a heavy line of, and you believe that? I mean, that's what she said to you, but do you believe that? That's what the state did. The state didn't attack his credibility.
You.
I just wanted to see what the judge said about the speaking
what
objections.
Miss
because I was
Bird
talking.
said to you, not just what you claim?
No, that's exactly what she said to me.
Okay. And you've been working in this industry for how many years?
Sustained.
Judge, the state attacked his credibility.
We're not doing speaking objections. I will ask your next question.
Oh, Your Honor, we're not doing speaking objections. You will ask your next question. There's some inflection on the court's voice there.
Would it surprise you, sir, to learn that contrary to what the state implied,
Overruled. Please let him finish his question first before you object.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would it surprise you to learn that prior defense counsel in fact listed Patricia Byrd on the witness list that they submitted prior to this case being set for trial September of 2024?
Would that surprise me? No.
Okay. And so, contrary to what Ms. Dugan indicated on cross-examination, it was your understanding that Ms. Byrd was listed as a defense witness.
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
He's like, I don't know. Okay. I'm going to zoom until the defense resumes their...
Will this witness be recalled?
Their redirect. They're done.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Great.
Will this witness be recalled by either party?
No.
He'll be retained, but he's free to go about his business.
Mr. Varnes, do not discuss your testimony with any other person. You may step down.
Sir, thank you.
Please call your next witness.
That was witness number 6. We're on witness number 7. Defense. See, I appreciate that the defense seems to have folders for each witness in their case. I would just have expected them to do that in the prosecution case, because that's also how I like preparing for trial. You have one folder for each witness, and then everything you need is in it. Is somebody calling the witness or nah? Anybody?
Why is no one ready?
I didn't hear them say a name. If they did and I missed it, that's on me, but I did not hear them say a name.
Please raise your right hand.
All right.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
You may take your seat. The attorneys can approach briefly for one moment.
This is going to be witness number 7. We'll find out who it is after the attorneys approach. Today has been a little more disjointed. I like the suit though. Is the jury going out? WTF? Trista just got here. Why are they approaching? I don't know yet. We're going to find out, I hope. Yeah, I like the jacket too. Irene in the chat said very nice. Love the color.
You just step down from the witness stand and step outside the courtroom doors.
Oh, the witness is getting down off the witness stand and outside.
Mention it all. Mention it all.
What are we doing? What is happening?
Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long?
Oh. Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies to all parties. Was he in the courtroom? Ugh. The court, that explains the court blinking.
Once the rule of sequestration is invoked, it applies equally to both parties. How long was he sitting in the back of the courtroom watching the defense case?
I was not aware he was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him.
Okay, I'm going to have to gain all of this up because now all of a sudden I can't hear anybody. But the witness was in the courtroom. The witness is not allowed to be in the courtroom. Somebody noticed that the witness was in the courtroom. So the witness got called. The witness came into the courtroom. The witness took the stand. The jury went out. The witness went out. And now the judge is saying, how long has this witness been in the courtroom? There is a rule of sequestration. If this is an expert witness, it might not matter, but it depends on the prosecution. And the defense is like, we had no idea. Okay, I'm going to try to gain this up.
Watching the defense case.
Hopefully that's a little better.
He was here, Your Honor. Our assistant was trying to find him. I went in the hallway looking for him. I didn't see him before we called the witness that he sat in here for. She sent him a text message asking him where he was because we were concerned he was not here, and that was about 1:30. I believe, based on speaking to my assistant, that he was present during all or part of Ms. Khan's testimony, which is completely unrelated to his very limited scope in this case.
State, do you wish to be heard?
Do you have voir dire?
Yes, sir.
What's that?
Ask him. Bring him in and ask him. There's a lot of background noise because I tried to gain this up. Oh, the bailiffs?
What is the substance of the testimony to be?
I love the green of the bailiffs, but the bailiffs are walking all around. The judge is so done.
The substance of the testimony is a home search with Mr. and Mrs. Adelson and Dan Markel.
He's a realtor, Your Honor.
The bailiff has informed me that he was present for 15 to 20 minutes. I'm not entirely sure how this testimony would relate to other matters that we've gone over. We need a moment to determine if the witness should be permitted to testify. We'll take a brief break. 10 minutes.
Well, the defense is in their case in chief. We have had more sidebars, more breaks, and more zoom than we have had at any other part of this case. Here's what happened when witness 7 got called. He's a realtor. I still don't know the witness's name yet. I'm sure we'll figure it out. But it came to the court's attention that this witness had been sitting in the courtroom, which violates the rule of sequestration. Now, it could be that this witness's testimony is completely unrelated to other witness testimony and that it doesn't matter. But the court is, withholding their own frustration at this rookie error. Why? Because all witnesses should be told to wait outside the courtroom. So the court has the option to bring the witness in and voir dire the witness and say, how long were you here? What did you hear? The prosecution can bring it up on cross-examination. Sir, you were in the courtroom. You heard the other testimony. Have you changed your testimony to try to help the defendant? The defense said that this witness is being offered for a search of the Adelson home. But this witness was in the courtroom, and I'm sure the judge saw it when the witness stood up in the back of the courtroom and walked forward because, oh my goodness. So the judge said, I'm going to take 10 minutes. If this had been a prosecution witness, the court may or may not treat it differently. Oftentimes experts are allowed to sit in the court. This is not an expert witness, but we will see. I think the court, if I had to guess, will likely allow it, might choose to voir dire the witness about it. We'll let the prosecution inquire about it as it goes to witness credibility. But it's just frustrating. But I think they will allow the defense to call their witness. So we've got a 10-minute break because the judge went into the back to take a deep breath and go, I am going to make a record. I'm going to protect the record. But in the defense case in chief, the court has gone above and beyond, in my opinion, to protect the record in this case. So when it comes to a defense witness, they are coming back. When it comes to a defense witness, it does not surprise me that the judge might allow it. And again, if the testimony is about something else, it's about something else. But the judge has to have taken a minute to breathe. I appreciate a judge when they get frustrated, taking a minute to breathe, go look at the law and come back and then make a ruling, because there is no doubt in my mind that this judge is really frustrated with the defense.
Everyone can be seated.
The judge said, I am going to go back in chambers and determine if this witness will be allowed to testify, because the defense violated the sequestration order. And I don't think the defense did it on purpose. I think it happened through probably failure to prepare the witness and say, hey, you can't come into court. But it's the defense. Oh, my chair and my desk are fighting. The defense has to tell the witnesses that. So the judge could choose to keep the witness off the stand. I don't think that's likely. The judge could choose to do a voir dire of the witness and ask what they heard and if it impacts them. The court could choose just to allow the prosecution to inquire. Notice the prosecution didn't ask for anything. The prosecution didn't jump up and down. The prosecution didn't say, keep this witness out. The prosecution said, we have no feedback, Your Honor. You do what you need to do. We'll work it out. So we'll see.
You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
Thank you, Judge.
I don't know if the jury's back. Or if the jury might be back. Now I'm confused. I don't know if the jury's back or not. But I guess Mr. Kelly is going to be testifying.
Everyone can be seated.
Everyone can be seated.
You may examine Mr. Kelly when you're ready.
I guess we'll find out what happens.
Kelly, this is going to be very brief. Could you please tell the jury your name and then spell your last name for the court reporter, please?
Yeah.
Jury is back. Court has decided to allow him to testify. I don't know if they went to sidebar and talked about it, but there we go.
It's Tim Kelly, T-I-O, last name Kelly.
All right. And what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a realtor.
And is that what your occupation was back in 2011?
Yes.
Did you have the pleasure of knowing a young man named Dan Markel?
I did.
At some point in November of 2011, were you contacted by Mr. Markel about seeing some homes?
What?
Yeah, I'm not positive on the date, but if that's the date, yes. He did contact me about some homes.
Would it refresh your memory if you were able to look at the email communications?
Yeah, I can't remember. Yeah, that's fine.
May I approach, Your Honor?
The victim's realtor? Why? Huh?
Right. Yes, 2011.
Is that November 2011?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. And when he contacted you and you were making arrangements to look at homes, were those homes were you looking for a home in particular for his in-laws, Donna and Harvey Adelson?
Correct.
And were arrangements made for you to show homes?
Yes.
And did you in fact show homes?
Yes.
And who was present when you showed the homes? Who was with you?
I believe it was the Adelsons, both of them, the husband and wife, and Dan, and I believe Wendy and the boys, both boys, or just one boy. I can't remember who was there at the time, but okay. I think we had to make arrangements between, cars or so.
Okay. Was it one time that you took them out or more?
I believe it was just one time.
Okay. And did you show them homes in the Tallahassee area?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. And did they end up purchasing any of the homes that you showed them?
No.
Okay. At some point, did you refer them to another realtor that you know named Lisa Carey to look at homes?
I did not refer them to Lisa Carey. No, that was not.
That was not you?
No.
Do you work with Miss Carey?
I did at the time. We were a team.
Okay.
At one point, and I think we were still a team, and we probably were not in 2011.
Okay.
But no.
Okay.
He's like, no, I did not.
Please.
Well, I'm glad they allowed the testimony in for whatever the fuck is the Adelsons were looking at buying a home in Tallahassee. Before the divorce?
Just briefly, when you came to the courthouse today, did you come and sit inside
Nobody
the courtroom?
cares.
I did.
And did you observe and listen to some of the testimony?
I heard the end of the testimony that was being said.
Was it a male or a female?
Female.
Okay. Is there anything about the testimony that you heard that has affected your testimony as to these small issues on looking at a home?
No.
All right. Nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Mr.
Hey.
Cross.
So you showed these houses to the Donna and Harvey Adelson at Dan Markel's request?
Correct.
And was the thought that they would have more space, be able to stay up here for longer periods of time visiting Dan Markel and his family?
I believe that was it, yes.
Okay. And that was in 2011, you said?
According to the emails, yeah.
So Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson were still together at that time?
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Okay. And if they got divorced in summer or fall 2012, your interaction would have been about a year before that.
Correct.
Okay.
And about 2 years before Halloween of 2013, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Redirect from the witness.
No, Judge.
You may step down, Mr. Kelly. Please call your next witness.
Okay.
Defense would call Detective Joshua Turner.
Chat, all of you are asking me, why did the defense do that? I don't know. I do not know. So Dan Markel was helping the Adelsons look for houses before the divorce, and then they decided not to buy a house? Okay. And I don't know. I do not know. And then they didn't buy a house. The judge is also trying to figure out what the point is. All right, next witness. Are we just running through witnesses till the end of the day?
Detective Turner, please raise your right hand.
Hey, Detective
Do you
Turner.
swear or affirm the testimony
Why are you
you're
being
about to
called by
give
the
will be
defense?
true?
I'm so curious.
You may take your seat.
This is witness number 8 for the defense.
Microphone if you need to.
I like the color of his suit too. Like a blue-gray. I mean, it's not cerulean, but I dig the color of the suit.
Sir.
Afternoon.
Can you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, my name is Josh Turner. I'm a deputy with the Leon County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been employed with the Leon County Sheriff's Office?
Since September of 2016.
Do you work at the jail?
And during your time with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, can you tell the jury a little bit about what assignments you have worked?
Do you work at the jail?
Yes, I was in 2019 a field training officer, and then in 2020 I transferred into the Criminal Investigations Division at the Sheriff's Office. I worked in property crimes, auto crimes, and violent crimes.
Okay. And in your role as a detective with the Leon County Sheriff's Office, did you come to interview an inmate by the name of Drina Bernhardt?
I did.
And
Drina's the jail daughter with the script. So that's who Drina is.
Did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay, and subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna?
I'm going to back up because I missed the date because I was making notes.
Drina Bernhardt.
I did.
And did you meet with her on December 18th of 2024?
I did.
Okay, and subsequent to that, did you notify the state attorney's office that Ms. Bernhardt had information concerning Donna Adelson?
I did.
Bernhardt was the one offered the pianos and
Did you then
prescriptions.
attend a recorded interview with Ms. Bernhardt at the state attorney's office?
Yes.
During that interview, did she indicate what, if any, steps, and by she I'm referring to Ms.
Not the what, if any. This is going to go to impeach Bernhardt. Like in your interview, she said this. That's what this is here for.
Bernhardt took in when she was speaking with Miss Adelson in the pod at the Leon County Detention Center.
She said that she was speaking to Miss Adelson throughout the day and sitting in front of a camera at the detention facility.
She specifically stated that she situated herself
and Miss Adelson so that they would be picked up on the surveillance footage?
I'm not sure the exact wording, but yes.
She
Something
testified to that.
Correct.
It's improper
Now,
impeachment.
previously, did you review State's Exhibit 105?
Yes.
And what was that?
I believe it was the recording of the pod, the annex.
Okay, so there was surveillance video?
Yes.
So.
Oh, are they going to play it?
After Miss Bernhardt's
Ooh.
interview on.
Is he going to lay the foundation for them to play the pod video? Okay.
December 20th, 2024.
Sure.
At the state attorney's office.
Why not?
Did you go back to your office to download the surveillance video?
No, sir. I went to my vehicle and back up to the state attorney's office and downloaded it from there.
Okay, so you went to get your computer?
Yes, sir.
So back then, when you were assigned to the investigations unit, you had access to their surveillance videos?
I did.
Okay, and then you logged in from the state attorney's office and downloaded that?
Correct.
This sounds like Video
And may I approach the
Foundation.
witness and show him, it was marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 105.
You may.
I think we might be getting the video. I mean, I'm ready to see it. Let's go. Sure. We'll see if it's a nothing burger or not.
Do you
He's
recognize?
showing the Detective DeLay
State's Exhibit
Foundation.
105?
I do.
Is this the surveillance, or is this a portion of the surveillance video that you obtained from the Leon County Detention Facility?
It is.
That's Foundation. Sorry, I forgot to mute while I was shaking my shaker. Apologies.
Aside from shortening the video so it was easier to show in court, any changes to it?
Not that I'm aware
This
of.
film has been modified to fit your screen and shortened so you do not fall over of boredom of watching people walk around their jail pod.
And at this point in time, I would move into evidence as Defense Exhibit 70.
Let's publish it.
Surveillance video.
Any objection?
My only objection is rule completeness, Judge. I'm not sure how much shortening occurred, but I would ask for all of States 105 to be admitted.
And I could say, Your Honor, that the video that was provided to us as States 105 is exactly what I've copied onto this thumb drive.
The item is admitted. It is to be published in its entirety.
Thank you, Your Honor.
What just happened real quick is because the defense counsel indicated to the detective, hey, this has been shortened, the prosecution said rule of completeness. I just asked that the entire video be played. I don't know how much it's been shortened. They haven't looked at it. And he said, well, we've got the whole thing that the state provided to us. Which means I guess we're going to get to see the video? So that's fantastic.
Do you guys have the HDMI?
Not the HDMI. I'm going to zoom through them looking for a cord or a cable or whatever. They're trying to get their tech going. Ah, look, tech. Those are pretty decent cameras. And now the jury has an idea of what the pod looks like, as do you. All right, I'm going to stop zooming, and we're going to watch the video. I guess we'll see what it shows.
Judge, so that I could use the computer, is it okay if I stand over here rather than at the lectern?
That's fine.
Okay.
Oh, I just wrote video of POD playing. No, Emily, the pod, not the band. Sorry.
So, Detective, initially in the video, do
No,
we
go back to the
see
video.
Miss
We want to see the
Bernhardt or Miss
video.
Adelson?
Yes, they are back towards the bunks.
Apparently, Donna and Bernhardt are back towards the bunks back there somewhere. I'm going to move the closed captions.
And do they walk towards...
When Bernhardt said you can see the entire pod, it's all surveilled, she was not joking. You can see, it looks like the entirety of the pod. It looks like they got a game table. Okay.
The foreground of the video.
Oh, there's Donna.
At one point.
Or at least I think that's Donna walking by. Maybe it wasn't.
Fast forward a little bit.
But I thought that was her that just went walking that way.
Who's seated at the table with the dark hair?
That's Drina Bernhardt.
What does she have in front of her?
Looks like a notebook.
A notebook with a daisy and a yellow folder, looks like.
The video appear to show
I think that's Donna
Ms.
over
Bernhardt
there.
putting a chair at the table
Right.
towards the right.
It does.
Who's walking up now?
Miss Adelson.
So I guess the defense went all in on they were talking while they were in custody then. Chat, does it look like all of them are just laughing with each other? Donna's moving a chair. Right at the edge of the camera, aren't
From
they?
the video that Ms. Bernhardt got.
Right at the edge of the camera. This is not her plopping them down in the clear line of sight of the camera, unless there's a different camera angle.
Ms. Adelson to sit down at that table.
It does.
And they're engaged in conversation.
Yes.
I do not see a time or date on this for when this video is from. But it does look like the video, chat, just so you know, is an hour and 14 minutes long. Just so we're clear. But Donna's just right off camera, and Drina's almost off camera. Lyndon in the chat said, no, Donna, we need 2 more for Mahjong. Yes, indeed. Donna is just...
Without stating the obvious, there's no audio on this video, correct?
Correct.
Kyla said, I'm going to go pick up my son from the first day of kindergarten. Thank you for filling my morning EDB. I'll be back to finish later. Congratulations. If you cried, it's fine. If you didn't cry, it's fine. First day of kinder gets you in the feels. They have a lot of fun. It's harder on us. I actually don't think I've cried so much since my kinder was rough. Senior year is fucking wild. It has hit all kinds of different ways. It's just rude, by the way. Donna keeps touching Drina on the arm. Donna's still just tapping Drina on the arm. They all look very comfortable with each other. Marjorie said, EDB, my twins are seniors this year. They're my last two. I'm crying all the time. I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I just can't. Why aren't we watching this? Because the defense wants us to. So, you know. Sue said I had one graduating and one starting kinder the same year. All the tears, Sue. God bless. All the tears. They're just over there chatting. Counsel, you're not going to make us watch. Are we going to watch the entire hour, Counsel? Donna's talking a lot with her hands, right? She's just like. Also, this kind of belies Drina saying we're right in the camera view. They are right off the edge of camera view. But Donna's just talking and keeps tapping Drina on the arm. Like, just. For those of you asking about where Donna is in this chair right here on the very edge of the video. You can occasionally see her arms touching Drina's arm and gesturing. It's where I put my mouse on the screen. So Donna is slightly off screen. And you can occasionally see her lean in, see them chatting, see Donna occasionally motioning with her hands. A lot of you asking if the pod is full. I have no idea if this housing pod is full, if people are off doing their jobs, people could be off doing school. People could be at court. It might
8 minutes into the video,
not be a full pod because there's a lot of beds that don't have mattresses.
Writing, have they?
No.
So there's a number of beds without mattresses on them. So I'm just leaving my cursor at Donna's chair. But no, nobody's writing. Is this the day they're writing? Chat. If I put this at 1.25, do we lose anything of substance? Or do we just protect ourselves? Yeah? Agreed. All right. To my own motion. I am granting our 1.25. If we see them start to write, we can take a look again, but the notebook looks like it's under Drina's arm, like her elbow's resting on it. We're going to just speed this up a little bit. I'm going to 1.25. Look, the notebook's open. There's paper being flipped. I see paper being flipped. It looks like the notebook is... There was loose paper in the notebook. That paper was handed to Donna.
Can you explain to the jury what...
I'm going to slow this back down because now it looks like Drina is pointing to something on the paper with a pencil while talking to Donna. So I'm going to slow that back down.
Ms. Bernhardt just did?
It appears she took a piece of paper out of her notebook and is showing Miss Adelson something on that page.
Appears that something is already written on that page.
I can't see that.
I can't tell.
She's pointing to the paper. The defense already said we're not contesting that that our client wrote that.
Now Ms. Bernhardt's writing on that piece of paper.
She's writing on a piece of paper, yeah. The defense, you said, we don't contest that our client wrote this. So... Also, I don't think Drina's ever called somebody a stupid fool in their life. I imagine she's called people a lot of things, but I would put money on you stupid fool is not one of them. I also don't think Drina was going to write a whole note glazing Donna and being like, oh, we all knew who she was before she came into the pod. No. They're claiming Drina told her what to write. They might be trying to, but they haven't made that argument yet. And I don't think it's going to get very far just because of the way that the script is written and the fact that Drina didn't know Charlie's defense, didn't write the word extortion, underline. So I don't see Donna writing. All right, I'm going to put this back at 1.25 until defense asks more questions. We're going to zoom a little bit. I can't zoom in. And if the defense zooms in, we'll see it. But I'm trying to watch this as they're showing it to the jury. Drina's writing something on the paper. Drina's writing something on a paper. I don't know if that's...
Ms. Bernhardt is writing at this point?
Correct.
Judge, given that this is...
I'm going to put this down to normal speed. If the defense is about to say, Judge, given that this is over an hour and 14 minutes long and we're only 12 minutes in.
An hour and 14-minute long video, instead of publishing it in full as requested, is okay if I fast forward to the points that I'm trying to make?
The prosecution didn't say it needed to be published in full. The prosecution said it needed to be admitted into evidence in full. She never said it needed to be published in full.
Thank
The
you, Your Honor.
prosecution just said that for themselves. So they're going to zoom to the point they want.
1326, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
I just don't understand. Counsel. You stood up and said after the handwriting analyst testified, we're not contesting that our client didn't write that. What are we doing?
1417, who's writing?
Miss Bernhardt.
$14.33, she's still writing?
Do we have what she wrote
Yes.
or no?
1446, my client takes the paper and starts writing, correct?
Correct.
Is this the same thing that's in evidence that they're writing, or do we know? I agree attacking the script is 100% what they need to do. We don't know if this is the same day the script was written. We do not know because they did not establish that. But I agree they need to attack the script.
Fast forward to 1642, did Miss Bernhardt take the notebook back?
She did.
And Donna still has the paper. I mean, I guess at least Donna didn't try to say it was a fictional novel. There's that.
And from this vantage point, we can't see what Miss Adelson is writing, can we?
Correct.
However, it's clear that Miss Bernhardt is still speaking with my client.
They seem to be engaged in conversation.
That's the most cop answer ever. Yeah, they seem to be talking. Yeah, they do. they must have fast forwarded in time because the pod, everybody came back more towards the front of the pod.
What do we see Ms. Barnhart doing now?
She placed 2 notebooks on the table.
Donna's writing notes.
And one of them was the hot pink one that we saw. I think the state submitted into evidence. It's a hot pink.
Correct.
Okay.
Pods. The council fast forward to 41 minutes. There are notebooks
24, what do we see now?
on the table.
Trina's opening the hot pink notebook.
Is she showing Mrs. Adelson something in that notebook?
It appears so.
It appears so.
Fast forward to 4404. Are they both writing?
Is Drina left-handed?
Yes.
No? Thank you, chat. I can't transpose things. So I was like, yes. You're like, no. Thank you, chat. Anthony in the chat said, what is the point of this? Defense wants us to watch it so they can argue it later. Chat said, unless the video is inverted. Fair. Riss in the chat said, how is this helping the defense? They're going to argue what? That Drina made Donna write the script and that wasn't Donna's idea. And the script is incredibly damning. So the argument is Donna didn't do it. It wasn't me. All right, counsel is not zoomed nearly enough. I'm putting this back at 1.25 while they are sitting there journaling together. So we're at 1.25. Lona asked, what incentive would Drina have to lie? The defense is going to argue the hope for a reduced sentence because she has a substantial history and she is facing a mandatory sentence on a probation violation. So hopefully cooperating with the prosecution will earn her a better deal on her probation violation. So there are just things in Drina's testimony that she's not gonna know without Donna telling her. So Miss JJ said she was offered nothing. She wasn't, but she's still hoping that cooperating will benefit her in some way. So
4822, Mrs. Adelson handed Drina something. Do they appear to be discussing it now?
It appears so.
I didn't slow it back down from 1.25. We're letting it roll. I think we can understand counsel saying, did Drina hand Donna something? Yes. Great. I'm going to answer questions while we're doing this. Kara Smith said, would asking Katie about this be appropriate? I don't think McBanawa was in Tallahassee at this time. McBanawa was already in prison, so she's not in local custody during this time. So no. OC, Too Love 2OC, like too legit to quit, said, like the doctor's name, Charlie's roommate, exactly. Like Dr. Obed's name. It looked like they skipped forward in time.
A little bit to 51 minutes.
Clearly.
That Miss Adelson had gotten up and is now sitting back down.
That's correct.
Yep. Everybody's cruising around doing their stuff in custody. So. But yeah, Tallahassee local custody seems to have purple. Different custodies have different colors that they wear.
Fast forward to 54 minutes. It still appear that they're both looking through the pages and discussing them?
It does.
The defense, if the defense can convince a few juries that Donna didn't write that script, it's way better for Donna. They do not have great facts to work with. Honestly, I'm having a hard time not focusing on the solitaire game that's going on at the table. I'm really much more curious about that at this point. But yeah, they're chatting and writing and chatting and writing. I also want to know the inmate that has a device and headphones. I want to know what she's listening to. I'm curious. What's on the device? Do we have audiobooks? What audiobooks are we listening to? Like now my brain has wandered so far away from this table with them writing back and forth because they're chatting and writing. I want to know what's on the tablets. I want to know what type of tablets they are.
35. They're still both discussing some topic, correct?
Correct.
We don't know what they're discussing.
No.
And they're both looking at pages that they have in front of them.
Correct.
I still have it at 1.25. The defense is skipping forward in time on the video. I do have it sped up a little bit, Jasmine. I do want to make sure we see, well, what the jury is seeing, but like at a little bit of a faster speed because, Lord, this is a long day.
We're at 59, 34. It appears they're both still writing.
Correct.
And as with previously, can we tell what they're writing?
No.
No.
Can we determine what they're discussing?
No.
No. Okay. A number of you have asked, could they recall Drina? I don't think they need to. I don't think they need to because she addressed this on her testimony. I would just leave this for argument, honestly. They were both writing. Drina said that there were times she was drawing and there were times she was writing and Donna was writing and they were talking about the script. We saw the script. The jury has a script. They had a handwriting expert. The defense says, we're not contesting our client wrote it. And then they're like, is Drina writing? So, okay.
Now we're at 1 hour, 1 minute, and 22 seconds. Can you tell the jury what's going on here?
Writing?
Miss Bernhardt just opened some notebook. She's writing, and Miss Adelson is also writing.
Everybody's demeanor is pretty chill. Drina's demeanor is pretty chill. Donna going back and forth and touching Drina on the arm and them talking. Donna seems pretty chill.
Detective, from your previous review
Everybody
of
seems
this
pretty
surveillance
relaxed.
video, does the same behavior continue where they're both writing and discussing things between now and the end of the video?
I believe so, yes.
I think Drina's yawning because all of a sudden now I am like, why am I yawning? Everybody's having a stretch. Great.
Can we get the lights, please?
Counsel. What in the chaotic desktop is happening here? I'm judging. Huh? I'm going to put this back down to normal speed after I'm done judging Counsel's desktop. What in the... I like the backdrop, though. I dig the photo, but what in the world?
Can we get the lights, please?
Okay. What's the next question? Don't read the folder names. I saw Katie as an employee. Or Katie employee. I didn't read the rest of them. Maybe.
Detective, do you recall the date that video?
The detective's like, is there a question? Oh, now we're going to ask the date. Great.
Was collected. I'm sorry, it's a poorly worded question. Do you recall the date that video was taken?
I believe it was December 19th.
So the day before
What year?
Ms. Adelson met with the state attorney's office.
What?
I'm sorry, Ms. Bernhardt. Thank you.
Correct.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
So 2024.
Detective, that's the day after Ms. Bernhardt told you that she had information about my client.
Correct.
Nothing further?
Cross-exam.
That was his point. This video was taken the day after Drina said, I've got information about Donna. Okay.
You may.
All right. Now we're on to cross. The prosecution said permission to publish the defense exhibit. Okay.
When you met with her on the 18th, she told you not just that she had information about Donna Adelson, but that Donna Adelson was trying to enlist her, solicit her to give perjured testimony in this trial, right?
Correct.
So you learned that on the 18th. You relay that information to who?
Investigator Newland.
With my office.
Correct.
All right. And the meeting at the state attorney's office ultimately happened on December 20th, right?
Correct.
And at that time, there was a more detailed interview conducted with Ms. Bernhardt to get the information she had about what had happened, right?
Correct.
Okay, and at that meeting, Bernhardt shows up with this pink notebook pictured in State's Exhibit 62, right?
Correct.
And she tells us in that meeting, hey, here's a script that she's written for me that she wants me to deliver at trial, right?
Correct.
And you were able to photograph the thing, and this is what's pictured in State 62?
Correct.
Look at this photograph.
And what were Drina's instructions from the defendant about this exhibit? Why did we have to photograph it instead of impounding the thing?
Her instructions were to read over that and to trace it in her own handwriting and provide that back to Ms. Adelson.
Okay, so she's supposed to copy what's here and give this back to Ms. Adelson.
Correct.
So Ms. Adelson was going to be expecting to get this thing back. We had to send it back with her, right?
Correct.
Okay. Did Bernhardt at the meeting on December 20th tell you when this script was authored by Mrs. Adelson?
She was speaking to Investigator Newland. I don't recall.
Based on what she told Investigator Newland, did you go and review that video and find the video that we just watched?
Correct.
All right, and so the video is from December 19th, right?
Correct.
So you didn't look through multiple days of videos. You knew to go to December 19th, right?
Correct.
So Bernhardt obviously said, she wrote this yesterday.
Correct.
I'm supposed to copy it and give it back to her.
I mean, that's,
Yeah?
Yes.
it's
Okay.
crossed, but
And so
there's a
when
lot
you
of
went and found
information
the
there.
video, did the video appear to corroborate what Bernhardt had told law enforcement that day?
It did.
And when Bernhardt originally reported this to you on the 18th, you said you let Investigator Newland know. Did you let Bernhardt know, hey, you're going to be interviewed on the 20th?
No.
Did Bernhardt have any way of knowing that we were going to have a meeting on the 20th?
No.
Not to my knowledge.
In fact,
They
didn't
wouldn't
we
have told her.
consider waiting until after Christmas to meet with her? Do you
Correct.
remember that? I was home with a bad injury, bad back.
Yes.
The kids were out of school. It was
Oh,
Christmas
Counsel, that
time. We
sucks.
talked about doing it after Christmas, right?
Correct.
So wasn't it just dumb luck that we happened to bring her over on the day that she was in possession of this thing in defendant's handwriting?
Yes.
Defense says, well, both women wrote in the notebook. We see one writing, we see the other one writing. Are you a handwriting expert?
No, ma'am.
Would you defer to the expertise of a handwriting expert in determining who wrote this particular thing?
Yes.
I want to publish that video, if you would, at 5214.
Okay. I mean, the jury has the exhibits to look at themselves. There's so much in this case that's like, if one thing had been different, we wouldn't be here. It's wild to me that the script is another one of those things. That call from Garcia to Harvey Adelson is one of those things. Counsel, what are we looking for?
All right, so let's go to 4125.
They're looking for a timestamp on the video.
I think we already watched the part where Ms. Bernhardt here does take this pink notebook out and give it to Donna Adelson, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it is Bernhardt's notebook, right?
Yes.
And after she gives it to the defendant does proceed to write in the notebook for quite some time, right?
Correct.
And if we go to 5819,
Donna's just making notes.
so we see Mrs. Adelson get up and walk away, and then she later returns, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then if we go to 104. We see Ms. Bernhardt get up and walk away, and Ms. Adelson continues writing.
Correct.
Yep.
Nothing further.
Redirect examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, we're on redirect. The defense doesn't have a ton to go with, so I guess Drina told Donna what to write is something.
Detective
We know that Miss Adelson expected this document back that was written in Drina's notebook because that's what Drina said, right?
Correct.
But we can't hear what's being discussed on that video.
Correct.
And we have to rely on what Miss Bernhardt says.
Correct.
Now, you testified on cross that Miss Bernhardt did not know that she was being brought up to the state attorney's office for a meeting on the 20th.
I don't believe she knew the date.
Yet, when she came, she brought a bunch of materials with her.
She's not leaving her shit in her
Correct.
bunk.
And the state attorney's office collected what Drina said they should collect.
Counsel, she knew she wasn't going to court when they're like, Drina, we need you. Drina knows where she's going. She didn't know when it was going to happen. Of course she's bringing her stuff. Okay.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Will the detective be recalled by the party?
I don't think so, Your Honor. He's released from the state.
Defense will do the same, Your Honor.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, witness 8 for the defense
Please
is
approach.
done. I don't think it's surprising that she brought documents. I think the defense is trying to say, oh, I wonder if the defense is out of witnesses for the day. I wonder if the defense is trying to say she was planning this, she was plotting it, so she brought all her documents because she was trying to set Donna up. He called, when he cross-examined Drina, he said Donna was your get out of jail free card, right? That was your get out of jail free card. I imagine they're talking about scheduling. Again. I'm zooming. Wait.
Members of the jury, we are.
Is the defense out of witnesses for the day?
Members of the jury, we are going to go into recess for the trial at this point for
Yep.
today. We will resume tomorrow with the defense's case. Once again, I'm going to remind you not to speak with each other or any other person concerning this case. Also, do not seek out any information outside of this courtroom. Please report at 8:30 tomorrow. We will resume at 8:45. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Okay, they're in recess for the day. I wonder if they're going to put anything on the record. We'll wait and see. That's a short day at court for them, which makes me wonder if Donna's going to testify tomorrow. And they didn't want to start her testimony today. The judge does not seem happy that they are... If Donna's the only witness left,
Everyone can be seated.
the judge isn't going to lose his mind on them, but...
Please report tomorrow at 8:30. We will resume at 8:45 with the witnesses. Please have all witnesses that will be testifying in the morning present and ready. Mr. Zellman, Ms. Fulford. Also, there is not to be any further violations of the rule of sequestration.
Yes, sir, that was certainly not intentional. And as I indicated, sidebar, one of our witnesses, I don't believe her flight gets in until 10. We will have further discussions with her to get her here as quickly as possible.
We're in recess.
Oh, the court is not happy. No, the court is not pleased. Okay, well, that was a short day. We are behind real time, but it looks like they were done by maybe 2:30 today. This is a court that runs to 5:30 local time. So ending hours early is not going to keep the judge pleased. But, I mean, I'm not super mad about it. I got to be honest. I'm not mad about it being a shorter court day today. I mean, after streaming 10 plus hour days, I'm like, well, I guess we're done for the day. So we are at the end of day 7. It is the first day of the defense case in chief. And they did go through 7 witnesses. I mean, it's 8 witnesses, but then it's kind of like 9 because witness number 1 was recalled as witness number 4. So a shorter day in court. The defense indicated that they do have witnesses for tomorrow, including one witness who won't be in Tallahassee until 10 a.m. Their flight lands at 10 a.m. Eastern. And the court's like, have all your witnesses that need to testify here in the morning. We are starting at 8:45, counsel. It is a short day in court. So tomorrow, the defense has some witnesses left for the morning, but when and if Donna Adelson is going to testify is the big question for me. I was hoping maybe at the end of the day today, we would hear the court ask Donna if she intends to testify, but the court's not going to do that until tomorrow. A lot of you are asking about Charlie. I don't think the defense is going to call Charlie. I think he is a rebuttal witness for the state, but we will see. Then again, I don't really know what the defense is doing with some of these witnesses. I'm like, okay, they're just throwing it against the wall to see what sticks at this point. And in their witnesses today, they brought in the investigators that interviewed the jailhouse informants to say, essentially, did the jailhouse informants tell you that Donna offered them money? No. What did they tell you? Oh, they told you that Katie McBanawa said, we extorted them real good. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but that's a choice. And then they called some character witnesses to testify about Donna being distraught after the murder. So I don't know if the defense moved the needle very far today, but it did seem to me that ahead of Donna's trial that was supposed to go in September last year, 2024, that the first jailhouse informant, Patricia Byrd, had already spoken to the defense investigators. Also, Patricia Byrd reached out and was interviewed by the defense long before she was ever on a state's witness list. So she had talked to the defense investigators well before the state was ever aware of her or interviewed her, which goes back to, was Donna telling Patricia Byrd what to say? Hey, say that you were in custody with Katie McBanawa and say that Katie McBanawa said, we had this great idea because we knew they had money like that, so we were going to extort them. Y'all know my thoughts about that. That's not how that logics. I can't picture a scenario where someone's like, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go commit a murder and then we're going to extort somebody and see if they'll pay us. Look, as Rivera testified to, you just do the robbery then, if they have cash sitting around like that. So again, the use of the word extort seems to be consistent with what's in Donna's script. And then the defense introduced the video where Donna and Drina, the jailhouse daughter that had the script, were sitting in the pod together, writing back and forth in notebooks. And at one point it looks like Drina's drawing and Donna's writing and they're talking to each other. Did the defense move the needle today? I don't know. Are they trying to find doubt wherever they can find doubt? I think so. And the defense at the beginning of the day argued their motion of judgment of acquittal, and that was swiftly and promptly denied. And then they ended court early because they ran out of witnesses for the day, and the judge was not pleased with that, especially after how packed the days have been. The court wants this trial done by Friday. Is Donna Adelson going to be the defense's last witness? I guess we're going to have to wait till tomorrow, chat. We're going to have to wait till tomorrow. I'm sure the jury is happy to have, after a long weekend, a day to head home and just be like, get me out of here. I'm sure they're thrilled. You know, I'm not saying that having a couple days off this weekend and getting some more sleep was great for me, but it was great for me. Kelly in the chat's already saying, EDB, what trial is next? We got to finish this one, y'all. We got to finish this one. And then we'll put up a poll. I've got some travel coming up mid-September, but then I'll put up a poll. So for today, I'm going to go finish the mountain of laundry that is in my house because I have a lot of travel coming up in the next week. So I am going to take the time where I can get it. But first we're going to do Q&A. We're here. We're going to answer some questions. We got some time. We're going to answer some super chats. We got it, but don't worry. We'll take a poll. We'll check in on Cardi B's case. We'll check in on Charlie's case. But first we're going to have, well, a little bit of time where Emily is bouncing all over the place because I've got an event to go to with YouTube that I'm not going to miss. And then I'm taking my son to see his favorite band. And I don't even think I can start talking about it because I'm going to start to cry because I'm so excited. So I'm going to take my kiddo to go see his favorite band. And we'll talk about that more later. But it's, you got to take the family time where you have it. So do not worry. We'll also talk about whether or not we'll go back and take a look at Charlie Adelson's testimony. So Jason Wolf said, EDB, do you sleep not enough? All of you are saying what band? Travis and I are going to go embark on the Black Parade together, and I can't wait. Then again, I might also, if trial's not trialing too much, I missed the Gorge this weekend. Look, y'all just hold on a second. I missed the Gorge. I missed Labor Day weekend. I missed all of Labor Day, which is fine. But I might, 9 Inch Nails is playing this weekend. So I might have to see if I can just go do that. Heather asked, does Griffin go to concerts? Griffin is a bit more noise sensitive, but we are taking Griffin to see one of his favorite artists later. I will tell you guys about that show afterwards. But we are taking Griff to see one of his favorite artists. Both kids got concert tickets for the holidays. So I might also just pop out and go see 9 Inch Nails. Loch Nessie asked, did I watch the Gorge stream on Sunday night? I did watch the Gorge stream on Sunday night, but I was also watching DMB Hub on Saturday night and texting my friends that were at the Gorge, trying not to cry that he played all of Before These Crowded Streets in order. Like I couldn't even Halloween and Pig and Spoon and Stone and Crush all in one. It's so much Stefan all in one concert. Like, I don't think I've ever had so much FOMO in my life. Let's get to questions. Oh, I forgot to roll our questions bumper. Hold on. We're going to get to questions so we can timestamp it. All right. Now let's get back to questions. Let's see. Katie asked, they're all curious now, the jury, why can't we zoom in? The defense could have asked to zoom in, but zooming or embiggening can be a whole thing. If you don't know the way that things get scaled up, the jury is going to have they're going to have a laptop if they want to go zoom in and see what's on there. Again, the defense said, we're not contesting our client wrote it, and the handwriting expert said our client wrote this. So I don't really know how much heavy lifting is getting done by the defense with saying, look, Drina's writing stuff. I just don't know how much that helps. Carrie said, question, EDB, can Wendy be prosecuted with other people's testimony? Yes, if it's believed by the witnesses. Like Katie's testimony and the suspicious timing, is Wendy likely a suspect? Wendy's an unindicted co-conspirator. I have questions as to Wendy regarding overt acts for the aiding and abetting. I have questions because I would want to see some overt acts. I'm curious as to what the overt acts are. Shayla Raz said, go see 9 Inch Nails, one of the best shows I've ever seen, specifically this tour. Y'all, I'm inspired. I mean, who needs to sleep? You buy the concert tickets, right? I mean, you buy the concert tickets. So thank you. Dr. B, we need to go to 9 Inch Nails, but you can't let me jump up and down because until I get the MRI of my knee, I have no idea what's going on with it. And it is pissed off and I need to be able to walk. So please. J. Michael said, is that a neurospicy pillow? It is a neon sign. And it really sometimes makes my camera a little mad. So I haven't turned it on, but I have been contemplating it. But we have heard that we need the neurospicy skull pillows that look like that. So I have questions. Steph J said, bet a public defender would have done better. In my opinion, IMO. Here's what I'll say, Steph J. I bet a public defender wouldn't have done all the things that Donna wanted to do. And that Donna knows that. So a lot of public defenders are going to give their clients the real of where we're at and be like, hey, let me chat with you about where we're at. I don't know if Donna would have gotten the type of personal attention that she thinks that she might want. Constantly exhausted student said, Emily, question, doesn't the PI testimony contradict their strategy that Donna didn't write the letters? If the informant made this story up, then the PI testimony is false. I think they said we're not contesting Donna wrote it. I think the PI testimony, they might try to argue, see, the first story is the true one. The story about Catherine McBanois. They changed their story when they thought they could get something from the state. I imagine their argument will be they wanted something from the state, so they changed and said Donna was offering them things, and that's the false story. And then the jury's going to get to decide. Tracy said, Emily, the defense already stipulated Donna wrote the script. The defense made that statement on the record, and then it was stricken. We all heard it like the shit's out of the horse, but yeah. Judge Everett swore Donna in and asked her if she was on board with the defense strategy of cross-examination, but the defense said, we aren't contesting, she wrote it, but that got stricken off the record. So we will see. Tanya said, it is my wedding anniversary. My husband will be happy with the shorter court day. I won't be late for dinner. My family's in the same boat. They're like, do we get to see you? I mean, over the weekend. So my family will also be happy that it's a shorter day. I am sure that my to-do list from Team Baker is already growing because they're just like, we have her for a few minutes. Sam said, my one and only child graduates from uni in November. Congratulations. Is the Jeopardy song copyrighted? If not, can we play it now? I don't think I'm going to mess with the Jeopardy song because we've already got like a full age gate on one of our videos. We're contesting it with YouTube, but I think it's still age gated. I can actually go look. But the day of the wiretaps is completely age gated on my channel. So if you have not like verified your account, you have to verify you're over 18 to watch it because of the wiretaps. Now we have contested that, but it's real annoying that it's age restricted. I'll tell you what. So the entire day, trial day 5, got age gated, though it doesn't seem to be that way on some of the other channels, but they flagged it for the language that was used on the calls. And I'm like, it's court though. But it's court though. So we're having YouTube look in on it. And I'm like, look, man, if you're going to age gate it everywhere, age gate it everywhere. But if you're going to only do it some places, that doesn't seem quite right to me. Erica said, Broken Knee Members Club here too. I know. And it's the ACL surgery knee. Like it just is acting up. So yeah, I don't know how they're going to use that PI testimony. We're going to have to see with closing argument. Emily C said, even if they wrote it together, Emily shared they didn't, in my opinion. How does this help Donna? Drina is out here calling people fools. So believable. Drina saying that Katie McBanois laughing about Charlie Adelson, ha ha ha, being extorted by her and calling him a stupid fool is the least believable thing I think I've ever seen. The thing is, Donna does not know how people are going to talk. And so she can't make it up well. So they're going to try to argue it. Look, Drina told her to write it. And they're going to argue, look, Drina wanted a get out of jail free card. So she tried to get Donna to do things that she could leverage. And so she's making Donna do all of this. And Drina said Donna was naive as to jail life. That I believe. I believe that Donna was naive as to jail life. I don't believe she's naive as to how to manipulate people. I don't believe that. But I do believe she was naive to how jail worked. She figured it out real quick. She was trading noodles with the best of them. Her and Alec Murdaugh figured it out. Like, I've got money. You want to make phone calls. Phone calls are expensive. I got you. Now you get me. Yeah, trading is a thing that we all are familiar with, but they're going to use she said Donna was just naive, that people would just lie to your face and leverage you to get themselves a shorter sentence. I think that's where they're going to go. It's going to depend on how that testimony landed with the jury. But let me know your opinion. Do you think that the jailhouse informants came across like they were selling their testimony to the jury? Was it different than Donna's friends that came in to testify today? It really depends on how it lands with the jury. But also, two things can be true. Hey, Donna told us this. And yeah, if it'll benefit me, it'll benefit me. Sure, I'll tell you. I don't care about Donna. We'll see. D. Trugo said, so far, defense have barely scratched the surface of reasonable doubt, in my opinion. I mean, the defense really... The prosecution really pushed the ball up the hill. So Chris asked, are Donna's attorneys public defenders? No, they're privately retained counsel. Premises Karaoke said the 7 layers of hearsay. It's a lot of, she said that she heard that so-and-so said and then told her. Yeah. And also said, I feel like this case is a never-ending Scooby-Doo episode. There are definitely times. Blue Eyes Fairy said, EDB, I won't tell you how to crime, but I will tell you how to not crime. This is definitely how to not crime. Though, as we've gone through this case, we've definitely learned more than I knew about the case coming into it. The fact that the cell phone tower dumps didn't find common numbers except for one common number. Like, if Jeff hadn't been out of town, Jeff would have been a common number for sure. One common number. And it was because Garcia called Harvey Adelson's phone. He thought it was Charlie Adelson's phone, it seemed, because he wanted to call and tell Charlie Adelson that he was the worst after he had confronted Charlie when Charlie picked up Katie for something. But he called Harvey instead. They had Harvey's phone. They had Charlie's phone. If he had called Charlie, it would have been the same. But it was one 37-second phone call that went to voicemail. That one phone call was the only number in common from the tower dumps in Tallahassee and the Adelson family in South Florida. One. Thousands and thousands of phone numbers and records, and they found one number in common because Garcia was pissed off. So as smart as everybody thinks they are, there are some things in human nature that are just going to bite you in the ass. And with Garcia, it seems that wanting to tell Charlie that he was the worst is the thing. I mean, I understand the feeling after listening to a day of wiretaps. Like, I get it. But that thing. Tina Kitsune said, Emily, thank you for keeping me sane the last years as waded through the newborn trenches. It is a lot of sleeping not on your own schedule, but it goes very fast. As everyone says, and it feels cliche until you're in it, the days are long, the years are short. Damn it, it's senior year. You guys, I can't help it. I am emo. And this case pisses me off. A number of you are saying in the chat, including Alex, can you imagine if Jeff had been in town? Yeah, if Jeff had been in town, his phone numbers would have been dumping from those cell tower dumps and multiple towers because he would have driven out the same way that took him right by Dan Markel's house. Yeah, 100%. This case pisses me off. It makes me incredibly sad. It makes me sad for the Markel children who are at some point going to have to process all of this or are going to be angry about all of this or both or all. And, you know, it just makes me so frustrated. And though there are things in this case that are absolutely comical, the underlying weight of this case is incredibly dark. And so will we see the defense argue everyone did it but Donna? Donna didn't want it to go this far? Because the defense has a choice to make. They either are going to have to say that Patricia Byrd is lying and the first story is true, or they're going to have to lean into, yeah, Donna didn't expect it to go this far. And is all of this going to get thrown out the window if Donna testifies? Because what the fuck is Donna going to say? They were bullying me in custody and they were using me for commissary. Okay. Bat Mama said, question, loosely following this case, and I've seen the others that came before. What did I miss? Oh boy. Why would she not just take a plea deal? They didn't offer her one that we know of. So there's not a lot of, with the evidence they have against Donna, there's not a lot of room for her to plea. Whose idea was it is not important? Laura said they tried to flee. Yeah. Who said get the one-way ticket is not as important as the fact that they were trying to bounce? Right? Wild. Music to My Soul said, did the defense tell you what they needed you to say when they called you from the airport, Anne? How did you know the question was related to that call? Anne knew. Laura said, live court is wild, better than TV looks. Truth is stranger than fiction. It is wild. Mandy said, EDB, watch Jeff Lucas's full police interview after the trial. So much tea. I listened to part of it and wanted to see it fully. We will take a vote about what we circle back to after the trial for sure. Because there's some court that we need to watch. There are some hearings that have happened that I want to watch. There's a lot. Katie Bug said Anne was released from the subpoena. Could she refuse? She could, but she definitely wasn't going to. She's there to ride for her friend. Anne's just like, I got you, Donna. So Anne's allowed to be recalled if she agreed to show up. But she didn't have to. They couldn't make her. Jojo said, EDB, I've noticed the defense didn't do enough work. Can Donna raise this matter later? No. They are not at ineffective assistance of counsel. That bar's real high, by the way. They are, first of all, they had plenty of time. This case got continued. They had quite a lot of time. The defense strategy is different. It's different. It's not smooth. It's not smooth at all. It's frustrating to watch, but here we are, and they're trying to do the best they can with what they have. So, Bryn said snowbirds and vacation friends. Yes, they seemed to have a friend group that they did quite a lot with. We'll see how long that friend group stays together when Donna is in custody, if she is convicted. But I think the judge is ready for this trial to start wrapping up and to have full court days, because I think the defense witnesses probably could have been done today if they had all been there. Monuments of Speculation, thank you for the gift of memberships. The Miss M Star said, did you see video of Charlie's transportation to Leon County? No. It made me so sad. You can tell jail has taken its toll. I'm sure it has. I wonder if Charlie sees that it's not worth it. I mean, prison's not easy, and prison is much different from local custody. I think we're seeing that with Brian Koberger. He's finding that prison and local custody are vastly different. And yeah, I don't think Charlie's happy, but he is in Florida in case he needs to testify. I think, based on everything we've seen from Charlie, that Charlie thought that he was removed enough that this was never going to spin back on him. I think they'll never put it together. So, yeah. Look, not to go back to Top Gun, but to go back to Top Gun, don't write checks your body can't cash. There were other ways to deal with a divorce. People do it all the time. It's not easy. It is stressful. But I think Charlie and probably Donna thought, well, if we didn't pull the trigger, then we're not involved. We're just on the phone. Yeah, that's not how conspiracy works, is the thing. So we'll see. But yeah, I don't know if Charlie will be in or not. Beth, I don't know how long Charlie's trial was. It was only a couple of weeks. So Mountain Mama said, could Charlie be offered a deal if he would flip at this point? Not really. There's no probation. There's no parole. He's been convicted by jury of a life sentence. So there's not really much that he can get. And we're so down the road now, I don't think there's much for Wendy either. If they have overt acts on her, I imagine she's nervous, right? So, yeah. If you were Wendy and you were watching this trial, because I'm pretty sure she is. If you were Wendy and watching this trial, wouldn't you be nervous? Her name came up a lot. Her parents or her mom's lawyers are trying to connect, well, Wendy this, Wendy this, Wendy this, Wendy this. And Rivera said, it was my understanding that the Wendy lady wanted this done. I don't know. That's what I thought. But if you're Wendy's lawyers, you're bringing up all those texts with like, we've been protecting you. He's been protecting his sister. Wendy doesn't know this. Wendy doesn't know that. We don't have all of the information about Wendy, but more and more and more is coming out. And Donna's lawyers are definitely saying, hey, let's talk about Wendy. So we'll see what happens with that, but they would need overt acts as to the conspiracy. They would need to go a little bit further with what she knows. And I don't know if Wendy's on any of those calls. They're not really relevant in Donna's trial. But there's definitely the, Wendy saying, or Wendy being told, we've done everything to protect you. And, your brother's gone down, so you're not guilty. We've been protecting you. I don't know. I don't know where that's going to go. And I don't know what they can prove. So this prosecution has definitely shown that they are willing to wait until they have all of the information. And they are willing to wait until they feel that they can prove their cases beyond a reasonable doubt. And they did. They waited and waited and waited and waited in these cases. So we'll see what else they have, because I am not sure, but I think Wendy is probably nervous. I can't imagine she wouldn't be. So. All right. With all of that, Law Nerds, you have asked great questions. Since court is early today, I'm going to take the early day. I'm going to try to be earlier tomorrow. I'm going to give us a little Zoom buffer room, though, because apparently we're going to need it. So I'm still going to give us some buffer room tomorrow, but maybe not as much. So let's see. Molly said, EDB, I agree with you. They waited on Charlie and Donna for years. They did. HD said, Emily, in your opinion, do you think they have enough to go after Wendy? I would want to know more about overt acts. I would also want to know more about, I need to know more, because we have seen a number of texts of them trying to protect Wendy, them keeping Wendy out of the loop. So I would need to know more about what Wendy's doing. I have more questions. But we saw the information about Wendy sending Rob the picture of Jeff, which is interesting. We heard Jeff say, hey, Wendy was asking me my path of travel, like how I was traveling. That's weird. That's suspicious. Wait. Where is it? I have it.
That's suspicious. That's weird.
So there are things there, but I also want to know how many conversations do they have when they're saying, we're not going to tell your sister this, we're not going to tell your sister that, we're not going to tell your sister. And then how many conversations do they have with Wendy? Wendy, all of a sudden, backing out of that house purchase isn't an overt act, but it's really, really odd timing when we know that she had enough money. I don't know. I need to know more. So we're going to need to know more. But we're learning more and more about Wendy in this trial, aren't we? So with that, Law Nerds, it is great seeing you. Court was done early today, so we're going to be done early today. Thank you to everyone who gifted memberships, to all the new members. Our latest Members Only Live from over the weekend is on the channel. You can find all of those in your members video. There's a Members Only Live video playlist. For all of you in the Law Nerd Lounge, it's always good to see you chatting over the weekends. I will see you guys tomorrow bright and early for another court day. So is tomorrow the day that Donna testifies? I'm ready. I'm ready for Donna to testify. Let's just put it all out there, Donna. Because I think we're going to be done with this trial this week. Law Nerds, I'm going to roll the outro. I'll see you soon. I'll see you tomorrow. Make sure you have the Law Nerd app so you stay in the loop. And when we get to the witnesses you want to see most, which at this point it's like, is Donna testifying? I will let you know in the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. Free for you on iOS and Android, so I can send you app notifications when shit goes down in court, because sometimes life is busy and you just got to pop back in and see what happens. The Law Nerd app will keep you notified when shit happens. And we might be on verdict watch this week. So when the verdict comes down, I will let you know so we can all be here together to watch what happens in court, because I'm invested and I want to know. I'll see you soon. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Law Nerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop, because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Law Nerd.